Hello everyone, in this video we're going to be building out Linktree, but it's not going to be this page that you're seeing. It is going to be the internal page once you log into your account. So we're going to be building something similar to this, where you can add in your links and then they're going to display here, and then you can upload your profile image, you can add in your name, and then you can change your bio. So the app that we're going to be building is going to be similar to this. So for example, you can add in your name here, your first name, and you can see as I type in, then it also fills out here. And then you can also add in another name. You can add in your bio, so something about myself. And once again, as I type in, you can see that it fills up on the right. And then you can add in links to your social media. So let's add a few. So YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. Okay. And then once you add in your social links, you can scroll down a bit and you can see we have a couple of templates. To begin with, the default one is this blank white canvas that we have. But if you don't like this one, then you can select from the templates that we have inside here. We're going to create them so that if you want to create even more templates, then you are going to have the general idea of how to do it. So you can select this image, for example, and it's going to display on our mobile phone here. And if you feel like this is not looking so good, then you can go ahead and select another image or another image until you get the one that you're satisfied with. And once again, this is just all from my own templates, just a couple of images that I downloaded from the internet. And my personal favorite is this one right here. And then before you can take a look at our profile, then we need to upload a profile image. So I'm going to go ahead and choose an image here, and I'm just going to select this one, and then I'm going to upload it. And when I click on upload, it's going to take a while to upload to our Cloudinary account. And then once it uploads, then it's going to appear right here. Would you look at that? Looking nice, nice, nice. So we're also going to be using Cloudinary so that we can host our images once we upload them. And then once you're satisfied with everything, then you can click on view profile, and it's going to take you to a bigger page which shows you how your Linktree profile is going to look like for other people. And when you take a look at this and you feel like you're not satisfied completely with how it looks, then you can go back and edit. And then, for example, you can select another image such as this one, and then you can view profile and it is going to update accordingly. So it is a very good project. It has some bits of functionality which are very interesting to me. And we're going to be using Cloudinary, just as I've mentioned, to upload our images, our profile images. And we're going to use Next.js to build this out. So right away to begin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a command prompt, a terminal window here, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop and then into a folder that is called YT videos. And then I'm going to create a new Next.js application. So I'm going to say npx create next app, and I'm going to call it iRecreate -Linktree. And then I'm going to let this run. And I should mention that I'm using Next.js version 13. That is why we're going to have a bit of options here. So we are not going to be using TypeScript, so no. And then we want ESLint, yes. We want the source directory. We don't want the app directory. And the imports can be used as follows. So Next.js version 13 introduced all these options that you can select. So if you don't have these options, then you should probably upgrade to the latest version of Next.js, and you can check how to upgrade on their documentation website. So I'm going to let this run, and then once it finishes, then we are going to begin. And so once it finishes, then I want to navigate into the newly created folder. So I'm going to say code iRecreate -Linktree, which is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder that has just been created here. And once this opens up, you can see that we have our folders created inside here. We have the source folder, and then we have the pages folder, and then we have the styles folder. So right away, I want to install Tailwind CSS because we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for this project. So I'm going to open up my terminal using Ctrl and J. And then I'm going to take a break because my computer has started its issues. So it has been about 12 hours and now we can continue. So we were going to install Tailwind CSS. So let's go into the Tailwind CSS website. So Tailwind CSS, and then we are going to install it into our Next.js application. So let's go into framework guides and then Next.js, and then let's begin with this one. So copy and paste, and then copy, and then let this run. And then once it runs, we can paste in this second one, which is going to create our Tailwind config file. And then because we are using the source folder here, the source directory, so we're going to use this one instead of these three on top. And then we're going to say into our Tailwind config.js, we're going to paste it inside here and then save it. And then we're going to copy this and paste it inside our global CSS. So inside the source folder, inside the styles folder, and inside the globals.css, we're going to remove everything inside here. Just select everything, and then we're going to paste in our Tailwind utilities. And then finally, we can begin to start our dev server. But before we begin, I want to go into fonts.google.com, and then I want to get the font that we're going to be using, and the font is called Inter. So let me go ahead and, why is this taking so long? Okay, so I have Inter here. I don't need this font, so remove. So the Inter font is here. I'm using the regular 400 and the semi-bold 600 font weights. So you can go ahead and search for Inter here, for example, and then you can select this one, and then just select the regular 400 and the semi-bold 600, and then we're going to use the import tab here. So copy and then paste it below this. And then once we have that, then what I'm going to do is I want everything to have a font family of Inter, and then we're going to have a fallback of sans serif. And then I think we can save that. Oh, you know what? Before we save it, let's give the body a background color. So I'm going to say add apply, and I'm going to say BG slate 100. So just give it a very slight background color, or you can say BG gray. I think they're going to work the same way anyways. So we can save it, and then we can go ahead and begin to run our dev server. So I'm going to say npm run dev, which is going to start our dev server on localhost 3000. So if I navigate into localhost 3000, not 30, really, localhost 3000, once this opens up right there, then we should be able to see our Next.js application, and then we can close this part and we can begin to work with everything. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to delete this file. So the home module CSS, we're not going to use this file, so just delete it. And then inside the source folder, we are going to create a new folder called components. So components, and then we are going to go inside the pages folder, and then inside the index.js, because it still has the default that is created by Next.js. So we're going to remove this main element. So all the way up to the bottom here, we're going to remove it. And then for our document title, we're going to rename this, and I'm just going to say Linktree clone. Or you know what, let me say iRecreate Linktree, because I want to begin a new playlist that is called iRecreate on my YouTube channel. So inside here, we don't need this. We can remove this. We can remove this. I think this one as well. And then what we need to do now is we need to create a component. And so the components that we're going to create, we're going to have a form here. We're going to create this form all the way up to here, up to the links. And then the templates are going to be in a different component. And then we're also going to create a component for this mobile phone that you're seeing. So what we're going to do therefore is, let me just see if I can structure this well. So inside our components folder, let's create a new file called form.js. And Next.js doesn't really it doesn't really punish you for naming your components in small letters. I mean, at least so far, I don't think it does punish you. But what it does ensure is that when you're creating your application, then the component always has to be capital inside here. So the name of your file can be small letter, but inside your component has to be capital. So far, that is what I can gather from Next.js. So once we have this, then what we're going to do is we're going to create our form input. So let me create a div, which is going to be the container for the entire form. And then the first thing that we're going to create is the image upload. So the image upload is going to be this input, and then we're going to give in this button. And in order to do that, by the way, we are going to have to separate this component into a separate component, because this is going to be a form on its own. So this is going to be a form on its own, and then begin first name and last name, they're going to be, and it's going to be another form. So inside here, we're going to be rendering our image upload. And then below this, we're going to have another form here. And the form is going to be an input with the type of text. And what I'm thinking is I don't want to separate first name and last name like I've done here, because it becomes a bit cumbersome. So I'm just going to put name, and then you can type in your first name and then your last name. So here I'm going to give the name a name of name, and then the ID is going to be name. And then do I want to set it to required? I don't think so. Let's give it a placeholder here that says enter your name. And then let's grab this input, and then we're going to place it inside an article, because I want to have a label inside here, and the label is going to be for name, and the label is going to say enter your name. And then we're going to save this, and then if you take a look, then we need to first of all display it inside here. So let's create a div with a class of container here, and then with an mx of auto. And then inside here, we can display our form that is coming from components form. Now notice how the import here starts with @ and not /. That is because when we were creating our Next.js application, we said the import alias should be this one. So take note of that, take note of that. And I think we can close this now. I think I just wanted to show that. So let's close this. And then now, let me go ahead and save this so that this stops breaking. And then we should be able to see module not found style CSS. Oh, there we go. So enter your name. And then you can see that it is already limited. It doesn't go all the way to the end. Like you can zoom out and it doesn't go to the end. That is because of the class of container that we have placed. Where is it? Here. So the class of container. So it just limits everything. And then let's add a padding on the Y of 10, and then for large screens, let's say padding Y of 20. And then let's give it a padding on the X of 8, so that on mobile screens, then it's not going to go all the way to the end, like so. Why isn't our font applying? No, our font is not applying. Is it because this has to come first? Let's see. Okay, there we go. So the import has to come first so that the font applies. Now we can place this to the left. And then what I want to do is I want to style all the labels that we're going to have. So all the labels, I'm going to say text, I'm going to say @apply. So using payment, and we're going to say @apply text. I'm thinking of using yellow, even though I used purple for our demonstration here. I'm thinking of using yellow or amber. Let me say text amber 600, and then font bold. How does that look? Okay, that looks ugly. Let's take it back to purple. Let's just use purple because that is what I used. And then we're going to say that for the labels, all the labels are going to be block elements so that they begin on their own line. And then I'm just going to say text small. And then for large screens, then the text is going to go back to base. So for mobile screens, then the text is going to be small like this. And that looks okay. And then let's give it a margin bottom of 2 just to push away from the input just a bit. And then let's tell on all the inputs that we're going to have, and I'm going to say @apply, and we're going to say padding Y of 3 and padding X of 2. How does that look? Okay, and then let's give it a slight rounded border, so rounded with a very slight box shadow. Why not? Wait, how did I style this? Oh, these are transparent. They're transparent. So instead of having the box shadow here, let's have a bg-transparent. And then let's have a border, and then the border color is going to be purple -600, I think 600. and then the placeholder text. So placeholder, we're going to say purple dash 600, or you know what, let me say 400, so that the text is going to be purple dash 600, meaning the text when you type in. So insert here, and let me see, that looks fine. Let's remove this outline. So for the outline, we're going to say this, oops, we're going to say outline dash none. And then when I hover, sorry, not when I hover, but when I focus on the input, then I want a ring of 4, and then on focus I want a ring of purple dash 200, meaning when I focus on this, look at the ring that is going to form right there, a very slight ring. Probably make this 300 so that it's a bit more visible. Yeah, so that we're going to have this. So that is the focus. That looks nice, that looks nice. And then all the inputs are going to have a width of full, so that they stretch out all the way to the end. And yeah, that does look nice, does look nice. Anything else we can do? I think let's have it at that, and then let's continue to create our form. So we have an article here. We're going to have another article with a label that goes into what? Let's make this full screen now. So we need the bio. The bio is now no longer an input, it is a text area. So here we're going to have a label for bio, and then we're going to say bio, and then we're going to have a text area with a name of bio, so that it links to this label with an ID of bio as well. The columns can be 30, but the rows I want to reduce them to about 5 maybe. And then the placeholder here, so placeholder is going to be tell us something about yourself. And then what else do we need? I think that is it. Let's save it, so that now we're going to have a text area here. Now what I want is I want this text area to have the same styles as the input. So what we're going to do is just insert the input here. We're going to place a comma and say the text area, so meaning the text area as well. And then this is going to be styled up like so, looking nice. And then once you have the text area, then we want the links, so these links. So we're going to go back inside here, we're going to create another article, and then we're going to have an input with a type of text with a name of links. Let me just call it link, with an ID of link. And then we're going to have a placeholder. I can't type. The placeholder is going to say add links to your socials. So add links to your socials. And then we're going to have a label on top that is going to be going to links. And then it says what? Links. There we go. So save it, and then we should be having something on the screen. There we go. Now what I want to do is I want this to separate out. So that's why I placed articles inside here, so that I can go on this form and I can give this form a class name of flex. And what will happen is it's going to break a bit. So now we want them to be flex column, so that now I can add a gap of about 8 to separate everything out. There we go. That looks nice. I don't know whether it looks nice, but you know what, let's just have it as a gap of 8. We can work with that. So that is going to be everything inside here for our form, except that now we also need to create our templates, but we're not going to create our templates just yet. The next thing that I want to do is I want to create our mobile phone. So as you can see on mobile, this looks nice. Our application looks nice, right? So what we need to do is we need to create our mobile phone below this. And for that, we are going to create another component inside here that probably I can just call phone. Come on. And then I can go inside my components folder and I can create a new file called phone.js. Notice once again that it is lowercase, but then inside my application, I'm going to change this to uppercase so that I don't have issues. And then once I have that, I can just return a div that says phone for now, so that inside here I can import this correctly, and then when I save it, then we should see phone right there. So that looks okay, that looks nice. So let's begin to style out how our phone is going to look like. And inside here, we are going to do this. We're going to return a div. We're going to return a div. And then this div is going to have a class name of border-8 and border-black. border dash black, and then we're going to give it a rounded of about 2xl. And then let me see, what else do we need to do? Should I give it a height? I need it to have a height of 96, which is 300 and something pixels. I think 384. Yeah, 384 pixels, so 24 rem. And then we also need it to have a width. So for now, it can have a width of full. But when I get to medium screens, meaning tablets, then I want to reduce the width significantly. So on medium screens, I'm going to give it a width of 9/12, width dash 9/12, which is what? Width of what? What is 9/12? 3 goes here 3 times and 4, so width of 3/4, yeah. And then on large screens, then I'm going to reduce the width to dash 96 so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. And then let me see, let's save this, let's save it, let's see what you have on the screen. So we have this on the screen. Now height of 96 doesn't look too good, right? Height of 96 doesn't look good here. So let me move it from here, and then let me give it a custom style where I'm going to give it a height of about 500 pixels, and that should increase it just a bit. And this border radius doesn't look too good, so let me also give it a custom border radius. So I'm going to remove this from here, and then I'm going to say border radius, and I'm going to say about 30. I think that should be enough. How about 40? And then let me increase this height to 600. I think that is better. That is much better. Okay, so as you can see that this is obviously not what you want right here. So I'm going to work inside our index.js, and then inside this div, I'm going to give this div a class of grid and grid columns -1, and then I'm going to give it a gap of 8, or you know what, gap of 8. Let me say gap of 16, so that it's going to separate it out from this. And you can see this works because we're only going to be rendering 2 components inside here. And then what we need to do is right around, I think, medium screens. I don't know whether this is good. Is this really? Let's do this inside the phone where we have our medium screens. So inside the medium screens, let's return a width of 96, so that the width of 96 can start applying from medium screens right around here. Yeah, I think we can work with that. I still don't like this. I still don't like that. What if I make this to be on small screens? So small screens. Yeah, I think we can work with that. We can work with that, so that now I'm going to go here and say for small screens, then the MX should be auto, which is going to center it properly. You see, now it is in the center. Okay, and then what we need to do is for medium screens and above, then we want this to display on the left and then this to come here. So we're going to say this. We are going to say that, where is it? In our index.js, we're going to say that for medium screens, then the grid columns are going to be 2, which is going to bring this here. You can see, nice. And then you can see that it doesn't really go all the way to the end, but we're going to break this a bit. And okay, this height is still too small. 800, let's say 800. That's too much. 700. Okay, yeah, let's work with 700. But then what I'm going to do is this. I want this to be scaled down a bit. I want it to be scaled down. So what we're going to do is inside here, we're going to say that give it a scale, or let me say that for medium screens, then give it a scale of, let's say, 90. Just reduce it a bit. Scale of 90, let me say scale of 75 is too small. I think 75 is too small, but 75 is the proper scale for this one. It's even smaller than the original, right? You can see it's even smaller. So should we work with 75 or 90? I think let's work with 90 for the sake of the video, so that we can see what we're doing. And so what we need to do next is I want this to be scrolling with us, because if you look in our application, we can scroll and this still remains here. So that is what I want to do. And the way we do that is this. I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to say that for medium screens, that I want this font to be fixed in position. And it's going to break, as you can see. So now it comes here, but we don't want it to be here. We want it to be on the right. So I'm going to say that for medium screens, bring it to the right by what? Let's say, okay, let's test it out first of all. Medium screens is right around here. So for medium screens, let's say bring it to the right of 20. How does that look? No, two. Let's say right of 5. No, right of 8. Yeah, right of 8, so that it keeps with this margin. And you're going to see that now if we were able to scroll, then the phone is also going to scroll with us. And then we can increase it to around large screens. You can see the way it's growing. So for large screens, what we want to do is, let's say that for large screens, bring it to the right by 20. Let's see, large screens is where this is medium, and then large there. Okay, right of 20 looks okay. And then we're going to say that for 2XL screens, or the for XL screens, then bring it to the right by 32. We're just playing around with these numbers so that it fits correctly. That looks okay. And then we're going to say that for 2XL screens, bring it to the right by 52. How does that look? Yeah, you can see, looking nice. And then when we add in our templates, then you're going to see that this is that it is going to scroll with us. So that looks okay. That looks okay. And then what do we need to do next? Let's see what we need to do. Probably we need to add in our templates. But before we add in our templates, let's go ahead and do this. We want to add in the functionality where when you type in something inside here, then it also updates on the phone. So let's go ahead and add in that functionality first of all. And the way we're going to do that is by turning our inputs into controlled inputs by React. So what we're going to do is, usually what we do is we need to import useState here, and then we're going to create some state values. So the first one is going to be name and set name, and this is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an empty string because we want this to tie to this input for the name, which means that we're also going to have a state value for our bio and another state value for our links. But one thing you should know is that for these links are going to be like a to-do list, because we want to be able to type in something inside here and then add it to our list that we're going to have. Now, in order to make that a bit more manageable for us, then what we're going to do is we're going to create some context. So inside the source folder, we're going to create a new folder that is called context. And then inside context, I'm just going to call this what? Let me just call it state.js. And then inside state.js, we're going to say import, let me see if I'm going to remember. So import create context from React, and then also we need to import useState. And the reason why we need to import useState is because we are going to remove this from here, and then we're going to add it inside our state. And then once we have that, then I'm going to say const, what do I call this? State context is equal to create context. Okay, and then I'm going to say export default function state. And then inside here, I can destructure children. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return, and we're going to be returning state context. Is it state context dot provider? And then the provider is going to take in some values which we are going to create. And then inside our state context, then we want to pass in the children, meaning the rest of the application. So for now, what you can do is we can create our state value of name and set name, and then this is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an empty string. And then because it's going to be easier, I want to destructure all the values that we're going to have. So I'm going to say const, let me call this what, context is equal to and we want to destructure the name and set name, so that now instead of passing all this inside the values, we can just go ahead and pass in context, which is going to pass in both values. I think this should be correct. Now let's save this, and then in order to be able to use this, we need to go inside our underscore app.js. So inside the pages folder and then inside underscore app.js, we need to go ahead and import state context. So is it state? No, import state. What am I saying? From context state, and then we're going to grab this, and then we're going to wrap it inside our state, so that now I can go ahead inside our form.js, and then instead of doing this, then I can say const, and I'm going to destructure, right? And I'm destructuring the name and set name, and this is going to be using a hook that is called use context, and it is going to be imported from React. And then inside use context, we want to get our context inside here. So we're going to say use context, and we want to get the state context. Wait, what am I doing? Use context state. Is it state or state context? Okay, I've made a mistake, because this should be coming from state context, which means the mistake that I've made is here. This should say export state context, so export const state context. So save it, so that now I should be able to import this as a named import from context state. Yeah, this should now work correctly. It should now work correctly, so I can save this. And so now, using these values that we have created in our context, I should be able to turn this input, this first input, into a controlled input by saying set the value of this into name, which we know once again that it is this state value that we have created. And then we're going to have an onChange handler, and then we're going to be targeting the e, the synthetic event of e, and we're going to say set name into e.target.value, meaning populate our state value, which is currently empty, with whatever is going to be typed inside this input. So now I can save this, but we are not going to be able to do anything yet, because I can still type it inside here, but nothing happens. So what we need to do therefore is we need to connect this input with this component that we've created, so that when I type inside this input, then it's going to show up somewhere in our component. And the way we do that is by going inside our phone, and then once again we are going to be getting the name, right? So in getting the name from use context, and make sure to import it. I have auto imports on, so that when I type use context and I can just click on this, then it's going to auto import it from me. And then I can also auto import state context, for example. As you can see, when I click on this, it also auto imports it on top. So that is what is happening. And then once you have that, then I can go ahead inside here, and what I'm going to do is, the way I want to structure it is I want to have articles, and this article is going to be an h1 that says the name, right? So now I can save this and look at this magic. Now when I type it inside here, look what is happening right here. See that? So when I'm typing now, it is updating inside our form. Now obviously we don't want this to happen, so we're going to structure this just to look a bit better. So actually let's go ahead and do that right away. So inside the article, not inside the article, let's grab all of this and place it inside a div, which is going to be the parent for everything that we're going to place inside here. And then inside this div, we're going to give it a class name, and we're going to say give it a padding all round of 8, just to push everything inwards first of all. And then for the h1, let's go ahead and give it a class name of text-center and text- let's say XL, and then let's say font-bold, and then probably text slate 800, so that we're going to have this looking nice. And then once you have that, then all you need to do is do the same thing for the bio. And then for the links, we are going to create a sort of to-do list. So let's go ahead and do that for the bio. So back inside our state, we are going to create a new state value called bio and set bio. This is going to be equal to useState. By default, it's going to be an empty string. And then we want to go ahead and destructure the bio and set bio, so that now everything that is going to be added here is automatically passed inside the value. So that now when I save this, I can go inside our form, and then I can also get the bio here and set bio, so that now I can go inside this text area and convert it into a controlled input, and I can say value here is going to be bio, and then on change we're going to say pass in e, and we're going to say set bio into e dot target value, so that now when I save this, I can now go inside my form, and then below this h1 I want to have a paragraph that says the bio. But remember that we need to also get the bio here from use context, from our state context. And then when I save this, then what you're going to see is I can type in my name, and then I can type in something about myself, and you can see that it updates in our phone screen as well. So that looks nice. And you can see that our context is working. So now the way I want to style this is I want to give this a class name of margin top of 4, and then text dash center here. There we go. Nice. Looking fantastic. And then next we just need to create our links inside here. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, we are going to need to structure this a bit differently, because we need this to be a to-do list, right? We need to be able to type in something inside here, and then we should be able to see it here. So therefore, because we need that, then we also need some kind of submission to be happening. So since we already have a form here, if I add in a button here, it is automatically going to be the submit button, and that is not what I want. So what we're going to do therefore is I'm going to cut it out, and then I'm going to create a new component that is called to do. Should I call it to do? Let me just call it links for the sake of naming things. And then let's say RFC inside here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste this in. So we're going to have links. Okay, let's save it. Change this to capital L. And then inside the form, we're going to render links inside here. So links. So that now, if we take a look at our links is not defined, let's import this. Now, if you take a look at our application, nothing changes. You can see that nothing changes, right? But now the links, we have destructured the links, is now going to be here. So what we need to do is we need to have a few state values. So we need to have a state value for the links that we have, all the links that we have, meaning it's going to be an array. And then we also need another state value, which is going to handle this input. So we're going to create them inside our state. So let's go back inside our context and inside state.js. Let's create a new input that is called, what should I call it? Links, and set links. This is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an empty array. And then we're also going to have another input that is going to be called a link. I hope this doesn't confuse me. So link is going to be the text. So link and set link is going to be equal to useState, and by default it's going to be an empty string. And then let's go ahead and destructure this. So links and link, and then set links and set link, and then save it. And then I can go inside my links, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the link, and then I'm going to destructure the links, and then set link and set links, and then this is going to be equal to use context, and then we want to pass in our state context. So let's change this input into a controlled input. So we're going to pass in a value of link, and then on change we're going to say pass in e, and then we're going to say set link into e dot target dot value. Okay, that looks okay. What else do we need to do? What else do we need to do? I don't think there's anything else except that we need to create a form here. Sorry, not a form, but a component which is going to render our links. For now, I can just do it inside here, but let me not do that just yet. So how do we do this? How do we handle the submission? The way we handle the submission, oh, it seems that I actually need to create the extra div or something. So let's create a div inside here, and then inside this div we're going to say this. We are going to say what am I doing? Let's say links.map, and then for every link that you get back, let's also get back the index, and then we are going to be returning, and let's return, not a div really, but let's return a UL, so an ordered list, and then let's return a list item with the key of index, and then inside here we're just going to say link dot title. But where is dot title coming from? Dot title is coming from when we submit this. So let's go ahead and create it, otherwise we're going to get an error. And once again, we are going to create it inside our context because we want it to be accessible everywhere. And actually, you know what? I can do it inside here, and then we can just cut it out and paste it inside our context. So we're going to create a submit function. So const handle submit. And then inside here, we're going to be targeting the synthetic event of E, where we're going to say e.prevent default, meaning prevent the default behavior of the page refreshing when you submit the form. And then in order for this to work, then this actually needs to be a form. So let's cut it out and paste it inside a form. Let's remove the action and then paste this in. And then on the form, we're going to have an on submit event handler, where we're going to pass in the handle submit function that we have created on top. So let me save this. Actually, don't save it first because this is going to break. It's going to break because of this. So let's go ahead and say this. We want that when we submit the form, then it creates a new item and it passes it inside the set links. And this should be set link with 1K, sorry, without the S. And then inside here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new item. And then the new item is going to be an object where we're going to say, what is it? We're going to say that the new item is going to be an object, and the ID is going to be, we need to create a unique ID for every item. So we're going to say new date dot get time dot toolstring. Now, I don't recommend that you do this, but this is just because I don't want to install UUID. And then we're going to create the title, and the title here is going to be the link. So the title is going to be the link, and the link, remember, is going to be dependent on whatever we type in inside this input. And then what we need to do now is we need this new item to be passed inside the set links, which is the function that controls our array. So I'm going to say set links into, and I'm going to say pass in all the links that are already there, and then pass in the new item. And you know what? That is actually the wrong order. I need the new item to come first. So new item, and then using the spread operator, I'm saying if there's anything inside the links, meaning if it is not empty, then pass in the remaining links. Okay, so we can have that. And then just so that this is a bit better, let's cut it out, and then let's have it inside an if statement. So if if link is present, then I want this to happen. Else, then I just want to raise an alert that says input cannot be empty. Let's see. I hope that covers everything. Let's save it, and hopefully nothing breaks. Hopefully nothing breaks. So let's try it out. Let me add in this or something, and then let me add in YouTube, and oh, something breaks. Hydration failed, hydration failed. So we have 3 errors. the initial UI doesn't match with what was rendered on the server. Form can, oh, you know what? It is because of this form here. So we have a form and we're rendering it inside another form here. That is what is happening. That is what is happening. So what if I grab this and move it downwards so that now the form is on top? What happens? This happens, but does it work? Okay, there we go. So you can see that now YouTube works, and then I can add in my name, and then I can type in something, and then you can see that now the links are here. So you just need to style this out a bit better. So let me go inside this article and give it a class name of margin top of 8, and 8 because on the form we have a gap of 8, so just to keep everything uniform. And then let's tell out these links. Let's tell out these links. So the links are going to be inside this UL, and the way we're going to style them is we're going to give this UL a class name of margin top of 8 just to keep everything uniform. Okay, that's too much. Let's say margin top of 4, which is a half of 8. And then let's go inside the list items, and inside the list items we're going to say give it a class name, and we're going to say padding y of 2, or the padding y of 3 and padding x of 2, so that I can give the list items a BG of white, and then a very slight rounded border with a slight box shadow as well. And then let's say text. Should I use slate? No, I used purple. So text purple dash 600 and font dash bold. So that way we're going to have that. Would you look at that? So these are our links, and then I can type in another one, so Facebook, and you can see that it's going to be added, but you want them to be separated. You don't want them to be attached to one another. So inside the UL, I mean, I can even do it inside the list items. I can just say margin bottom of about 2 just to separate them out. There we go, looking nice, nice, nice. Now we want this to come from here and then to display on our phone. And you can see that the way we have done it inside here, that we can't really get it. We can't really get them. So what we're going to do is, let's see. Actually, it might still work. Let's go inside the phone and let's get the links. And then once we get the links, we are going to go below this article. We're going to create another article where we're going to map over the links. So links.map. And then for every link, we want to get the index of the link as well. And then let's return a list item with the key of index. And then inside here, let's return the link dot title. And then this shouldn't be an article, it should be an UL. So, and you know what? Why did I need to do this? I could have just copied and pasted it. I can just copy this and then paste it inside here so that even the styles apply. So that when I save it, and they should appear there. Would you look at that? And then now for the ones that appear here, I want the text to be centered. So I can just go ahead inside the UL and say text center. And it's going to center everything. But I don't want the text to be purple inside here. So the text here is going to be slate. And we're going to have that. And then let's move it downwards even more by increasing the margin top to 8. There we go. Looking nice, nice, nice. And then you know what? Not just that, but let's increase the margin bottom to 4 as well. There we go. And then for the links that are inside here, I want that when I hover over them, I want them to like pop up a bit like this. See the animation? I want them to pop out a bit. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to change the cursor here to pointer. So cursor dash pointer. And then let me see, how do we do that? Can we do that in Tailwind, or do I need to use custom CSS? Let's see. Let me add a custom class here called pop out. So, or just pop, so that I can go inside my globals and I can say that for the class of pop, then I want to add an animation, and the animation is going to be called pop. And then I want it to pop for about what, 0.3 seconds, and then in a linear fashion. And then I can create the animation, so add keyframes, and I'm creating it from, and I'm going to say from transform, and we want it to scale from 1, and we want it to go to, wait, not from, let's say from, at 0% it is on a scale of 1. At 25%, we're going to say transform and scale it to 1.08. Is this going to work? What is happening here? What is happening here? What is this error? At rule or what? What is the at rule? Oh, wait a minute. This should have a name. There we go. Let's see. 25% is going to be 1.08. And then let me bring this back to the top line. And then 50%, we're going to say transform. This is not going to work as I expected. This is not going to work as I'm thinking. We wanted to scale to 1.06. And then, wait a minute. This is too much. Let's say this is 0. Let's say 33%. 33%, and then 66%, and then 100%. We want it to transform and scale to 1.04. This is not going to work as I'm thinking. Let's try it out. Wait, what? Is this not working? That is not working. Let's say background color red to see what is happening. So background color is applying, but the animation is not applying. Am I missing something? How do you add an animation? How do you add an animation? Where is it? Where's that class even? It's on the list item on the phone. Why can't I remember this? This is very annoying. Let me use my Google Docs to cheat a little bit. Let me see what I did in the repository. Just give me a moment. Okay, so I've got the solution. And the solution is to change this to be on hover. So that now when I hover over it, then it's going to be this. And of course, I don't want the red color on hover, so let's remove it. So now when you hover over it, then it pops in. That's not really the best animation. It's not really the best. So, oh, you know what? We can do this. We can remove this, and then we can change this to 50%. So 1.06, 1.04, how does that look? This animation too slow, 0.1. Okay, too fast, 0.2. I'm not sure whether that is the best. Let's change this to 1.08. And then change this to 1.06. It's a lot of trial and error. A lot of trial and error, but that's okay. That is okay. Now, where were we? We were adding in more links. So Facebook, let's say Instagram. And there we go. Now, what I want is when I finish typing here, I want this input to be cleared. So back inside our links, is it the links or the form? The links. So here, we're going to say set link back to an empty string. So that now when I finish typing, for example, if I add in GitHub, then it goes back to an empty string. You can see that is much better. It is a much better user experience. Now, what I want is, I don't want this function to be here. I want all of this functionality to be inside our context. So I'm going to grab this, cut it out, and then inside our state.js, I'm going to paste it below this. And then I'm going to pass in this function right here. So handle submit, and then I can save it. And then now what I'm going to do is inside here, we're going to get the handle submit function. So handle submit. That is very convenient for our context. And then we can save it and nothing should break. There we go. So nothing breaks. That is much, much better. Now what I want is I want to add in an icon here, which is going to be the delete icon. So I want that if I don't want this link, for example, then I can click on the icon, which is going to delete it. And the way we do that is by going inside our links right here, and then we're going to grab this and place it inside a span, probably. Is that the best way to do it? You know what? Let's do this. Let's do the opposite. Let me paste in the link, and then let's have a span, and inside this span we're going to have a minus icon, which is not a minus icon really, but minus. And then let's save it, and it should appear somewhere here. And then how we're going to style it is we're going to say give it a flexbox with item center and justify between, which is going to bring the icon here, the minus here. Now this is a bit too small, so let's try to make it bigger. So class name, let's say text-4xl, and this, it does look a bit big, but it's okay. Let's say probably 3xl, and then let's have a cursor of pointer, so that when you hover over it, then the cursor changes to a pointer. And then let's say that on hover you want the BG to be purple-300. How does that look? That looks okay. And then let me give it a width of 2 and a height of 2, so that we can have it as a square. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. Let's remove that. Let me say padding on the X of 3, because I want to make it rounded. And then I can say rounded-full. And then let's add a slight transition, so transition-all with the duration of 150, so that when you hover over it, there is just a very slight transition. Now this is not a perfect circle, so let's try to fix it by giving it a padding bottom of 1. Not the best, but let's just work with this. Let's work with this. Now the way we're going to add in the functionality for this is very similar to how we have just done the handle submit. So we're going to go below this handle submit, and we're going to create another function that is called handle delete. So handle delete, we're going to pass in our ID, and then we're going to say this: we want to filter over all the links that we have right over this array, and I'm going to say set links into links.filter. Is that correct? Links.filter, yes. And then I'm going to say that for every link that we get back, for every link, why am I forgetting? For every link, links.filter, and then for the link we want to return and we're going to say link.id, which is not equal to the ID. Is that correct? Is this correct? For every link.id, which is not equal to the ID. Okay. And then let's go ahead and pass in the handle delete function. Handle delete, let's save it. And then inside our links, is it here? Inside our links, let's go ahead and get the handle delete function. So handle delete, oops. And then we can go inside the list item, sorry, not inside the list item, but inside the span, and we're going to have an on-click event on the span, where we're going to pass in our inline function, and we're going to say handle delete by the ID, by the link.id. Now link.id here, because this ID is going to be unique depending on this. Now once again, I'm going to say it is not recommended to use dates as a unique ID. You can use UUID if you want. I think it is a much better solution to using dates, but that is where this ID is coming from. So the ID that we have inside here is the same one that we're referencing here, and it is the same one that we're saying link.id. So that when I save this and we try to remove this one, hopefully it works. Let's see. There we go. And you can see that the state here is connected to the one here, so that when I remove this one, it also removes it from here. So that is very, very convenient. Looking fantastic. That's nice. Okay, so I think the next solution would be to create our what's it called, this thing. My brain is lagging. what is it? Our input, our upload image functionality. So let's go ahead and create that next. And the way we're going to do that is, remember how we were going to add it here? So we're going to create a, should I do it here? I think we're going to blot out this. So let me create a new component that is called image upload.js. And then let's say RFC here. And then we're going to say image upload. And then let me just say image upload. And then save it. And then let's go back inside our form. And then let's run an image upload from image upload. Okay, that looks okay. And let me see, save it. We should see image upload here. And then we're going to be using Cloudinary. So we're going to need to create a Cloudinary account if you want this to work. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have a form here. And the form is not going to have an action. We're going to have an article. And then we're going to have a label that says, actually, do I have a label here? I don't even have a label. Let's create a label that says image label for upload. That says upload profile image. And then below this, we're going to have an input with a type of, what's it called, file, with a name of upload, with an ID of upload. Okay, let's save it. And then we should be able to see it here. So you can see that we have our file here, our input. And then let's go inside this article, give it a class name, and say margin bottom of 8 to push away from this part. Fantastic. And here I created this upload profile image. And just like you've seen here, I've not in this app, I've also not added the submit button. You can add it if you want, and actually I think I will, so that we can just keep it true to this. So let's create a submit button. Where do I create it? Probably here. Let me create a button with a type of submit, and the button is going to say upload profile image. And then let's style it out. Let's say give it a class name of bg purple-600, and the text is going to say purple-900. Let's say padding on the y of 3, padding on the x of 6 with a slightly rounded border. And then let me see what else. Let's say what on hover I want the ring to be 4, and then on hover I want the ring to be purple-300. And then let's say add a transition, so transition-all with the duration of 150. And then save it, and then let's see what you have. It's right here. Okay, not the best looking color. Let's change it to 300, purple 300, 100. And then let's change the font to bold, so font-bold. And then now, instead of the margin being on this input, we're going to add it on the form. So margin on the form so that it doesn't push down the input. And then inside the form, let's change it into a flexbox so that this appears here. And then we're going to say items-center, center. Okay. And then what is this? Is this because of the margin bottom here? No, that isn't because of the margin bottom. What is, do the inputs have a margin on the bottom? Let me check. Do the inputs have a margin on the bottom? No, they don't have a margin on the bottom. What is this? What is this? Let's check it out. Let me see. At around here. Oh, you know what? I've just realized it. This part, it is on the center of the label and the input. That's the reason why it's behaving like that. Meaning, if I go inside the image upload and I remove this label, then it should now fix it. I really hate this. Let's take it back, and then let's change, let's not have item center, and that should stretch out the button. But the button is not stretched out. I don't like it. And then let's say justify dash between, which is going to take it to the end here. And then this is a big button. So we have upload profile image, and then let's see what do we need to do. On mobile, I don't want this to be here because it looks ugly, as you can see. So let's have it as flex column by default, and then let's have a gap of about 4, separate it out. And then I'm going to say that for medium screens, maybe for large screens even, that's when I'm going to take it back to flex row. And then you know what, I don't want this label here. I don't want the label because it messes up the styling on large screens. You can see it messes up. I don't like it. So what I'm going to do is for the label, I'm going to give it a class name here, and I'm going to say that for large screens then display it as hidden because I don't like it. I don't like it, so that now this can behave properly. And then let's reduce the size of this, so text dash small. Yeah, let's reduce the size, probably reduce the padding Y to 2. And then we're going to have that. Was the padding reduced? Oh, it can't reduce because the flex is here. Because flex, it's displayed as a flex box. Okay. And so let's create the functionality for our upload button. And remember, I said that we are going to be using the Cloudinary API for our upload button. And I do recommend that you go and check out that video if you want to create that upload application or whatever. But for now, if I go into my Cloudinary account, and by default, we're going to be on this page once you log in. But when you go into your media library, this is where everything is going to be stored. So we're going to need to set up a few things before we can begin to upload our images here. So if you go into your settings here, then you're going to find that you can upload here. You can upload stuff inside here. And then when you upload, then you have some upload presets that are set aside. So the upload preset that I'm going to be using in this video is this one right here. So this is the very same one that I used in the video that I created about a year ago, somewhere or thereabout. So this is the upload preset that I'm going to use, and this is where you can find your own upload preset. Okay, so now just keep that in mind. And then to make everything more secure, then we are going to be installing a new dependency called Axios. So I can add in a terminal here, and then I can say npm install Axios. And then now, just like with everything else, we are going to create the state for it inside our context. Okay, and so inside our context, we're going to do the following. We're going to add in a state value, and I'm going to call it profile image. So profile image and set profile image, and this is going to be equal to useState, and by default useState, and by default it's going to be an empty object. And then we are going to create another one that is called selected images. So selected images and set selected images, and this is going to be equal to useState, and by default is going to be an empty array. And then we're also going to create a third and final one that is called image data and set image data, and this is going to be equal to useState, come on, and by default is going to be null. And you're going to see where this is going to come in. It is very important that you have it. And so let's go ahead and create the function that is going to upload the image to Cloudinary. So I'm going to go below our handle delete, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to say const. I'm going to create a function that is called upload profile image, and then this is going to be like so, where we're going to say const form data is equal to new form data, and then I'm going to say form data dot append, and we're going to be appending the file, and then we're going to add in the selected images, meaning we are appending whatever we're going to be selecting when we click on this. When you click on this, so when you click on this, whatever file that you're going to select is going to be placed inside the selected images state value, which is currently an empty array. So that is what we are adding inside here. And then we're also going to append, so form data dot append, and we want to append our upload preset upload underscore preset, and inside here we want to upload the upload preset that we have, so this one right here. So just copy this, and it's going to be different for you, so make sure that you have that, because I'm not going to commit this to the repository just to be safe for myself. And what I'm going to do is inside here we're going to pass it inside a string, and we're going to pass in the upload preset. Okay, looking nice. And then below this we're going to say const post profile image is equal to an asynchronous function, and then inside this asynchronous function, can't speak, we're going to have a try catch block. And so inside the error we're just going to say console dot error, the error, meaning just log the error to the console. And then inside the try block we're going to do this, we're going to send our API GET request. So we're going to say const response is equal to await, and we're going to wait axios dot post, and we need to import axios, by the way, sorry about that. So import axios from axios, remember we were installing it here. So import axios from axios, and then we can go back here. And what is this saying? It is saying await has no effect. What? Await has no effect. Asynchronous function. Wait a minute, let's just finish this first of all. So await axios.post, and we're going to be posting it to HTTPS, and the link to the Cloudinary API is this one. So api.cloudinary.com/v1_1/Sankara, and this is the name of your cloud. Okay, this is the name of your cloud, and I'm going to show you where you're going to get it. And then we're going to say image/upload. Okay, and then below this we're not below this, but at the end of this comma we're going to pass in our form data, meaning everything that we've just appended, we're going to pass it in at the end of this request. And then below this we're going to say this, we're going to say set image data into the response.data, meaning now instead of this being null, now populate it with whatever we get back from this request. So we're going to have that. And then let's see, what do we need to do? Anything else? I think we just need to call this function. So post profile image, and then let me see, I think that should do it. Now what we need to do is, let me show you where you're going to get your cloud name. So back inside Cloudinary, we're going to go back to the profile. So oops, did something wrong there. Did not intend to do that. So when you go inside your, where is it? Come on, where are you getting started? Loading. Could you load in? Really? Where's the cloud name? I can't get the cloud name. Okay, so if you go inside your dashboard, then you're going to find your cloud name right here. So mine is Sankara. Okay, so always make sure that you change this to your proper cloud name. Otherwise this request is not going to work. I mean, this request is going to work as it is, but since I'm going to disable it by the time you're seeing this video, then it's not going to work. Okay, fantastic. Now let's go ahead and save this, and what we need to do is we need to pass in this function inside our context. So upload profile image, and then we also need to pass in the image data and the profile image and set profile image. We also need to pass it inside the context. So let's go ahead and say profile image and set profile image, and then we also need to pass in selected images. Do we need that? And set selected images. Let's save it. And then now, where were we? We were going to create this. we are going to upload our profile. So let's go ahead and go back inside our phone, and then inside our phone, on top of this article, we're going to have another article, and then this article is going to be our image from Cloudinary. So the way we're going to do that is this. So on top, we are going to import a component. So I'm going to say import image, the image component. Now this image is not coming from Next.js. This is image from Cloudinary React. Wait a minute, Cloudinary -React, which is a dependency that I've not installed. Really? Let's go ahead and install it. So let's say npm install Cloudinary-React. And then as that installs, we want to render this image inside our article. So we're going to say render the image, and then this image is going to be as follows. We're going to say the cloud name, it takes in a prop called cloud name. Is it camel case? Cloud name is equal to Sankara, which is the cloud name for me. And then it also takes in a public ID. So public ID, which is going to be the public ID of the image that you want to show. And then inside here, we're going to pass in template literals, and we're going to say HTTPS, and this is going to be coming from res.cloudinary.com. And just to mention, if you want to get this link, all you need to do is just console log this response. So if you console log the response.data, then you're going to get this entire link. So this is going to go into Sankara once again, and then image /upload /what this is going to be different for you, but 16494, as you can tell, I am reading it from somewhere. So 164942756, this is for me, so just make sure that you console log it so that you get the correct one for you. And then let's see, this is going into / and then our template literals, and then we're going to say image data dot public _id. And as you can tell, we need this obviously, so we need to get it from context. So let's get image data. Let's make sure that this is installed. Okay, correct. And then what we're going to do is, this sometimes displays an error. It sometimes throws an error to the screen. So to keep it from doing that, we're going to cut it out, and then we're going to check for whether image data exists. So we're going to say, oops, not there, here. So we're going to say if image data, or rather only when image data is true. Only when image data is true, that's when you can display the image. Meaning once all of this has uploaded to Cloudinary. Okay, that looks okay. Let's save it, and then let's test and see whether everything is working correctly. Let's reload it. Let's check to see whether we have any issues. We don't have any issues in the console. Okay, so let's choose a file. Let me choose this one, which is the book that I have, which you can check out for 50% off on my Gumroad profile when you use the discount code TOM10. I had to. Okay, so it uploaded. Did it upload? Did it upload? It uploaded somewhere. Let me check our library. It uploaded. Is it this one? Wait. Was it this one really? Let's check F12. Do we have any errors? We don't have any errors. But did it upload? That is the real question. Oh, wait a minute. There's something that is happening. Something is happening. Image data. Where is the form? Image upload. Here. We don't have the submit function. Oh my God, we don't have the submit function. Let's go ahead and get the upload profile image. So upload profile image function from use context, and then let's pass in our state context, and then the form we're going to say on submit we're going to call the upload profile image. That should do it. That should do it. Let's save it and then let's try it out once again. So choose a file. Let me choose this one once again and then upload, and it should appear here as an insanely big image. Wait, what? Is this even working? Is it working? Just want to see whether we have multiple images. So even this one is not working. So there's something that I did wrong somewhere. There's something I did wrong somewhere. Let me figure it out. And you know what? I've just seen it here. I've just seen it. We need to change this to a controlled input. Oh, React. So we're going to say this. Is it the value? The value? No, not the value. We need the set selected images. So on change, we need to pass in. We're going to say pass in e not 2. Then we're going to say set selected images into e.target.value. And then we want to select the first one that has been uploaded. Sorry, not dot value, dot files, because this is a file. Sorry, this is dot files. Okay, and then we need to get this function. So set selected images, set selected images, and I think that should do it now. This should do it now. I hope this does it. Right, set selected images. What is happening here? Did you mean set selected or set selected images? Okay, there we go. So save it. Now let's try it once more. Choose a file and let's upload it, and it should appear here. And why is it reloading? Why is it reloading? Oh my god, I hate this. I really hate this. I think it is because of the reload, sorry. Let's try, let me see whether this is going to change to 78. Does it even load in? Still nothing is happening. Okay, let me grab this and cut it out and place it on this button. So the on click, and this is going to be on click now because it is a button. So on click. So on click, we want to call this function, and then let me remove this form, and then I'm going to grab these class names and place them on the article. And actually, that is going to be an issue. That is going to be an issue. So what we need to do is we need to grab this article. So grab this article all the way to the button, place it inside the div, and then grab these class names and place them here. That should do it. Okay, that doesn't change anything. Okay, now let's try it once more. Okay, upload. Let's see. Does it upload? The image needs to appear here. Do you upload? Let's reload this. This is really frustrating. And in case you're wondering, it is currently 12:38 a.m. It is midnight. Oh, there we go. There we go. So it has uploaded the images. Now it has uploaded the images. So why isn't it showing here? I thought we set it up to show here on the form. Image data is going to be this. So why isn't it showing image data? Why are you not showing? Probably we should style it out. Give this a class name. And oh, something interesting is that you can style this out just like a normal component, just like a normal element, I mean. So let's say width of 40 and height of 40, and then rounded dash full with a very slight box shadow. And then what? Let's say, let's change it into a block element and mx auto that it centers, and then margin bottom of it to push away from this heading that we have. And then what else? I want the object to cover, so that the image stretches out properly. And then what else? I think that is it. Let's have an alt attribute here that says profile image just for now. profile image and then save it. And then what? Reload. Okay, let's go back to this proper link. Okay, let's try to upload this one once again. Upload. Does it show here? Why don't you show? Why don't you show when you're uploading very well? Let me say something. Let me see something. Let me disable this, and then let me add in image. Sorry, not that. Let me add in some text. So Lauren 5, where does it go? Here. So here, this is where the image should appear, but it is not appearing. So let's go back inside our state. Let's console log this, console.log the response.data, so that I can actually see what is happening. I can see whether we are getting the correct thing here. So when you upload, this is the asset ID. We want the secure URL. Oh, you know what? This is the one that is different. See this one here? That's the one that is different, right? Wait, where is it? Where is it? Image upload. Oh, where is it? Come on. Here. Yes, let's remove this. So the public ID is the one that is different. The public ID is res cloudinary Sankara image, and then upload, and then this one, and then image data public ID. So the public ID is this one. So this is the part that is different. So copy this and paste it here. There we go. So now it should work. Let's try it once again. Let's reload. Let's try to upload this one, upload profile image, and now it should appear here. So it has gone through to Cloudinary, but what? Why would you still upload? Why won't you upload? Not. Let me try something. Let me copy this link and open it in a new tab. Where does it go? See, it gets the correct image, right? It gets the correct image. Okay, so let me copy this, and then let me go where? Let me go here. Let me disable this, and then the public ID is equal to, and then let me paste this link. Let me see whether that is going to work. Do you show up? Okay, something is wrong. Oh, wait a minute. We installed this. Do we need to restart our dev server? Let's try that. Because we installed Cloudinary React here. So let's try restarting our dev server, and hopefully that fixes it. And I'm very hopeful about that. I don't know whether it's going to work, but let's try it out because we have nothing to lose. And then let's reload it to make sure that it is reloaded. And then let's see. So there we go. Let's upload something. Let's say upload profile image. Does it show up? It still doesn't show up. This is really annoying. This is really annoying. Okay, so now that I am out of options, I'm going to try something else. I'm going to grab this, so not grab, but disable all of this, and then I'm going to add in a custom image and then paste in this link to my image, to the image that I want, and then I'm going to pass in these class names, copy and paste them here, then save it, and let's see. Okay, so see, now the image comes in. So the issue, could the issue be this image data? Could the issue be image data? Image data. What is image data? What is the image data? Image data is null, and we say set. Oh, what? No, I've just seen that it is disabled here, meaning I did not pass it in. Oh my god, image data. They say programming is easy. Annoying is what it is. Okay, now let's try it once again. Let's disable this image, and then let's enable this one, and then save it, and then reload, and then upload, and then upload. Now it should appear here. There we go. Oh my goodness, that took an insanely long amount of time. Okay, and now you can type in something, so you can see that this is how it's going to be. So something about myself, and then you can add in links to YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. Would you look at that? That looks nice, doesn't it? Now if we add in more links, so GitHub, and then what else, LinkedIn, look at what happens. See, now we add in more links. Now they start to overflow outside of this. If I add in Google Plus, am I really that old? So if I add in Google Plus here, you can see that now these begin to overflow outside of this container. And then see now how we can scroll, but this one still stays to the like correct position. So let's fix this by going into our phone, which is this div, and then we're going to say set the overflow dash auto, and that should fix it. Obviously now it introduces this, which is not really the best looking UI, but it works, so that now we can scroll within this. That looks okay, right? Now let's remove this link and this one, and let's have this one. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we need to create our templates. So these templates that we have right here. So let's go ahead and do this. Therefore, for the templates, we are going to go into pexels.com. So pexels.com, and we're going to download many images. And I don't know, we can download just a bunch of random images as long as they are landscape in nature. So let me just get like this one. Let's say download, no, just download the large size. And then I want them to download inside YT videos and inside this folder. And then I'm going to place them inside the public folder, inside a new file that is called templates. So templates. And then inside here, I'm just going to call this template one. So template-1. And then I'm going to download another one. So which one? This one. Let's say download the large one. Let's say template 2. So template-2. Let me copy this to be faster. And then let's download another one. So I want to download a couple of them. So like which one? This looks nice. This one, this looks okay. This one. For the next few minutes, it's just going to be me downloading images. So let's go ahead and say which one else. I'm trying to get one where the ones where there is no one, and I don't like this one. Can get this one. Come on. Oh, this is a video. What? Okay, you know what? Let's just search for this. Let me search for like what? Serene. And then let's see what comes up. And then let's change it to, let's filter so that we have the vertical ones. And then let's see, loading. Let's get this one. Nice, nice, nice. Download. And then let's change this to template 4. And then let's get this one. Download. Change this to template 5. I wanted to get a bunch of them for this video so that we can have a lot of examples to work with. Let me get this one. Download the large one. Let's get template 6. Template 6. This one, okay. Let's say large one. Template 7. Let me just download 10 of them. So template 7, and then let's go ahead and say which one else. I can get this one as well, the large one. Let's say template -8. Which one else? Two more. I can get this one, template 9. So template -9, and then I can get which one? I can get this one. This looks okay. For template -10, and then let's just work with that. So template -10. Okay, and close this. And then now what we're going to do is this. We are going to go back inside our state, and then inside our state we're going to create an array of objects. So right on top of this, I'm going to say this: const data is equal to an array of objects. So here we're just going to get the images, and the images are coming from /templates, and the images are called template one dot, is it JPEG or JPG? Templates JPG. Okay, and then we just need to do this 9 more times. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. This is 2, this is 3, and then 4, and then 5 6 7, oops, and then come on, 8, and then 9, and then 10. So these are our 10 images that we've just downloaded. Now we need the state value that is going to handle this. So we're going to say this. We're going to say const images, and we don't need set images here because we're not going to using that function. So here we can just add use state, and then we're going to pass in our data, and then we also need the values. So const value and set value is going to be equal to use state, and by default is going to be 0, meaning we want to show the first item on the array of objects that we've just created. And then let's go ahead and destructure the image. So const image is equal to not use state, but it's going to be images depending on the value that is currently being shown. And I'm thinking I should probably call this templates just to know what we're dealing with. So let me change this to templates because it is a bit more descriptive. So templates. And then for these ones, we are not going to do anything inside here. All we need to do is just pass this inside the context. So let's go ahead and pass in the image that we've just destructured. And then let's go ahead and say templates and set templates. I just realized I didn't change that. Templates, and then what? Value and set value as well. Let me change this. Which was it? Templates. Oh, we didn't create set templates. What am I doing? So let's remove this. There we go. So we can save this. And then now inside our phone, we are going to have the following. Let's remove this. We don't need this. So inside our phone, inside here, we want to add in the background image, right? We want to add in the background image, which is going to be dependent on the value that we're going to have, the template that we're selecting, I mean. So that means that we need to create the templates component. So let's create a new component here, new component that is called templates.js, and then let's say RFC. And then inside here, let's change this to capital T. And so we're going to say this. We're going to say const, let's destructure the templates. Destructure the templates. We're going to say is equal to use context. And then we want to pass in the state context. And then inside here, we're going to have a, let me call it a section with an h2 that says choose a template. And then below this h2, we're going to do this. We want to do what? We want to map over the templates data. So templates.map. And then let me just say that for every item, I also want to get the index. Wait a minute, made a mistake here. So for every item, we want to get back the index. And then we're going to say this, return an article, article with the key of index. And then inside this article, we are going to return the image component from Next.js. So image from Next.js here from next / image. So import this one, and then for the image we're going to say this, we're going to give it a width of, let's say, like what, 500. Okay, 500 is too big. Let's say width of 200 and a height of, goes to what? Okay, I want the width to be smaller than the height so that they look rectangular, right? So let's say the width is going to be 150 and the height is going to be 250, and then the alt attribute is just going to be template. Let me change it into backticks. So I'm going to say template number, and then pass in the index +1. Okay, and then what do we need? The source, I forgot the source. So the source for this is going to be item.image, and item.image because that is what we have in our state. So in our state we have the item.image. The image is these ones, each of these properties. Now let's close this part of this one to make things a bit more manageable. So inside templates, let's go ahead and save this, and then let's go inside our form. Sorry, not inside our form, but inside our form, and then below this form, below this article, let's go ahead and render templates, which is coming from /templates here. And then once I save this, then we should be able to see the templates right below this. So choose a template. You can see that we have a number of them where, oh, they're still loading in. They are still loading in. Took a while to load in. Okay, so you're going to have all of this. Now let's go ahead and style this out because I want them to be aligned like 1, 2, 3, right? But for mobile, obviously, I don't want them to be aligned as 1 to 3. So for mobile, let's do this inside templates. Let's go ahead and grab this, place it inside the div so that we can actually style it out, and then give this div a class name and say grid and grid columns, grid dash columns, columns dash 1, sorry, dash 2 with a gap of 4. This is for mobile. So 1, 2, okay. And then let's see. Let me see what we can do. I'm going to say that for medium screens, then grid columns dash 3. I think that should do it. Let's see. Okay. And then let's tell out these images. So give this a class name and say border dash, let me just have border, and then border dash purple dash 600, and then padding all round of 2 with a rounded dash large with a very slight box shadow. And then on hover, I want a ring of 4. And then on hover once again, I want the ring to be purple dash 300. And then let's have a slight transition dash all with a duration of 150. Let's see how it looks. It looks like so. Okay, that looks nice. And then let's go ahead and say this. I want what? I want to style up this h2, so give this a class name. And then let's say text dash 2xl, and then font dash bold, and then margin bottom dash 4, and then margin top dash 4. Let me say margin y4. So margin on the top and bottom of 4. Okay, that looks bad. Let's say margin top of 8, then margin bottom of 4. We pushed away more from this input. And then let's say text dash purple dash 600. So choose a template, and then we need to change this into a cursor pointer. So you know what, let me go inside the article. Inside the article, give this a class name and say cursor dash pointer, so that when you hover over this, then the cursor changes into a pointer. Okay. And then what? I don't like the way these images are. We're going to fix that in a few. And so I want that when I click on an image here, then the ring remains, this outer ring remains, so that it can give you like a visual cue that this is the current image that you are on. So let's go ahead and do this. What we need to do is we need to get the value here. And then we're going to say this. We're going to grab all of these classes, cut them out, and then place them inside template literal, so backticks. And then we're going to say that when the value is equal to the index, that's when I want the ring. I want what? Sorry, I want the ring dash purple dash 600. Is that going to work? Does that even work? Let me say value is not equal to index. What happens? Nothing happens. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's try to replicate this functionality right here. Let me add in an article, and then let's add in an image. The source for this image is going to be the image that we have. So let's also destructure the image here. So image, then we need to have a comma. So image. Okay, and we know that this image is dependent on what is being clicked. Okay, so you can see that this is the first image, and if I click on this one, okay, so some functionality is not working. Some functionality is not working. Let me figure out what is not working. On click, it doesn't have on click. Yes. So we want that when we click on this on click, then we want to say, what is the state value? What is the state value? What? Oh, wait a minute. It should be set value. Want to say set value into the index. Oops, what was that? Set value into the index of the current image. So let's try it out. Set value is not defined. We need to import it. Set value, and then that should fix it. So click on this. There we go. So you can see that now, depending on each one, then the image changes on top. So that looks okay. That looks okay. So meaning we can now remove this. We don't need it anymore because our functionality is working. Now that we know all that is working, we still need to figure out why this is not persisting. So when I click on this, probably should remove this and remove this quotation mark. That should fix it. Okay, value is equal to index. I mean, the default image, the image should show still. What? I don't want to deal with this right now. Let me do this. Oh, you know what? When this is true, oh my God, my cognitive abilities are running out. And what is this? This should not be here. This should be here inside strings. Okay. Why is it still not showing? When value is equal to index is true, then you want this style to apply. Ring purple 600. Ring purple 600, and then ring dash 4. There we go. Oh my God. That took way longer than expected. This should go back to 300 so that it maintains this thingy. There we go. Okay, fantastic. So now what we need to do is we need to get this image and display it here on our phone. So in order to do that, we're going to remove this image from here. So just remove it. And then inside our phone, we are going to destructure the image. So comma image. And then now we're going to add in this image as a background image on this div. So what you can do with the JSX is we can add in a background, and then inside the background we can say what? So inside the background we can add in a string, just like we do in CSS. We add in a URL, and then inside the URL we are going to pass in and we're going to say $, pass in the image, meaning pass in this image, and the image is going to be dependent on the template that we've clicked on. And then we can have in some other styles here, but let me just save this first to see whether it's working. It should appear here. Okay, would you look at that? So now when I click on this one, it should update the image. But you can see that the image is just a bit stretched out a bit. So let's set the background repeat to no repeat so that the image doesn't repeat. And then let's set it to the center. And then let's set it to cover so that it covers the whole screen. There we go. Would you look at that? and then you can click on this one, and then this one, and this one. Fantastic, looking amazing. Would you look at that? And then you can try to fill in everything, and you can see this is it looks nice, it looks nice. So YouTube, and then we have Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and what, GitHub, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what is now remaining is we need to preview this on a bigger screen. So we need the profile, like the profile page. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go inside the pages folder, and inside the pages folder, we're going to create a new file that is called profile. So profile.js. And the way Next.js works is that any file that is located inside the pages folder is automatically given a route. So for example, if I say RFC here, and we just have profile rendering, right? Change this to capital P. If I navigate into the /profile, then what happens is we're going to see profile, and that is what we want, right? Now let's go ahead and begin to start this out. So inside the profile, what we need to do is we want to get we don't want the phone, but we want a couple of components which are repeating. So we want the what? We want to get the name, we want to get the bio, we want to get the image, this one as well. So let's go ahead and do this. Inside our upload image, or our image upload, let's go ahead and get, oh wait, no, not this one. Where is our can find it. Where is this one? Inside the phone. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this part. You know what, let's copy this article, and then now inside the profile we are going to create a section, and then inside the section we're going to paste this in. But remember that we need to destructure image data so that this actually works. So this is equal to use context, and then we're going to pass in state context. So state context. Okay, and then make sure to import this from React as well. And then we need to import this image from Cloudinary React. So remember, this image now comes from Cloudinary React. And then what we need to do is, because we want to get the name as well, so we need to get the name, we need to get the bio, and then what else? We need what? Let me save this. And then what is going to happen is, let me type in something so that we can have something on the screen. So something here on the screen, and then let's use this one because it shows everything quite well. And then what we need to do is we need to create a button so that we can click on it, so that it is going to take us into the correct page. So right away, what I'm going to do is inside my index.js, I'm just going to go above this. I'm going to create a div, and then inside this div I'm going to create a button, and then this button is going to say view profile. So view profile, and then this button is going to appear somewhere here. There we go. And then I want this one to be positioned absolute, so I'm going to say give it a class name, and I'm going to say positioned absolute. Is it absolute? No, fixed, because I want it to be scrollable. And because this by default is going to be on mobile, right? So by default on mobile, I want this one to come to the bottom right. So let me show you how we're going to do that. And I'm going to say bring it to the bottom by 5 or by 8, and bring it to the right by 8, and then scale it down to about 75, just so that it is smaller than everything else. And you can see that it comes here, so very small. And then we're going to style it out to look like this button. So let me go inside the image upload, because I just want to copy the classes on that button. So these ones, so copy, and then here I can paste them in, and we're going to have that. There we go. So this is the view profile button. Probably let me bring it to 4, and then bottom dash 4. There we go. So this is for mobile. And then on bigger screens, I want this button to come here on the what is this, the top right. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that for large screens, then bring it to, is it for, I can use it for large screens or even for medium? No, let me just say that for large screens, then bring it to the top by 4. Then for large screens, Actually, the right of 4 can even remain, by the way. What? Large top of 4. Why is it here? Why is it here instead of on top? Scale of 575. And then let me say that for large screens, bottom dash 0. Is that even going to work? Bottom dash auto. Is there a bottom dash auto? There we go. So that now it comes to the correct top, right? And then here I'm going to say that for large screens, then bring back to the original scale of 100 so that it looks like this. And then, you know what? This should be top 8. And then I'm going to say that here, I'm going to say that for large screens, bring it to the right by 8. And I've chosen 8 because we have been using a padding on the x-axis of 8 all around. So this looks okay. And then now we want that when I click on this button, it navigates me to the correct path. And how we're going to do that is we're going to use a hook that is called use router. So import use router from next router. And then here we're going to get the router. So we're going to get const router is equal to use router. And then we're going to create a function that is called handle view profile. Handle view profile. And then this const handle view profile. Sorry about that. So const handle view profile. And this is going to be an arrow function where we're going to say router dot push, and we're going to push into the / profile page. And then we're going to add an on click on this button. So on click, and we're going to say handle view profile. You can grab this and place it inside the state if you want, but this is okay as it is because we're not using it anywhere else. So let's save this. And then now let's try to fill in some things. So let me add Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, and then let me upload this image that we've been using all through. So upload image, and it should appear somewhere. So there we go. And then we are using this template. And now when I click on view profile, it is going to bring us here. You can see that, wait a minute. Oh, view profile, we hadn't yet finished this page. What was I expecting? So we have only the images displaying, right? Now I want, below this article, I want to have another article with an H1 that displays the name. And then this H1, how did I style the H1? I can't remember. Let me just give it a class name and say text slate 800, font bold, and text XL. And then for large screens, let's say 2XL, I think, and then margin bottom of 4. And then below this H1, let's have a paragraph that says the bio, which we have got on the top, right? And then let's style out this, so give it a class name. And then let's say class name of what? Text slate 600 maybe. And then let's say what else? Let's say margin bottom of it. What happens? Does it reload? Okay, it comes here. Now we need, okay, this is too big. Let's move this to Excel. Excel should be fine. And then we need to grab this article, give it a class name, and say text-center, which is going to bring everything here. Okay. And then just in case that this bio is very long, lorem 50, then I don't want this to happen, right? I want to limit the bio in case you have an insanely long bio. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to say that for this image, let me grab this article and this one. So everything inside this section, give it a div with a max width of large and MX auto, which is going to limit all this so that it doesn't go there to the end, right? And then once we have that, now let me move this. Once we have that, then below this, we want to render the links. So let me go inside the links component, and then let me grab, I don't want this one, I want the one inside the phone. So inside the phone, let me grab these links. So copy, and we're going to need links here, okay? So we're going to paste it below this paragraph, and then let's the structure links here. So links coming from use context, and then you should be able to see the links. Okay, would you look at that? Looking nice, nice, nice. And then let's add some padding on the top of this section, or rather here, let me just add padding on the Y of 20. And then let me say padding on the X of 8 for small screens. And we're going to have that looking fantastic. But now let's add in the button to edit. So inside the index.js, let's copy this div, and paste it inside the profile. Let's paste it well above here. And this one doesn't have the handle view profile, so it's going to throw us an error. But let's just copy this, copy that, and then inside the profile, let's paste it where? Let's paste it below this. So use router, we need to import use router. So import use router from next router. And then this is going to push back to the /, and we're going to call this function handle edit profile. So notice that I've changed it here, and I've also changed it here. And then this is just going to say edit and save it. And we should be able to edit. So if you go back at edit, we're going to have all of this. So let's select that image. Let's just do something like this. And okay, you know what? Let me say this. Let's say lorem 20. And then let me copy this text so that we have some text to work with. And then let's paste it here. And then add in links. Let's just add YouTube. Let's add Facebook. And then I don't want to upload an image just yet, but let's say view profile. And the background image is not showing up. So let me figure out why. And actually, you know what? I already know the reason why. The reason why is because we need to add in the style here. Oops. And we need to add in the background just like we did. So add in as a URL and then pass in the template. And we're going to say get the image, and then we're going to pass in no repeat and center and cover. And then let's go ahead and get the image here. So get the image. And is this going to be 100 viewport heights? Is that going to work? Let's save it. Let me see what happens. So this is, it doesn't take up 100% of the screen. So therefore, let me see, how do I style this? You know what? I can go inside this section and give it a class name, and I can say height of screen, which is 100 viewport heights and tailwind. And then I need to do what? I need to add an overflow of auto just in case like you have many links, and this should now stretch out. Okay, let's go back and edit. Let's add in more links. So GitHub, Twitter, Tumblr, Pinterest. I realize that I've spelled it wrongly, but just for this show, let's add in some other links, just some random stuff, so that you can see how this looks. Let's say view profile, and there we go. Okay, so we have the overflow of auto working. Let me remove it to see what is going to happen. Okay, so if you don't have overflow auto, this is what happens. See that? We don't want that to happen. So we have overflow auto here, overflow auto, so that like we can just scroll on the screen, like it behaves as if it is a parallax image. So you don't have that. Okay, now let's go back and edit. Let's go ahead and remove these links up to here, and then let's upload a profile image. So still the one that I've been working with, and then let's select this one now, and then we can upload profile image. And then once it uploads, it's going to show up here. Nice. And then we can view profile, and would you look at that? That looks stunning. It looks amazing. It looks absolutely amazing. Now, something that I want to mention is that the way Linktree handles all of this, like the custom templates, is that they create a custom template for everything, such that if you were selecting like one of these, for example, then it also changes the colors for these like list items. It changes the colors for the text, so that, for example, if you're having this dark background, you can see that this doesn't look all that well, right? But the way Linktree handles it is, let me show you. If you check in your appearance, loading, sometimes this loads in so much. So if you check in your appearance, come on, really? Is it not here? Okay, there we go. So what is going to happen is, in the templates, would you look at this? So in the templates, look at this. For this one that has like a darker background, you can see that it also changes this one, right? You can see that even these list items, like, they're changed a bit. For this one is the one that I'm currently using, you can see that this is the theme for it and all. So that is how Linktree handles it, so that in case you're having a dark background, then you have some kind of readable text, because you want this to be readable, right? That looks okay, and that looks amazing. It looks amazing. Now what I'm going to challenge you with is, try to make these into actual links, so that when you click on them, they actually go into, like, yeah, your social whatever or something, your social link. And yeah, I think that is going to be the project. All we need to do now is just upload it, and then we can deploy it to the internet. But this looks amazing. Honestly, this looks amazing. I'm very happy how it has turned out. So let's go ahead and say this. Oh, you know what? I've just realized something. I have just realized something. Notice the title. Look, we want to change this title. So inside this profile, inside the profile, let's go ahead and right above this, let's import the head from next head. So import it from, where is it? Import this one from next head. And then here, let's change the title. And we want the title to say Linktree, or rather, let me say iRecreate Linktree, and then we want to pass in the name of the person. So, oops, what am I doing? We want to pass in the name of the person. So the name that is going to be typed in the input here is what is going to be typed in, to be passed inside the document title, so that when I save this, we should be able to see iRecreate Linktree and then my name. And then if we change something, if we change this into what, like John Doe or John Smith, for example, then it is going to change into John Smith. Looking nice. That looks amazing. So now let me check whether we have any issues. I don't think we have any issues. So let me close this down, and then we can close all of this down, and then let me begin to commit this to GitHub. Okay, let's say this. Let's say git add public, and then git, okay, git commit, and I'm going to say template images, and then let's say git add tailwind.config.js. Let's say git commit, and I'm going to say tailwind config file, and then git add post css.config.js, and git commit post css config file, and then git add package. Both of them, what did we install? We installed Cloudinary React, and we also installed Axios. So I'm going to say git commit, and I'm going to say -m install Axios plus Cloudinary -react, and then inside the source folder, so cd inside the source folder, and then I'm going to say git add context, and I'm going to say git commit, and I'm going to say context, and then git add styles, so git add styles, git commit, and I'm going to say what, global styles, and then inside the pages we have app.js, so cd into pages, and I'm going to say git add profile.js, and git commit, and I'm going to say profile page, then git add index.js, git commit, and I'm just going to say entry file, then git add underscore app.js, and I'm going to say git commit, and this is just going to say like add context, and then outside of this, instead of components, I'm going to say cd back and then cd into components, and then I'm going to say get add form.js, get commit, and I'm going to say form get add image upload.js, get commit, and I'm going to say image, or rather upload profile image component, and then git add links.js and git commit, let's say links or links component, and then git add phone.js, git commit. I'm going to say what phone model component, and then I'm going to say git add templates.js and git commit, and I'm going to say templates. That looks okay. And then let's go ahead and create the repository for this. Let's close this down, and this one, and this one, because we no longer need it, and this one as well. We can just close everything down. Let's go into GitHub, and then let's create a new repository. And this new repository, we're going to say, call this Linktree, or let me say iRecreate-Linktree. Let me make this small r, iRecreate Linktree, and then it's a public repository, so create repository, and then let's copy this link, and I'm going to say git remote add origin and paste in this link, then git push -u origin main, which is going to push everything to our remote repository, and then we can take a look once it finishes. But as it is pushing, then let me also open Netlify so that we can deploy this. So let me deploy this one. So import an existing project from GitHub, and this one is called Linktree. So Linktree, let it search, and then this should finish, yes, so that when we reload this, then we should be able to see our repository. Look at that, looking nice. Okay, that looks okay. Now let's deploy. We are now deploying the iRecreate Linktree, this one. So let it run. This is our Next.js site. Yes, this is the correct one. So deploy site. And then let's change the site name here. What should I call this? Let me call this TsbSankara. Let me say iRecreate-Linktree. There we go. And then once it deploys, then we can take a look. And would you look at the time? It is 1:30 a.m. still awake making a YouTube video. So any support is greatly appreciated. So building, why is this taking so long? Okay, so it has finished. So let's take a look at this site. And would you look at that, we have this. And obviously, by the way, I forgot to mention, if you want to have colors, then all you have to do is create like a canvas for colors. So you can do that using Photoshop or Figma, and then you can just upload them as images, just as you have done for these templates. And I just realized that we have not fixed this. We have not fixed the height for these images. To fix this is very simple. All you need to do is just go inside the templates, inside your templates component, and then you just have to style this out, style out probably the article or something to have a fixed height so that this takes up the correct height. And I might do that, but I'm not going to do it in this video. And yeah, would you look at that? That looks amazing. It looks amazing. And so that is going to be the end of this video, and I really hope that you enjoyed this video. I really enjoyed this video. I really enjoyed creating this application. And any support that you show towards this video, any like, any comment, or any new subscription, I really do appreciate it, because as you can see, it takes a huge amount of time to create such videos. For example, right now it is now 1:33 a.m. So I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. So this is just after the fact. I've just realized that it is probably important if I do this on video. So I want to fix these images. And so I'm going to go inside my templates component. So inside here, and then I'm going to give these images a height of about 72, which is going to fix the height for all of them. But you can see that they are a bit just stretched out, and I want to increase the width to be full. So I'm going to say width dash full as well, which is going to make them full width. And then let me see if I say object cover here, what happens? Yeah, I think object cover works well. So that now at least we have like presentable templates, you know. Yeah, and that is all. That is just what I wanted to show. And of course, I'm going to commit this, and it is going to reflect on the website. Hello everyone. So it is only after finishing recording the entire video that I've realized we did not create templates for blank colors such as white, black, or whatever. So what I want to do in this video, which I'm not sure whether I'm going to put it at the start or in the middle of the video or at the end, in this video I want to create some templates, and what I'm going to do is I have Figma open, Figma, and inside here I'm just going to create a frame which is going to be like what, let's just use the iPhone 14, and this is too big actually, so we're just going to reduce it anyways, so maybe right around here, and we're going to create a couple of colors. So this is going to be the first one, is going to be white, so it can remain like that, and then we're going to create another one, and we can make it maybe like this color, and then we're going to create another one. So let's just create a bunch of them. The next one can be like the orange. You can create many templates like this, but I just want to create a couple of them so that I can add them into the video. Let's have green right around, like something like that, and then let's copy all of these downwards so that we can create more of them. So this next one is going to be this color, so right around here, let's make it even darker, or there. And then this one, select another color, we're going to take it here, okay. And then this one, we're going to bring it down all the way. This doesn't look nice. Let's do maybe pink or purple. Let's do purple, so about there. Let's use that one. And then finally we can have the red one that looks like a rose. So yeah, let's have that. And then I'm going to export all of these as images. So let's export this first one. And by the way, I'm going to export them into this project folder. Remember, we created a templates folder, so we're going to export them inside here. And so let me just do that. So this one, we're going to say preview. It's going to be a blank color, so it's white. So I'm going to export it as a PNG. So export this one. And then I want to export it inside these templates. So I'm just going to call this color-1, and then export this as well. Call this color-2, and this one we're going to call it color-3, and then this is going to be color-4. So color-4, this is going to be 5, so color-5, and then this is going to be 6, and then 7, and then 8. So when you're cloning the repository, you're going to find all of these templates inside, so you don't have to worry about them. And then once you have that, then we can close Figma. And then I'm already running my dev server on localhost 3000, so if I reload this, nothing's going to change. Probably shouldn't have reloaded it because now I've lost my template that I had here, but it's okay. So now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go back into our data.js file, and we're going to add in these images. So inside the source folder, inside, where is it? Where did we put it? Where did we put our data? Inside the templates. templates, or inside our context, so state.js, and we have our data here. So I want the colors to appear first, so I'm going to place them on top of this. So let's just copy this, paste it here, and then change this into color 1, and it is a PNG image. And then what we're going to do is we're going to copy this down 7 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to be 2, this is going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the 8 colors that we have. And then what I want is we can go ahead and save this. And when I save it and then I reload this, then all our colors should appear here. You can see that now we have the white template, we have this one, we have this one, and so on and so forth. And you can add more colors if you want. And then finally, after the colors, we have our images. So we can try to take a look at this. And you know what? Let me do this. I don't want this white color to be first. I want this white color to be somewhere like in the middle, so that this is going to be the default one. So let me bring this, cut it out, and let me place it somewhere like here after the 4th one. So save it and then reload this, so that now the color is going to appear here. So white is going to be here. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want that if someone just comes to this app and they just click on view profile, at least they're going to have like some kind of background color. That is the only reason why I've moved the white one here, so that it is not the default one. And then now let's try to upload all of this again. So let me choose a file here, and then let's go into random text generator, this one, so that we can get some bit of text which we can add in our bio. So copy this, paste it here. Let me add in my name. So here you can see that it looks quite nice. And then let's upload this. I forgot to upload it. Let's add in Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube for our links. And you can see that it looks quite nice. And we can view profile, and we have this. And of course it works the same way. So if you want this color, you can select it, you can view profile, and we have this, and so on and so forth. And that is how you can add different color templates. And by the way, you can also add gradients if you want. All you have to do is just create a gradient in Figma, for example, and then export it as a PNG image, and then you can reference it inside your workspace, inside your application, and you're going to have this. So this is looking quite nice, and I am very pleased with it. And yeah, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video, and welcome back to the channel. In this video we're going to be rebuilding the VeroSkills website. And VeroSkills is an online platform where you can learn how to code with the aid of instructors. And this video is not sponsored. So we're going to be using Next.js to build all of this out. They have an elegant website and it has some pretty cool layout, and we're also going to be building the login page as well as the sign up page, of course with no functionality to the database, but just because it actually looks very nice and it's a pretty easy build that we're going to be doing. We're going to be using Next.js. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to create our Next.js application. And so to begin right away, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my terminal, my command prompt, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop, and then into a folder on my desktop that is called YT videos. And then inside here, I'm going to create a new Next.js application. So create next app, and I'm going to call it VeroSkills-YT. And of course, let's remember that we need to go through these selections. So we don't want to use TypeScript. We want ESLint, we want Tailwind, we want the source directory. And then, wait, what? Okay, this is correct. Yes, we want the source directory and then the app router, and then we want the default. Okay, yeah. So let this run, and then once it finishes running, we are going to continue. So once that finishes running, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say code, and it is called VeroSkills-YT, and this is going to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder that we have just created. And you can say this is what we have for our workspace. We have the public folder, and we have the source folder as well as the app folder inside the source folder. And so the first thing that I want to do is I want to grab all the images that we're going to need. And so inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this images. And then inside this images folder, I'm going to go ahead and download all the images that we're going to need, and then I'm going to place them inside here. So in order to get them, all you need to do is just go ahead and clone the repository, and you're going to have access to these images. Okay, so I have all the images downloaded, and I've placed them inside this images folder, and you're going to be able to access them from the repository. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I noticed that on the login page or on the sign up page, there are these icons. So I want to go ahead and install a package that is called React Icons, which is going to help us to get those icons. So if this is going to load in, I'm going to say npm install, and it's called React Icons. And then we can let that run. And so the first thing that we're going to do is inside our app folder, we are going to go inside the page.js, and this is the default landing page that comes with Next.js. You can see that they're using Tailwind, but I want to go ahead and remove everything inside here all the way to the bottom. And then I just want to return an h1 that says hello world, hello world. And then we're going to have that. Let's go ahead and save it. We can remove this. And then when we save it, then let's go ahead and open up our terminal, and let's say npm run dev, which is going to open up our local development server on localhost 3000. And then we can just open it up in our web browser to see what we're going to have. And we should have only an h1 that says hello world. And there we go. You can see that we have hello world. Now, the reason why it is a dark screen is because in our style sheet, in our global CSS, we have light mode and dark mode enabled. So let's go ahead and just remove all of this because we no longer need it. And then let me check. We need to get a certain font here. So the font should be called, really? What am I doing? So the font is called HK Grotesque. I don't know whether we're going to be able to find that font. And this other one is called Inter. So let's go ahead into fonts.google.com, and then let's go ahead and search for HK Grotesque to see whether we're going to find it. No, it doesn't exist. So grotesque. We can use this one. This looks the closest to it. And then apart from that, we also, what are these? Remove. Let's go ahead and grab so this is for the heading. So we want a bold font for the headings. So for the headings, let's go ahead and grab the bold 700. And then let's go ahead and search for another font that is called Inter. And then for Inter font, we want to grab this one. We want the regular 400. So this one. And then let's use the import tab. Let's copy this. And then let's just paste it above. And then below this, we're going to specify for our new universal selector for the font family to be Inter with a fallback of sans serif. And then below this, we're going to specify the H1s, the H2s, the H3s, the H4s, H5, and H6 to have a font family that is called Hankin Grotesque with a fallback of sans serif. There we go. And then just to specify this, I mean, the font weight is already going to be bold because they're headings. And because we only have one font weight of 700 here, so they're going to be bold by default, but I just still like specify this. Now below this, let's specify the paragraphs to have a line height of about 1.8 to separate the lines out just a bit. And then for the body, we're going to specify a background color, and I'm going to grab this background color here using my tool here that is called Color Picker Eyedropper. So we're going to grab this color. Let me copy it, and then let me specify it here. And then the text is going to be white for the heading. So let's specify the color here to be white, but the text for the paragraphs is going to be just a bit different. So here, let me go ahead and grab, just to confirm something. Let's see if I can grab a font here, the color here. Let me grab this one. So copy and then paste it here. And then let's see, what else do we need for the global styles? We need this button. So the button, we're going to grab this color for the button, so copy. And then below this, I'm going to specify a class of btn, and I'm going to give it a background color of this. And then for the rest of the classes, I'm going to use @apply, which is a tailwind directive. And we can also place this inside the @apply, and I'm going to show you how. But for now, let me just say that we're going to have a padding on the y of 3 and a padding on the x of 8, with a very slight rounded border for the buttons, with a text of white for the color, and then a font of bold. I don't know whether that is going to apply. And then on hover, let's give it a slight box shadow. And then on hover, we want the shadow to be this very same color. So let me just copy this here. And then let me see, let's have a transition of all the properties with a duration of 150 milliseconds. And if you want to add in this background color in the @apply, all you have to do is say bg and then pass this inside parentheses. So you can just cut it out and place it like this. And that's how you add in your own custom colors or whatever in Tailwind. So let's go ahead and save this. And then inside the page.js, once I save that, you'll notice that this should now go back to white. If it does, but it doesn't go back to white for some reason. Oh wait, we specified this here. So if I disable it, then it's going to go back to white, right? And then we can enable this because this is our background color. And then now let's go ahead and do this. Let's change this title, right? So the way you do that in Next.js version 13 is inside the layout. You can just go ahead and change your title here. And let me see what the title is. It just says Vero Skills. So Vero Skills. And then we can leave the description as it is, but you can change it if you want. This is going to change the meta description. And then this is going to just remain like that. Okay. So let's save it. Now back inside page.js, and I've just realized something. We could have done this for the fonts, and actually the interfont is the default font that comes with Next.js version 13. So having this inside here, where is it? Having this inside here actually does nothing, because we can remove it, and when we remove it, this is going to apply for the text. So you can have it inside here or you can remove it. It doesn't really matter. Just make sure that if you have it in your CSS, then you come and remove it from here so that it doesn't affect your styles. Now let's go ahead and let's begin building this out. So the first thing that we need to do is just place this to the left and place this to the right, so that they're going to go like so. And then I've just realized that let's go back into our CSS just for a moment. Inside here, let's say @apply, and let's apply a padding on the X of of 4, and a padding on the Y of 8, just to push all of this inwards and downwards just a bit. And then I'm going to give it a max width of about 7XL, just so that it doesn't push all the way to the end. And you're going to be able to see it once I add in the margin here. So MX auto, we should now bring it somewhere here. There we go. So that now it doesn't limit all the way to the end. And I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. Now let's go ahead and begin building this out. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my workspace here, and then inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components. And then inside components, we want to first build out our header on top. So we want to build this out first. So here, let's create a new file called header.js. And because we're using Next.js, this doesn't have to be capital. It can be small. So you can call it header.js. Just make sure that when you are initializing your component, you make this capital. So we're going to have that. And then inside our header, we're going to do this. We want to return, first of all, the header element. And then we're going to get a div. And then inside this div, we're going to get our image component. And then the image, the source for this image is going to be coming from the logo, which we're going to get. And then when you're using the image component, you need to specify a width as well as a height. So the width for this, I just want to specify a width of about 100. And then the height for this, I'm going to specify a height of about 30. Now let's go ahead and get this. So let's say we're going to import the logo from, and it's coming from @/images/logo. logo.svg. Is it an svg image? Yes, it is. So logo.svg, and then oops, and then I can just reference it inside here and say get the logo. And when I save this, I can go into my page.js, and then now instead of returning an h1 that says hello world, I can just return a fragment here and then return the header component, and then make sure to import it from components header. And then when I save it, then we should be able to see our logo somewhere. So image is not defined, we need to import image. So just say control spacebar. You can just click here and say control spacebar. It's going to give it this drop down, and then we want to import this image that is coming from next image. And then when I save it, then we should be able to see it here once it reloads. And it still says image is not defined. What's the problem? Really? Okay, so I found out the reason why we were getting that error, and the reason is right here. Remember how the first file I created was a header.js, but it was capital? So in our page.js, which is our main file, I referenced that file, which I later deleted and renamed to a smaller capital H. So this is referencing the wrong file, and therefore it is updating the wrong component. So what you need to do is just change this into a small h, and then save it. And then now we can go back into our header.js just to make sure that this is working. And then we can try to add in some bit of text, so learn 20. And then once it reloads, then we should be able to see it right there. And so now let's continue building out our header. So let's remove this, and then let's check out the design. So we need this part and this part. Let's actually check how this looks on mobile. And on mobile it looks like, so only the login, we can only see the login on mobile. And just check this out. Okay, so let's do this. We want these three items to be inside separate containers, so that when we use flex on them, we can display them as justify between, and then they're going to appear as 1, 2, and 3. So the way we do that is by adding in a nav here, which is going to be for our navigation. And then we're going to have 3 list items here. They're not going anywhere, so we can have them as list items, or you can have them as buttons. And then the first one says recruitment, and then the second one says learning, and then finally community. And then after this UL, I want to have a div with 2 buttons. So I can have it as a div or as a UL actually. Let me use a UL with 2 list items, and then I want them to be buttons as well. And then this first button says login, and then the second button says get started. Is it capital S? Okay, small s, get started. Okay, so we have that as our header. We can save it, and then this is what we're going to have on the screen right here. It is blacked out currently, so let's fix that. We're going to go inside the header, and then we're going to give the header a class name of flex and item center and justify between, which is going to bring all of this up to somewhere here. So it's right here, but you can't see it, so let's change the text to white. And then we're going to do that is we're going to go inside our CSS, and right where we have, actually no, let me just declare it where. Let me go below this. Let me say that for the UL, I want the list style type to be none, so that we don't have any bullets. And then for the list items, I want the color to be white. So it is going to change this color into white so that we can actually see what we are doing. And then let's continue to style this out in our header.js. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to be inside this UL, and we want to give this UL a class name of flex, which is going to cause this to go into raw form right there, if it does sometime today. Oh, I haven't saved it. So right there. And then we want to add a gap of about 8 to separate out all these items so that they're going to be separate. Let me see how this looks. Yeah, it does look okay. We can use 8 or 10. I think 10 is much better. And then we want to increase, perhaps maybe increase the font size of this text, but you can have it as it is, there's no problem. And then let's do the same for this bottom UL. So we're going to say give this a class name equals to flex, and then a gap of 10, gap dash 10. and then we're going to have this on the screen. So let's tell out this second button. This needs to have a bold font as well as this one, and then this needs to be styled in the following way. So let's do the first one because the first one is easier. Let's give this a class name of font bold, and then on hover we want to reduce the opacity to about 75, because as you can see that when we hover over this, then the opacity reduces. So that's basically what we are doing here, right here. And then let's add a slight transition to it. So I'm going to say transition dash opacity, and then we're going to say for a duration of 150 milliseconds, so that we're going to have a slight transition right there. And then for this second button, we're going to say give this a class name, and we're going to say give it a border all around. So border, it's going to do this. Let me see. Okay, and then let's say border slate dash 600. Is that a correct one? Maybe let's use 400, and then actually not 700. Yeah, let's work with 700. Let's give it a padding on the y of about what 2, a padding on the x of 4, a rounded of large, and then on hover we want the bg to be white, the background to be white, and then on hover we want the text to be slate dash 800. Actually, is it even slate 800? It's not slate 800. It's not slate 800. On hover we want the color to be what? I think this one. Let's copy this, and then inside our header we're going to remove this and then just add this inside some square brackets, and the text is going to take that color on hover. And then let's change this into font bold. So font dash bold, let's say transition dash all, with a duration of 150 milliseconds, so that it just transitions inside nicely. Okay, I don't like this slate color, so let me do this. Let's copy this, and then on the border slate let's substitute it here, and then let's add some opacity here about 99. Let me see how that looks. That's barely visible. Oh wait, or I can't do that. I probably can't do that, so let's just reduce this a bit. Barely visible, still barely visible. Let's reduce it even more, maybe there. And still not yet. How about that? Let's just work with that. Let's work with that. Yeah, let's just work with that. Now let's fix this. See how the button moves upwards? It's because I've added padding on this button, and this needs to be aligned to the center. So the way you fix that is just by going here and saying items dash center, which is going to bring it downwards right there. So that is our header complete. Now we just need to deal with our hero section. So for the hero section, I'm going to go inside my components. I'm going to create a new file here that is called hero.js. And then inside the hero.js, I'm going to say rfc. And then I'm going to change this into a capital H. And then I'm going to return a fragment first of all. Oops. A fragment. And then inside this fragment, I want to return a section with 2 articles. So the first article is going to be this text that we have here. So let me see. Yeah, we're going to have the text. So the text is an H1 that says this. So let me copy this and paste it here. But notice how this image needs to be added inside. I want to try and see whether I can add this inside a superscript. So this superscript is going to house our image, and the image, the source for this is going to be from the stars that we're going to import. The width for this is going to be about 80, and the height is also going to be about 80. And then let's go ahead and import the image. So we're going to say import stars from art/images / and it should be called stars.svg. So stars.svg. And then below this, sorry, not below, oh wait a minute, yes, below this we want to get our paragraph, and that is my phone ringing. Okay, so let's continue. I was copying this, and then I'm going to paste it below our h1 inside the paragraph, and then below the paragraph, and that is my phone again. And now let's continue again. So below our paragraph, we want to go ahead and add in this button. And this button has a nice hover effect. See where it looks kind of like a neon background. So below this, we're going to add in a button, and I'm going to create a custom class here. Did I create it? A btn, this one, that's the one I want. So a button with a class of btn, and this button says book a demo. And then let's go ahead, and below this article, we're going to create another article, which is going to be this image. So for this image, we're going to add it inside an image tag. The source for this is going to be the hero that we're going to import. And then the width for this is going to be, I'm going to give it a huge width. So I'm going to say 1920, even though I know that this is not 1920. And let me just say, let's say 1200 for the sake of it. And then the height is also going to be, let me see, this is almost square, right? Or is it? I think it is. So let's give it a height of 1200 as well. And then let's go ahead and import this image. So below, let's just copy this down, change this to hero. And then this image should be called what? Hero.png. So hero.png. And I've just realized we need to import this as well. So let's go ahead and say import image. Is it a named import? Is it a named import or what? Let me confirm something. How do I import it? So it's this one. Copy and paste it here. And then below this image, we want to go ahead and add in this text. So let's copy this text. Let's add it inside a paragraph. And we're going to make this paragraph just slightly bigger. So let's save this. And then inside our page.js, let's go ahead and render the hero. Make sure you import it on top. And then save it. And let's see what we have on the screen. And we have that. There we go. So looking nice. So everything is working correctly. Now let's just go ahead and begin to style all of this out. Now I want to style it out using the mobile version first. And I just realized we didn't do that for the header. So we're going to fix that as well. So let me place this side by side, and then let's go back into our hero.js file. And then inside this h1, let's go ahead and give it a class name of text-4xl for mobile screens. And then for large screens, we're going to say text-6xl. And then we're going to give it a margin on the bottom of 8 to push away from this text from the paragraph text. And then for this one, I'm going to give it a class name and say that for large screens, then the text should be large just to make it slightly bigger. And then let's also give it a margin bottom of 8 to push away from this button. And then for the button, I think, you know what, not even for the button, but on this parent article, we're going to give it a class name, and we're going to say text-center, which is going to push everything to the center when I save it right around there. Okay. Now I just realized that this is a mistake because I want this to come here. So even on large screens, this behaves like a block element. I don't want that to happen. So the way we're going to fix that is this. We're going to go inside the superscript, going to give it a class name, and I'm going to give it a class name of inline. So display inline. There you go. And that should bring it somewhere here or not. Is it because of the width? Let's reduce this width to 60 maybe. Let me see how that looks. Okay, so it doesn't behave as I'm expecting. Let me put it on hold for a moment so that I can fix these other things. Now, inside the parent article, I want to add a margin on the bottom of 8, or of 16 rather, to push it away from this second article, which has this image, so that there's a bit of space here. And then on this paragraph, which is this one, I'm going to give it a class name of text white and text large to make it bigger than this other paragraph and to make it whiter. And then I'm also going to say font bold. And then I'm going to give it a margin on the Y of 8 to push it downwards just a bit and to add a bit of margin on the bottom as well. And then let me say, is it centered? It is centered. So I'm going to say text-center. Text center to center it. And then what I want to do is on large screens, I want to give it a text of XL just to make it a bit bigger, so that when I increase this to larger screens, then we're going to have this growing bigger. And in fact, it's even bigger. So let's say 3XL. So let me say not 3, but 2XL. or maybe 3XL. Maybe. Yeah, we can work with that. We can work with that, and then we need to increase the line height just a bit. Now let me limit all of this so that this doesn't go so much to the ends. This max width needs to be a bit smaller. I'm just realizing. So let me see. Let's go ahead and say that for this section, we're going to give it a class name and say that the max width for this is going to be 3XL. How large is that? How large is that? Oh, max width, not max 3XL. Max width dash 3XL. A bit too small. Let's say 4XL. Maybe. How does 5XL look like? I think let's use 5XL, and then let me give it an MX of auto, so margin on the left and right of auto, which is going to push this to the center. That looks nice. And then let's give it a padding on the Y of 20 to push it downwards just a bit. Let me see. This text is bigger, so we need this to be bigger as well. Let me place this full screen for a moment. So this part here, I'm going to say that for 2XL screens, then the text should be 7XL, just to make it a bit bigger. Now, why isn't this coming here? Display inline, or let me remove this, and then let me go inside the H1, because the H1 is the parent, and then let me display this as a flexbox. What happens to this? Okay, that happens. I did not want that to happen. And so you know what? Instead of this being a superscript, let me change it into a span. Let me see how it looks. And that happens. Now let me remove this class of flex. And this happens. And so you know what? I know that Next.js does allow us to style this image component. So let me try something. Let's go inside this image component. Give it a class name of inline. What happens to that? And okay, now let's do this. Right after this part, let's add in a line break. So line break like so, and this should break the line here so that it comes here. There we go. Would you look at that? And even on mobile, this is how it's going to look. Now I want to reduce the size of this image. Maybe let me go, where's the image? Here. Let's reduce this to 40, and we should have something. Okay, that's too small. Let's say 50. And then for the image, I want to give it a negative margin on the top so that it moves upward just a bit. So I'm going to say minus margin top of 8, which is going to push it upwards just a bit. There we go. That's looking nice. And then I want to increase the line height for this H1. It's too tight. So let me go here and say leading dash what? Leading what? 8 maybe? How does that look? No difference. Leading dash 10. How does that look? No difference, really? Then let's say leading dash what? Relaxed. Is this even working? Is this even working? Really? I don't think that's working, maybe because of the classes we have added inside here. So let me not dwell on that too much, but I do want to fix this paragraph because this paragraph shouldn't go all the way to the end. So let's go inside here, and then let's give this a max width of XL maybe. Let me see how small that is. Okay, and then let's say MX auto, which should now center it here. There we go. That's looking nice. It should be bigger, so let me say this. Let me say that for large screens, then the text should be 2XL. How big is that? I think that's actually almost the same size. It's almost the same size. And then let me give it a custom style here and say line height, and then set this to 2. Let me just see whether I can change that up a bit. And 2 is a bit too much, so let's say 1.8. So 1.8. And not, by the way, I just realized that I can probably do this to this heading as well. So let me paste it here, and then let me just save it as 1.8 to see whether there's going to be any difference. Okay, that is too big. Let's say 1.4. Reduce it just a bit. Yeah, I think 1.4 works. 1.4 does work. And then now for this part, we don't need to do anything because this is already looking nice as it is. Now we can move on to the next sections, which are these three of them. So for this one, let me just say I'm going to create a component that is called grids. So here I'm going to say a component that is called grid, and that is my phone once again. And so inside grid, let's go ahead and say RFC once again, and then change this to a capital G, and then let's return a fragment. Now the way we're going to structure this is we want to build out one part of this. So because we know that this is one grid, and then there's another one, and then this is another one. So rather than building all of them out at once, I want to build one of them, and then we're just going to copy paste and then change the directional layout. So the way we're going to do that is we want to create a parent for all of this, and then we're going to create an article inside here and another article which is going to house our image and our text. And you can use articles or you can use divs. I just prefer to use articles so that it gives me some kind of hierarchy. So we're going to say this section is going to be the parent for all of them all the way to the bottom. And then inside here, we're going to have individual divs. Now the divs are going to be the containers for this section. So one of this section is a div, and then this other section is a div, and then the third one here is also a div. Now what we want to do is inside these divs, we want to have two articles. So the first article in this case is going to be the h2 that has this. So let me copy that and say an h2 is going to be this. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph, which is this. So copy and paste. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button with a class of btn that says start learning. And then we're going to have another article, which is going to be this image. So below this article, let's create another article. We're going to give it the image component. The source for this image, I'm just going to call it grid1. And then the width for this is going to be 700. And the height for this is also going to be 700. Now let's go ahead and import this image. So I'm going to say import grid1 from not components, but images / layout1.png. And then let's also remember to import the image component. So import, if I can type it, so import image from next / image. And then let's save this, and then inside our page.js, let's go ahead and render the grid, and then we should be able to see something on the screen, even though it is going to look horrible. So we're going to have that, and then our image loads in. So that looks nice. Now let's begin to style it out. So we know that on mobile, we want it to look like it's stacking one on top of the other, beginning with the image and then this one. So the way we're going to do that is I'm going to open this up, and then inside our grid, we want our image to start first. So this technically needs to come on top. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to give this a class name of flex, which is going to place them in raw form by default. So we don't want this to happen. So we're going to say flex column, but flex column is going to place the text first. We want the image to come first. So we want the order to be reversed. So we're going to say flex column reverse, which is going to bring the image on top, and then the text is going to be on the bottom, as you can see. And then we're going to say item center just to center it well. So items center. And then inside the h2, let me give this a class name of, and I'm going to say text-3xl, and then flat screens text-5xl. And then on this paragraph, and I just realized that the paragraphs, I misjudged them. So what I'm going to do is inside our global CSS where we have our paragraphs, I want to give them a custom font size of 20 pixels, which is just going to make all the paragraphs a bit larger. And we're going to have that's looking much better. Now let's go back into our grid, and then inside the h2, let's give it a margin bottom of 8, which is going to push it downwards. And you know what, I also want a margin on top. So instead of this saying bottom, I'm going to say margin y, which means margin on the y axis of 8. which is going to push it downwards just a bit. And then on this paragraph, we're going to say give this a class name as well, and say margin bottom of 8, which is going to push it downwards from this button. Now, once we have that, we just need to duplicate this for the second and the third ones. Now, I do realize that this looks horrible, but I don't want to fix it just yet. I just want to add in this remaining articles. So let me copy this, and you know what, that's even the wrong one. Copy this div, copy, and then paste it 1 and then 2. And then let's begin to change the text. So the text for this second one says this, so copy and then paste it here, and then copy this text and then paste it here. And this needs to be inside another paragraph, so let's place another paragraph here. And then this, when you say this yellow thing here, remember to change it into an actual apostrophe, otherwise Next.js is going to give you issues when you're deploying it. And then the button here says, oh, this one doesn't have a button, so let's remove this button. And then let me see, we have the image, that the image now needs to say grid 2 so that we get the second image. So let's just go ahead and import all 3 images. So change this to grid 2, change this to grid 3, change this to layout 2, and this to layout 3. And then we can go ahead and change this into grid-3. And then let's change the text. So the text for this one says this. It doesn't have an H2, so we can remove the H2. And then the paragraph text says this one, so paste it in. And that looks okay. Let's remove this space. And it doesn't have a button either, so let's remove this button. And then the image is going to be this one. And then this part just says ready to dive in. So let's go ahead and save our work, and then let's see what we have on the screen once it loads in, and we should be able to see an image here and then another image here. I'm just realizing that this text is a bit too big, this one, so let's reduce it. So everywhere that we have text 5XL, let's remove it. And then here as well, let's remove 5XL. So it's going to be just a bit smaller. Now, the way we want to do this is we are going to go ahead and say, and by the way, you've realized this horizontal scrolling, that is because of the header that we have on top. It's because of this part. We're going to fix it in a moment. Now, we know that on mobile, the images come first, right? So that's looking okay. Now, what I want to change is I just want to increase the gaps, maybe just to increase the gaps a bit, and then maybe push the text inwards. So the way you can do that is we can just go inside this section, give this a class name of grid, and grid columns -1, grid columns -1 with a gap of 8, gap of 8, just to separate out the content just a bit. Not so much, but just a bit. And then let's center all of this text. So let's go inside this section once again, and let's just say text-center, which is going to center all of this text right there. And then on large screens, I want the text to go back to the left. And then now we can begin to style this out for large screens. Now for large screens, the way we're going to do this is we're going to go inside this first div, and then I'm going to say that for large screens, then the flex should go back into row, which is going to restructure, where is it? This one. Now let me see. Flex row, what does it do? Flex row does this. Now see how this text is just too much. It's expanding all the way to here. The way you fix that is by going inside the parent elements, the ones that have flex on them, which means the articles here, and giving this a class name of flex-1, which means flex grow 1. It takes up 50% of the container in which it is placed, and then doing the same thing on the second item. And when I do that, then it's going to resize. So that's looking okay. That's looking okay. And then let's increase this gap. So right around here, let me say that for large screens, then the gap should be 16, which is just going to increase this gap just a bit. And then let's go ahead and say for the second, where is it? For this second one, come on, where's that class? I just wrote it off, this one. So just going to copy these classes and then place them on this div, and then also place them on this div because it's basically the same thing. And then we're going to go ahead and copy this class of flex1. So copy this one, paste it on this article, and then on this article, and then paste it on this article, and then paste it on this article. Save it, and we should be having something like this. Would you look at that? Looking terrible. Now, what we want to do is this image needs to come here. So the way we do that is, for this second div, is we don't say flex row here, but we say flex row reverse for large screens, which is going to bring the image here and then the text here. And that's that. Would you look at that? Looking nice, nice, nice. And then now the next thing that we need to do is we need to build out this part, so ready to dive in. And for that, you know what? Because I don't want to create a separate component for this, so let me just go below this section, and then below this section, I'm going to create another section with an h2 that says this text. So copy and paste it in. And then below this h2, I'm going to have a button with a class of btn that says join community. And then let me see, actually that's it. So we can save it, and then on the bottom we should be able to see this part. So let's go inside this section, give it a class name of text center, and then on this h2 we're going to say give this a class name, and I'm going to say text-4xl, and then for large screens text-6xl with a margin bottom of 8 to push away from the button. And we are going to have that. Would you look at that? It's looking nice. And then let's have a padding on the y of 20 here, just so that it can push away from this top part and then from the bottom part as well. And then let's go ahead and create our footer. Now our footer looks pretty decent, so let's go ahead and create a new component here called footer.js, and then let's say rfc, change this to capital F. Now for our footer, we're going to do this. We're going to return a fragment and then a footer element. And then for the footer element, we want to add our image. So I'm going to add a div here, and then add in the image component. The source for this is going to be the logo, which I'm going to import. The width for this is, I can't remember what I used on the header, so let me check. So I used 150 and 150. So let me just copy this, paste it here. And you know what, let me just also copy these two because I know we're going to need them. Change the order, and then let me paste them here and change the order. And then below this div, we're going to have terms of use and privacy policy. So we're going to have a UL with two list items, which are going to be buttons because they're not linking anywhere in our website. So I'm going, the first one says terms of use, and this is camel. And then the second one says privacy policy. And then below this UL, we're going to have another UL. Is it a UL? Actually, no, it's a paragraph. Let's have it because it's basically text. So let's just copy and paste it here. So copyright, and we're going to have that. So let's save it, and then let's go inside our page.js. Let's render our footer. And then we should be able to see our footer somewhere here. There we go. So let's style this out. So to begin, we're going to go inside the footer. We're going to give it a class name, and I'm going to say border on the top, and then I'm going to say border. So now let me say border top just to see where it's going to go. Should be right there. Now I don't want this white color, so I'm going to say border dash slate dash maybe like 700. So there's our border, and then let's give it a padding on the y of 8 to push away from this border and to add a bit of spacing here. And then for the footer, how does this look on mobile? Let me check. So it's basically a flexbox. So we're going to do this. We're going to say display this as a flexbox with flex wrap, so that when it reaches the end, of the screen, then it's automatically going to go into the next line. And then I'm going to say justify between and items dash center. And then for this second one, I'm going to say give this a class name of flex with a gap of 8, gap dash 8. And we're going to have that. Would you look at that, looking nice, nice, nice. And then I want to reduce the size of this paragraph. So for this one, I'm going to say give this a class name, and I'm going to say text dash small. Actually, small is a bit too small, yeah. So let's say text base, which is the normal 16 pixels, and we're going to have that. And on mobile, this is how it looks. So when it reaches the end, because of flex wrap here, because of flex wrap, when it reaches the end, it automatically goes into the next line so that you don't have something like this. So add in flex wrap, and it's going to take up the actual space of the text that you have, and then when it reaches the end, it goes into the next line. Obviously now we just need to separate out this a bit, so we can do that by just adding a gap of about 4 here, which is going to push this downwards. There we go. So this is our mobile site looking nice. All you need to do is just fix this top part. So for the top part, let's go back into the header. We know that all of this doesn't show on mobile. So for the nav, we're going to give this a class name, and we're going to say that by default it's going to be hidden, but on large screens we want it to be a block element. And I don't know whether this should be large screens or medium screens, because medium screens should be able to contain all our text. So once you hide that, you can see that now this shows up almost correctly, but you know that on mobile this doesn't show up either. So we can do the same thing on the second button. So copy this, and on this second button, actually let me just copy these classes, so this ones, and then let's paste them here, which is going to do the same thing on the second button right there, so that now I can increase this on medium screens. Actually not, yeah, this still looks ugly, so let me just say this should be on large screens, and then this one should be on large screens, so that now when I increase it, so this is how it looks on mobile, this is how it looks on tablet, and then on computer screens, then the navigation bar appears. That's looking okay, that's looking okay. Now the next thing that we need to do for this project is I want us to build the login page, which is here. So the login page is this one right there. So I just want us to build a simple form here, adding these buttons, and then this entire thing is an image. So we're just basically adding in this image. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and create a new page here. Now the way we create pages in Next.js is we just go ahead and add them inside our app folder. So inside our app folder, if I go ahead and add in a new page that is called sign-in, I should not, that's actually the wrong way to do it. Let me create a new folder. I can create a new folder. So let me explain this a bit better so that I don't even confuse myself. So if I were to create a new folder here and I call this folder login, then inside this login page, I would need to have a file that is called page.js, which is going to act as the entry point for the login page. So that if I say RFC here and I change this into a capital P, and I call this login page, if I save it, and then I go into a route that is called /login, which is the name of my folder. If I go into this route, then if it works, I should be able to see login page as the text, which is right here. See that right there? So this is basically the same logic that we want to use for the sign-in page. So we're going to change this. We're going to rename this. Let me rename it into sign-in. And then the page.js inside is going to remain, but I want to change this into sign-in. And then let me change this. I should not, this should remain as page, and then this is going to say sign in page, and then now this is going to break because this part no longer exists, right? So if I go ahead and go into this sign in page, then I should be able to see sign in here. So that's basically the same thing that I want to do. Now inside the sign in page, I want to go ahead and add our header. Actually, do we need our header? We don't need our header. So what we need to do is, instead of rendering this, we want to first get our image. So I'm going to say import image from next image, and then I want to get our actual image. So I'm going to say import hero from art /images / what did I call it? I called it login.svg. So I call it login.svg, and then let me go ahead and return a fragment here. And then I'm going to return a section. Now this section is going to be 2 articles. So the first article is going to be the form part, so this part, and then the second article is going to be this one. So let me add in first the image, because the image is the easier one. So image, and then I'm going to say the source for this is going to be the hero that I've just imported, and then the width for this is going to be 1400, and then the height for this is going to be maybe like what, 1200. Now when I save this, we should be able to see something here, which is our big image showing up. There we go. So there is our image showing up. Now let's go ahead and start to build out our form. Now this height of 1200 is a bit too big, so let me reduce it to 900. I think that should reduce it, or something, hopefully. So let's go ahead and inside here, I want to create a UL with 3 list items, and these 3 list items are going to be buttons. Now they're going to be buttons for these 3 buttons. So we know, I think I installed a package that is called React Icons right here. If you did not install it, just go ahead and open up your terminal and say npm install react-icons, and it's going to install it for you. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and grab these 3 icons, or rather these 2 icons. So let me go into React Icons. I can't remember the link to their website, but it's going to open up anyway. So React Icons, let's open this up. I want to get the GitHub icon, and I can use, which one is close enough? I can use this one. I can use this one. So let me use this one. So you can just click on it, which is going to copy it to your clipboard. And then inside here, I want to go ahead and render our icon as a component, and remember to import it. So let's say import this, and remember it is a named import, so it needs to be inside curly brackets. This is coming from React Icons /AI, because that is the name of the icon. And then let's go ahead and say we want to get the Google icon. So Google, we're going to grab this one. So FC Google, once again render it as a React component, and then let's go ahead and say import FC Google from React Icons /FC. And then below this, we don't need any other icon. We don't need another one because this one doesn't have an icon. So let me just go ahead and say this, the text for this says Google, this one says GitHub, so GitHub capital H, and then this one says user login. Now obviously this form is not going to be functional for us, so we're just building up the UI. Now below this article, once we have that, we're going to have in this paragraph here, so let me add it. Let me just add it below this and say a paragraph that says or, and then below this we're going to create a div, and then this div is going to be the parent for our form. So inside this div we want to create a form that has no action, and then inside this form we want to create an article, and then we're going to have a label, and the label is going to be this right here, so email, so label for email, and the text says email with an asterisk. And then below this we're going to have an input with a type of email, with a name of email, with an ID of email, with a placeholder text that says enter email address. And then we can close this out, and we can set it to required just to add in some bit of HTML5 validation. And then let's copy this and paste it downwards. This second one no longer says email, this one says password. So just say Control D, which is going to select every corresponding word or corresponding similar word, and then change this to password, and then change this to a capital P password. And then we're going to have a button here that says sign in. But notice how this says forgot password. This is a link. We can add it in by doing a bit of restructuring. Once again, we can grab this, and you know what? I can do this. I can say that this is going to be a paragraph, and then place in our label, and then place in a span here that says forgot password. And you know what, rather than being a span, let's set it to be a button so that it is clickable. So paragraph, and then the label, and then the button, so that when I display flex on this, then it's going to place this end to end. And then below this we're going to have a button with a class of btn. Now I know the class of btn is going to be orange, but I don't want to style this with another button class. You can do that if you want. And then the button type here is going to be submit, and then here the text is just going to say sign in. Now I'm going to go ahead and save this. Hopefully nothing breaks, and we should be able to see our form somewhere on top. There we go. So there it is. Now let's go ahead and begin to do all this out, to style it out. The first thing I want to do is I want this to display as a grid, so 2 items. So I'm going to go inside this section, give this a class name, and I'm going to say display this as a grid with grid columns -2 with a gap of 8 maybe, which is going to bring this here and here. That's looking okay. And then let me go ahead and say what items the center. Is it item center or place item center? Okay, that works. Now remember we added what did we add? We added something on the body. We added a max width on the body. This one, see this right here? This is now messing us up because this image needs to go to the end. So if I remove it, then it should fix this, where it fixes it. But if I go back to the home page, then our home page now breaks. The home page is this one. So our home page now technically breaks. See how our header looks like? And now look at this. So we should fix that as well. That means that now I don't need to add this on the body, but I need to add it inside components. Now an easy way to do this is, let's just go ahead and copy this style. So copy and then cut this out. And then inside our page.js file, so inside here, we are going to add in a div and then give this div these class names. Class name. So that now these components are going to have these limits on them. So that now if I go back to the home page, then this doesn't need to be here. Once it resets, then the home page goes back to normal. And then if I go into the sign in page, sign in, then our sign in page no longer takes up these classes, and then we can style it out as we want. So let's go ahead and do that. So now let's save this, and then inside our sign in page, and I should probably build this for mobile first. How does this look on mobile? Okay, so on mobile, the image disappears and then this is centered. But on desktop, the image appears. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's just go ahead and inside the second article, this one. So let's add a space. We're going to say that on mobile, by default, we want it to be hidden. And then on large screens, we want it to be a block element. So that now on smaller screens, right around here, the image is hidden. I mean, is this going to reset sometime today? Okay, there we go. So it is hidden. And then we can begin to style this out actually, because we need this to be centered. So let me go inside our article, maybe our article. And this should no longer be 2, but this should be 1. And not, I don't even need this to be here because it's the only item anyways. And then we don't need this gap, but I can say that for, not for large screens, but I can say place item center. And that should bring it to the center, does it? Okay, that brings it to the center, but then I can add a height of screen here, which is going to bring it to the center. Because a height of screen is 100 viewport heights, so it takes up 100 viewport heights and then places the content to the perfect center. So let's go inside this URL, give this a class name, and we're going to say this class name is going to be flex and then item center, and then justify center with a gap of 2. And then for this button, we're going to give this a class name of bg blue dash 600, and then text dash white, and then padding y of 2, padding x of 4, rounded dash large. And then what? On hover, we want the bg to be blue dash 700. And then let's add a transition of all and a duration of 150 milliseconds, which is going to change this into a blue color. There we go. And then we need this icon and the text to be on the same line. So first of all, let's reduce this to text dash small. And then we can now change this to a flexbox, which is going to bring this one into raw form. And then to push this image downwards, the icon downwards just a bit, let's say items just center, and then let's add a gap of 2 just to separate it out from this text. We're going to have that. And then now let's copy the class names of this button and paste them here, and then paste them here. But for this third button, we don't need these class names of flex, so we can remove them. And then we don't need what? The third one actually is transparent. So the third one is transparent. So for the third one, on hover, we want the opacity to be 75. And then here we want the BG to be transparent, BG transparent. And then we want to have a border, and then a border, a border dash blue dash 600. That should do it. So let's save it, and then let's see. And we have that looking nice, nice, nice. And then for this one, let's give this a class name. So class name, let's say text dash small and text dash center and margin y of h, which is going to bring this somewhere here, and add a margin on the top and bottom. And then for this form, we want the label here to have a class name of text white and font bold and text small, and then margin bottom of 2 to push away from the input just a bit. And then we want it to be a block element so that it comes on top of the input. There we go. And then let me copy these class names and place them on the second label, which is this one right here, and save it, which should now bring this label there. Okay. And then once we have that, how do this input look like? So the inputs are slightly gray. Okay. So let's do this. For the input, I'm going to give it a class name and say BG slate 400. And the placeholder text is going to say placeholder dash slate dash 600. And then let's say padding y of 2 and padding x of 4 on the input with a rounded border, with a border and a border of slate dash 600. Let's save that. And then the width should be full as well. So width dash full. This color looks ugly. It looks ugly. So let's say this, because it is ugly. Let's say BG slate, what, 600? Is it the opposite? BG slate 600, and then the placeholder slate 400. I don't want to do a lot of optimization for it, so I'm just going to leave it at that for the inputs. And then let me copy these classes and paste them on this bottom input for the password. And then we are going to go inside the form. Remember, the form has one article and then this other article and then the bottom. So I want to do this. I want to give this a class name, and I'm going to say display this as a flex box with flex column with a gap of 4 to separate out this part just a bit. There we go. And actually separates out even the button. So let me increase this to maybe 6. I think 6 should be okay. Now we have this sorted and we have this sorted, so we need this to come here. So remember how we placed it inside the paragraph right here? We're going to go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text white, and then flex, and then item center, and then justify between, which is going to bring this here and right there. And then I'm going to reduce this to text small, which is going to reduce the size of this. I don't know whether it affects this. It doesn't. And then for here, let me say margin bottom of 2, so that now I can remove this from here, and I can also remove this, and then I can also remove this, because the label here should take up the classes of the parent, and the parent in this case is the paragraph. There we go. Looking nice. And then let me see. So this is the password, and then this is the sign in button. So that's actually it for the mobile. Now we just need to scale this up for large screens, so right around here. Now here we need this. So this looks like a flex box. It doesn't look like a grid. So let me place this full screen, and then we're going to go inside here, and we're going to say that for large screens we want this to be a flex box. What happens? That happens. Okay. And then we're going to say this. This is an issue. Let me just use grid. So for large screens, because we already have grid here, I can say that for large screens, then the grid column should be 2. And then actually, would you look at that? That actually fixes it. I mean, we can get this to move a bit to the left so that it looks closer to the design, but this looks okay as well. So would you look at that? Now, all we need to do is just link our navigation so that when you click on the login or the get started button, then it goes into the sign-in page. So the way we do that is by going inside the header. So inside our header file, we need to import link. So import link, capital L, from next/link, which is basically the href in Next.js. And then on the login now, this is no longer going to be a button, but it's going to be a link. And it takes in an href, and the href for this goes into the sign-in. So that we can actually do this. And you know what? We can do that for this one as well. So link, and then href is going to be /sign-in. And then save it. And then now when I click on this, once it reloads, hasn't it reloaded? There we go. So that when I click on this, now it goes into this page. And then I can go back. Now this page doesn't have a back button. You can add it in if you want, but I'm not going to do that. So if I go back, then it goes to this page, and when I click on this, it goes the same thing. Now, I also want the link to link to what? I guess this button and maybe this button. So let me copy this part, and then let's go inside this, be ready to dive in. So it should be inside the grid. So inside grid, and it should be ready to dive in. So this button, join community. So paste this in, and then change this into link. And then you can go here and say control spacebar, which is going to give you this drop down, and then you can just select this one that imports it from next link, and then save it. And then we should be able to click on this, and you can see that it takes us to this page as well. And then I want to do that for this button also. So it is going to be this button, this one. So paste in your link, change this into link, and save it. And when I click on this, once it reloads right there, when I click on it, then it takes me to this page, looking nice. So that is going to be the end of the project. So all I need to do now is just deploy this to GitHub. So let me open up my GitHub, and then I'm going to create a new repository. So this new repository, I'm going to call this iRecreate Vero skills. And then let's create repository. Now we can close our server, make sure that we don't have any errors. That's looking okay. And then let's begin to add all of this in. So once it creates the repository, then we can copy this link. So you can just click on this button, and then, oh, my terminal was not opening. Let's close all of this. Why are you not opening? Really? Okay, there we go. So let me say git add package star, which is going to add both package JSON files. And then I'll say git commit. And what did I install inside here? What did I install? I installed React icons. Was that all? Oh, okay. So let me say install React icons. And then inside the source folder, let's say cd source, and then git add images, and then say git commit. These are the images. And then git add what did I add inside here? Let me say git add components, and I'm going to say git commit -m, and I'm going to call this homepage components. And then I'm going to cd into my app folder, and I'm going to say git add sign-in, and git commit, and I'm going to call this sign-in page. And then git add globals.css, and git commit, and I'm going to call this global css styles. And then git add layout.js, and I'm going to say git commit. Inside here, we updated the title and description. And then git add page.js, and I'm going to say git commit. And this one, we're going to say render homepage components. There we go. And okay, this error is bothering me. You can leave it, but let me just show you in case you encounter an error. What you do is git commit dash dash amend, which is going to open up a file for you here with your commit, and you can just make the necessary changes that you want. And then when you save it and close it, then it's going to commit a new message for you. You can see that now it is looking nice. And then I'm going to say git remote add origin, and remember the link that you pasted in, you can paste it in, and then git push dash u origin main, which is going to push it to our remote repository. So let's just wait a moment. And there we go. So that now if we take a look at our remote repository, then we should be able to see this right here. And you can see that I started this project last week. Remember where I encountered the issue with our logo just as we were beginning. So it took me like 2 minutes to realize what was wrong, but it is only a week later that I've got the time to record the actual video. But because of the power of editing, you're not even going to be able to tell the difference. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the video, and if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video, and today we're going to be recreating the Burger King website. It looks quite elegant and it is a very simple layout, but I love it because it kind of looks like the mobile design on desktop, and we're going to have a bit of fun to create this. I hope nothing goes wrong. So this is how it looks. This is the hero section, and then we have this grid, which is going to be quite easy if I do say so myself. And then we have this bottom section, and then we have a choose location here, and then we have our actual navigation bar on the bottom, and then we have another navigation bar which we are not going to create because it has quite a lot of things. And then we have this logo here which links back to the homepage obviously, and then we have this sign up here, and then we have our cart button right there. So it is a very nice looking website. We have the menu here which takes you to a store locator page, which is this one right here, and we can also do this, by the way. And then we have the code here that links back to the homepage, I guess. And then we have the offers, which goes into the offers page, which should load, and we're going to have this showing up. And then we have the rewards page, which shows all this. So that's looking nice. And you know what, looking at this, I think I can do the entire website, which probably I will do. And so to begin, what we're going to do is I want to create a new Next.js application because we're going to be using Next.js. So I'm going to open up my terminal, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop and into a folder that is called YT videos. And then I'm going to say npx create dash next app, and I'm going to call this iRecreate dash Burger King, so BK. And then I'm going to let this run. Wait a minute, we need some few steps before we continue, if it is going to load in sometime today. So we don't want to use TypeScript. We want ESLint, we want Tailwind, we want the source directory, we want app router, and we want the default yes. So let this run, and then once it finishes running, we are going to continue. And so once that finishes running, then I want to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to say code iRecreate-bk, and that should open up this folder which I've just created. And there we go. So this is the default file structure that we have for Next.js, and you can see that we have installed Tailwind, and inside the source folder we have the app folder which has the layout, which has the page as well. And then now what I want to do before we begin is I want to install React icons, because React icons is what we're going to be using for these icons right here. So these ones, and this page has quite a few icons. So let me go ahead and say npm install react-icons, and then as that is running, we can go ahead into our app folder and then into our page.js. Now page.js is the default landing page that we're getting here. Sorry, not here, but I haven't run my server. So let this finish running, and then you can run the server. and then I can show you what I mean. So let's go ahead and say npm run dev, and this should open up our application on localhost 3000. So right here, just click on this, and then we should be able to see our default Next.js application once it opens up. So this is the default landing page from Next.js, and that is what is showing inside the page.js. Now, Next.js changed a few things such that now for every page that you're going to have inside your application, then they all need to have a page.js file inside, which is going to act as the main file for that particular page. And when you're creating other pages for this project, you're going to see how that is going to work. So for now, what I want to do is I want to go inside and remove everything inside here, and then just return a fragment and an h1 that says hello world, and then I can save that. And then obviously this is going to be blackened out because of dark mode, so we can go inside our globals.css, and then we can remove everything from here up to here. We can leave the tailwind inside because we're going to be using it, and then when I save this, then this should go back to white and this should go back to black, and we have that. That's looking nice. And then inside our layout.js, this is where we're going to be adding in our metadata. So for now, all I want to do is I just want to render this text here as the title for the page that says Burger King, and then the description. Do we have a description of this website? Let me just say Burger King website recreation in Next.js. And then now this is also going to change the title Burger King and then the description as well. So let me set up a few global stuff that we need. We need a font here. Let me see. Inside our layout.js, we can import Google fonts in Next.js like so. Now I don't want this font. I want a font that is called Caprasimo. So let me say inside here, let me check if it's even available. So Caprasimo, is it? Enter. How is this imported? It's a capital I, so let me just test it out. So Caprasimo, and then here change this to this, and then this change it to a small letter C, and then change it here as well to a small letter C, and then save it. Let me see, does it change here? So unknown font, it doesn't have this font, so Caprasimo. So for this one, what we're going to do is we're just going to import it as default. Let's go ahead and select the regular 400. I mean, it's only one style, so let's use the import tab. Let's grab this, copy, and then on top of this, we're going to paste it here. And then we want this to be for the heading. So for the h1, the h2, h3, h4, h5, and h6, we want a font family called Caprasimo. And the fallback should be cursive, if I'm not wrong. Yes, the fallback is a cursive font because this is a cursive font. And then for the body, for the rest of the text, we want to use a font here that is called flamenco, like the dancing style. Now, I don't know whether this is available in Next.js, but let me just check it out. Let me check it if it's available. So right, we're here. Let's check for a font that is called flamenco. Here it is. And then let's just copy, paste it here, and then here. Oh, sorry, not this should be a small letter F because we want it to reference this one. So flamenco. And that should be okay. So let me save it. And then let's add some bit of text here. Let this reload. So missing weight for font. Oh, we need to define the font weight. So a comma and then weight. And then this should be defined inside curly brackets. We want the 400. Not curly brackets, but square brackets. This is how you define the font. Let's save it. And then, is this going to reload today? Or did this not save? Let's remove this, save. And there we go. So this is the font that we're going to be using. Now, this font is not the same as this font. Just to be clear, I realized that this font is not the same as this one. I just like the flamenco font. I like how it looks. That's why I've chosen to use it. Now let's go ahead and do this. Let's continue adding some global styles here. We want the paragraphs to all have a line height of 1.8, and then we want the body to have a background color. So background color, and the background color here is going to be this one. So I'm going to use my tool here called color pick eyedropper. So copy this and then just paste it here as our background color. And then we need the text color. So the text color is this like dark brown. So let's use our tool here again. Let's select this text, the color, sorry, and then the color here for the text is going to be this one. And then what else do we need? We need the color for the buttons. The color for the buttons is this red one. And let's go ahead and grab this once again. Let's copy this red one, copy, and then I'm going to say we're going to create a custom class here called, what should I call it? Orange. Should I call it orange or what? Or primary color? Now for this one, let me say, okay, you know what? Let's say text orange. So for the text orange is going to be this one for the button. So text orange, we're going to give it a color of that one. And then for BG orange, we're going to give it a background color of this one. Now I'm just realizing that we can probably do all this in Tailwind, and we might end up doing it in Tailwind if I forget these class names. So let me save that, and then let me see what else we need to do. We need this darker color, but for this one we can get it once we get to it. So that's looking okay, and we can begin to set up our components. So the first thing that I'm going to do is inside the source folder. Now make sure you're inside the source folder, not inside the app. So inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'm going to call it components. So inside the components folder here, I'm going to create a new file that is called header.js. Now because we're using Next.js, I can use small letters for my components. So header.js, and then I can say RFC because I'm using an extension that is called ES7 plus React Redux and React Native Snippets. So you can go ahead and install this extension if you want. If you don't want, you can just keep on typing this out. It's okay. And then here, change this to a capital H because it is a component. And then for now, let's just render a fragment. And then the header component is going to be here. And then we're going to render this button for our menu. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to create a div here, and then a button inside the div. And then I'm going to be rendering a component that is called FA bars from React icons, which you have just installed. And then you can go right here and say Control Spacebar, and it doesn't give me the option. So let's just manually import it. Let's say import FA bars from React icons /FA, which is font awesome. And then once you have that, then we need to create this this logo. Wait a minute, this is a logo, right? Is it? Let me just check if it is a logo or an image. Let's come on sometime today. Yes, it is. Really? Let's see. It's an SVG. It's an SVG. So let me grab the SVG here. So this is the SVG, right? So what you can do is just right click on this and say copy, and then copy element. So you can copy it, and then I can render another div here. Now because I want this to be linking back to the home page, so I want to render a link component. Now the link is the same as href in HTML, and this is going to take in an href, which is going to go back into / because we always want it to link to the home page. And then I'm going to close it out and then paste in the SVG element. Now see how large it is. Obviously I can't remember all this, so that's why I just copied the element so that it's going to copy the SVG for me. Now remember to import this on top, and obviously you can't pause the video to type all of this out, so I do recommend just going just selecting it using this tool. Select the SVG here, select the SVG, and then just come and right click here and then copy element. And if you can't do that, then all you need to do is just check the description for the repository. You can go ahead and clone the repository, and then it's going to have this for you. Now once you have that, then I want to go ahead and create these two buttons. So below this div, I'm going to create a UL with two list items. Now the first one, I mean, both of them are going to be buttons. So let's just create a button component here, button element, sorry. This one is going to say sign up. And then this second button, it's going to be a button. And it says $0.00. And then it has an icon here. Let me check. I can also get the SVG for this icon, but I probably don't want to do that because that is going to be quite a bit I can't even get the SVG. If I were to get the SVG for every single icon, that would be quite a hassle. So let me just go into React icons, and then let me search for that logo. So let's go into React icons here. Let me search for, what's this logo called? What's this called? What's this called? A shopping bag. It's a shopping bag. Let's see, shopping bag. Which is the closest one? How does it look? It has 2 dots. It has 2 dots. So this one is close. This one is also close. And this one, I think this one is the closest. Yes, this one is the closest. So let's use this one. And then because it's a React component, always render it inside your angle brackets and then close it out as well, like so. And then let me say control spacebar here, and it doesn't give me the option again, really. So let's say import this, import that from React icons /MD, and that should be material design. Let me check. MD, material design, yes. There you go. Now let's go ahead and save this. And then I want to be inside my page.js, which is, I know this is the main file for my homepage, and we are not using this, so we can remove it. And then now instead of rendering hello world, I want to go ahead and render my header component, which is coming from components header. Now this should be an art. Wait, did I not use this one? Did I not? Let me just, can't resolve art components header. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Is this is this in the wrong folder? Is the component supposed to be outside? Let me drag it out. Let me check. No, that's wrong. It should be inside the source folder. Oh, wait a minute. I created the wrong hierarchy. I created the wrong hierarchy. Just look at that. Because of that simple thing, now I almost got stuck there for ages. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now this big thing is the SVG that we copied, and obviously we don't want it to be this big, so we're going to reduce it. Now just remember once again that you have the source folder, and then inside the source folder you have the app folder, and then we also have the components folder. So just make sure that this is the structure that you're working with so that you don't end up with issues. Now let's begin to style out this header because it's looking quite ugly. Now let's go inside this header. Let's give it a class name of padding all round of 4. Let's give it a slide box shadow, and then let me say display this as a flex box, and then items center, and then justify between, which should now bring all of this here on top. There we go. Now where is our logo? Our logo should be somewhere. Let me check. It disappeared to somewhere, but I can't tell where it disappeared to. Where is our logo? We have the header. We have, okay, so it's here. This is the href. This is the logo, so it's not showing up. So let me go inside this, should be this one. And you know what, inside this SVG, oh, you know what, it's because of this. It's because of this. So we don't need this, by the way. We don't need this. I hope we don't. And then let me just check. I just realized that I need to check all of this in case it does not apply to React stuff. So let me see. Let's save that. Let me see what happens on the screen. Nothing happens. This is the problem with copying things. What error do you have in the console? So it says, did you mean class? Did you mean class name? So I think we solved that. So class, let me just confirm. Class name, okay. And then let's reload it. And this is what? clip rule. So these ones also need to be camel case. So fill rule and clip rule. And then let's reload it once again to see what error that we have. And oh, we don't have any error. We don't have any other error. So now where's this div? Where is this div that has our logo? So it's right here. See where it is? It's right there on the blue square. I mean, not on the blue square really, but on this. Oops. Now look at that. But it's on this one. So why doesn't it show? Is it because it's behind the image? Let me say, give this a class name of relative and a z index of 50. Where does it go? Nowhere. Doesn't show. Let me say width dash 64 and height dash 64 and bg red 500 to see where this div is. There we go. So this is the div. But wait. Oh, wait a minute. Does it need to have a height and a width? It needs to have a height and a width. There we go. Okay, okay. So let's reduce this down to about 20 for the logo. That's too big. Let's reduce it to about 5. And we have, that's too small. Let's reduce it to what? Let's reduce it to, not reduce it, but increase it to 8. We can work with that. 8 looks okay. Yeah, 8 looks okay. Or even 9. Yeah, let's work with 9. And then now what we need to do is when we hover over this, then we need the BG to be what? It just needs to be slightly darker, because when you hover over this, then the background just goes, oh, it goes into this color here. So let me go ahead and just, let me grab this color. Let's copy it, and then we're going to go inside our header, and then we're going to say that when you hover over this, then we want the BG to be this color. Add in your square brackets and then the hashtag. And then let me see the padding. The padding all around should be 1. And then let's add a transition of all with a duration of 150 milliseconds. And then let's test out what we have. So we have that. Okay, the image reduces a bit because now we have added a padding, but this looks okay. And then now let's fix this up. So let's go to the bottom. Let's go inside this UL, give this a class name. And then we're going to say this, we're going to say display this as a flex box, which is going to bring all of this in raw form. And then I'm going to say items.center. And then we're going to say give it a gap of about 4 to separate it out. And then because this button has an icon and then this text, we can also display it as a flex box, because by default it appears on top of the button, which you don't want. So we can say this as a flex box, and then items-center, and then give it a gap of 2 just to separate it out a bit. And we're going to have that looking okay. And then we're going to style this out to look better. Now I just realized that looking at this is too big. This is just too much, right? So I want to cut all of this div. I want to cut out this entire div, cut it out. And then I want to create a new component here called logo.js. And then inside here, I'm going to say RFC, and then change this to a capital L. And then inside here, instead of returning a div, I want to return a fragment, and then just paste this in. Now, once I paste that, I can save it. And then inside the header, now I can render the logo component, which should be coming from ./logo right there. And we can remove this. This is no longer needed here. Oops, cut it out. But we need it in the logo so that it can actually display the correct thing. So that now our component, our application doesn't change, but our component structure here, now it just looks much more viewable, right? And much more manageable. Now, once we have that, I'm thinking this text is a bit too small. So here, let me say set the font size to 20 pixels by default. So change it from the default 16 so that we're going to have this to be just a bit bigger. So that we're going to have that. That's much better, I think, even for the YouTube video. Now, what we need to do, therefore, what we need now is we need to create this part. we need to create this part. Oh, and I've just realized this thing, it doesn't go all the way to the end. It doesn't go all the way to the end. We need to limit it. So let's go ahead and limit it. And the way we do that is now we need to break a few things. We just need to say we need to break from this div up to the UL, cut it out, and then create another div. And then this div is going to have a class name of max-width, which we're going to create, paste it in. And then now this breaks because now flex takes this div as the only item inside, so it breaks our application. So what you need to do is we need to grab this class names here, cut them out, and then just paste them here. And that is going to fix it. And then now what you need to do is just create this class because I want to reuse this class for multiple components. So I can save it, and then into my global CSS below this, I can create a class called max-width. And then inside here, I can give it a tailing directive. So I'm going to say at apply a max width of about 4XL and an MX of auto. And that should bring this inwards a bit. That's too small. Let's say 6XL. Actually, is that too small? How much is so 6XL? Yeah, I think that's looking okay. Let me see how 7XL looks like. 7 is too big. Yeah, 7 is too big. Let's just use 6XL. It's okay. And then now for this one, I want to create a custom component that is going to be called notice. So inside components, let's create a new file here called notice.js. And then let's say RFC. Let's change this into a capital N. And then what we're going to do is inside our header, sorry, not inside our header, really. Wait a minute, do we need it inside the header or not? Those are real questions. So let me do it below this div. So below this div, I want to render the notice component, which we have just created, so that now we should be able to see the notice here, somewhere here. There we go. Okay, so I don't want it to be inside the div. I want it to be outside because I don't want this box shadow to persist. So I can grab this and just move it downwards, and that should fix it. It should now come here. There we go. And then now for our notice component, we're going to go inside it. We're going to cut this out, and then I'm going to let me return a div, and then this div is going to have a class name, and I'm going to say bg dash and then my square brackets because I want to go ahead and grab this color, and like I said, what So like I said, I was creating custom classes for these colors, but I can do them in Tailwind. I can just do them in Tailwind. So I can use my tool here, copy this, and then paste it here. And then now I can go ahead and say another class here. I can add a padding. Let me see. Padding of 4 on the left and right, and then a padding of 4 all around. So let me go ahead and say give it a padding of 4 all around. So padding dash 4. And then save it. Let me see what happens here. That's too small. Let me see padding of on the X of 4, padding on the Y of 6, which is going to increase the padding here. Actually, you know what? There's no text inside here. There's no text. So we can begin to add the text, and the text here that just says Royal Parks. So is this an image? It's an image. Let me just save this image. So I have saved that image, and the image is right here. So inside the images folder, and it's called royalparks.svg. Now what we can do here is we can use the image component from Next.js. So import image from next image, and then the source for this image, we're going to import it, and we're just going to call it Royal Parks. And then for this one, we need to have a custom width, which I'm going to say is going to have a width of 150, and a height, and I'm going to give it a height of 80. And then the alt attribute, I'm just going to say Royal Parks. And remember that we need this to be inside because we're using ESLint and we're not disabling any rules. So if you miss to have this, then your application is going to break if you try to deploy it. Now let's go ahead and import image. Oh, sorry, it's already imported. So we need to import the actual image. So import Royal Parks from art/images royal-parks.svg, and then now I can save it, and then we should be able to see it on the screen right here. There we go. So that is our image. And then now this is going to go back to a padding all round of 4, so that this is not so big. And then on this other side, we need, is this an image? No. Oops. What? I did not mean to click that. Wait, what? Was I creating all that for nothing? What? Oh my God. I just did all that for nothing. And now my internet is even breaking down. I like this loading animation. I did all that for nothing. I did all that for nothing. Really? Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go inside the header, and then I'm just going to disable the notice here, and then disable this here. And then because I can't remember how it looked like on this other side, so there's no really any point in me continuing to create it. But we can now begin to add our hero section. So for the hero, we're going to create a new component here that is called hero.js, and then we're going to say RFC, change this to a capital H, and then inside here we're going to return a fragment, and then we're going to return a section. This section is going to be 2 articles. So the first article is going to be this text and the buttons, and then the second one is going to be our image here. So I'm going to say article here is going to be an H1 that says this. So let me just copy it, paste it here, and then below this we're going to have a UL with 2 list items, which are going to be buttons. And the first button here says order pick up, and then it has an icon, which remember we have already used, and the icon is the same one as this one. So let me just go inside our header, I think it was, grab this line and paste it on top here, then grab this as the component name here, and then we need the order delivery. So this is like a scooter or something. Let me see, scooter. So this one, GI scooter, we're going to use that one. So let's render GI scooter, and then this one says, the text says, where is it? Close this tab. The text says order delivery, so order delivery. And then we need to import this one. Let me see, still not working. So let's say GI scooter, not scooter. And then this one is coming from GI, and GI is GitHub icons or gourmet icons. Okay. Now once we have that, then let's go ahead and save this. And then inside our page, let's go ahead and render the hero section. So render the hero section from components hero, and we should be able to see our thingy right here. If it's going to load in today, actually. Okay, there we go. So we have that. Now what we need to do is we just need to get the image here. So let me save this image as well, and this is going to be called the hero image. So let me save it as hero.webp file. So save it, and then inside our hero.js, below this article, we're going to create another article, and this is going to be using the image component from Next.js, and then the source for this is going to be the hero that we're going to import, and then the width for this is going to be, let me say, about 800, and then the height is going to be 600, and then the alt attribute is just going to say burger. And then let's go ahead and import the hero. So let's say import hero from art/images/hero.webp, and then when I save it, then it should now show our image right here. And there we go. So that is our image showing up correctly. Now all you need to do is just style it out to look nice. So inside the section, we're going to give this a class name of padding all around, padding on the x of 4, and then padding on the y of 10. And then we want it to be a grid with grid columns -1 with a gap of 8 to separate it out. And then for medium screens, we want the grid columns to be 2, which is going to bring this here. And then I'm also going to say what items dash center, which is going to bring this downwards right around to the center of this sometime today. There we go. And then I want to limit this so that it doesn't go to the end. So remember we created a custom class of max width, just that I don't have to keep on typing this all over again. So I can just type it once. Where is it? Here. And then down, this limits it, right? And then what we can do is, this image is a bit too small. That is because we only have 2 grids here. So let me try something technical here. And I can say that for medium screens, this can be grid columns 3. And then what I want to do is, for this second article, I want to give it a class name. And I want to say that for medium screens, then the column span, col-span, the column span should be 2, meaning it should span 2 columns from here to here. If that's correct, there we go. Would you look at that? Looking nice. And then let's style this out to look better. So inside here, give this a class name, and we're going to say text dash 4XL, and then for large screens, text 5XL, and then margin bottom of 8. And then for this UL, we're going to say, give this a class name of flex and flex dash column, and then give it a gap of about 4 to separate it out. And then for, let me see, these icons look okay, but for this button, I'm going to give this button a class name of, what class did I give here? BG orange. So class name here, and I'm going to say BG-orange, and then text white, which is going to do something here on this button. And I just realized I did not style this button. Okay, and then that is going to do that. And then you realize that this icon needs to come on the bottom, so we need this to be a flex box. So display flex and then item center, and then give it a gap of 2. And then let's copy these classes, and we're going to do the same thing on this button. So give this a class name of this, and then we're going to have that happening. Nice. And then right here, we're going to say padding on the Y of 3 and padding on the X of 5, and then rounded dash full, which is going to give it a rounded border. There we go, looking nice. And then how does this second button look like? So the second button is red, but without the thingy, without the background. And that's not red, that's orange, right? Now, the way we're going to do that is, I want to grab this color here. So copy this color. And then on this second one, I want to give it a border. And then the border color is going to be this one. So hashtag that. And then I want to give it a padding on the Y of 3, a padding on the X of 5, and a rounded dash full. And then the text is also going to be the same color. So hashtag that. So that now we're going to have, there we go. And then this should be bold in font. Can I make it font bold? Will that work? Because I did not import that particular weight. Oh yeah, it works. Okay. And this probably needs to be font bold as well. So here, font dashboard. Now that is our header and hero section. And you know what? Let me just go ahead and copy these class names here, and then paste them on the header on this button, which is, I think it was the sign up that had the classes. Yes. So copy and paste it and save it. And then this should get the classes. Get the classes sometime today, please. Really? Wait, is this not reloading? What? Oh, my machine has started. Okay, there we go. Now this button is obviously too big, so I want the text here to go back to small, to make it smaller font. And then the padding Y is not going to be 3. The padding Y is going to be maybe 1, and then padding X is going to be 3. And come on, really? Okay, this is too small. Let's say padding Y2. Padding Y2, reload. Okay, and then padding X, I don't know whether you can see this. Let me bring it down. So padding X is going to be 4, and we're going to have, yeah, I think that's okay. And then I just realized that this button is styled differently as well. So let's go ahead and copy the hero images here, the hero class names. Copy, wait, what? That's the wrong class. That's the wrong class. I need this color. Okay, so let's go inside the header. Let's paste what? Let's paste these classes. So copy, paste them here, and then let's copy this class name, this color, sorry, and then flex item center gap 2. We can remove this because they're the same classes. And then here we don't want a border. Where's the border? Oh, the border is not there. So you want the BG to be this color, and then the text is going to be white, and then the padding y is going to be 2, padding is 4. Okay, rounded full. Font bold, let me save. Let's see what happens to this button. And that's the wrong color. What color did I copy? Wait, is this? What? This color is darker. What classes is this button taking? Oh, you know what? BG orange is here. Save it. Guys, I'm getting tired and actually just want to take a break right away. And then I'm going to continue later. So yeah, that's looking okay for our buttons. And then order delivery, okay. And then our, okay. This can be bigger, I guess. That can be bigger. But the next section that we're going to create is this one right here. And for this one, I'm going to create an array of objects just so that we can use some different skills. So I'm going to save all these images and then create an array of objects. So let me do that right away. Okay, so I have downloaded these 4 images, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I have called them card 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they're inside the images folder. So now what I want to do is I want to create a new component, and I'm going to call it grid, which is going to be housing these 4 items. And then I'm going to create an array of objects, which is going to hold that data. So inside components, I'm going to create a new file that is called grid.js. And then inside here, I'm going to say RFC, and then change this to a capital G. And then we're going to return a fragment here. And let me see. Let's just go ahead and create the array of objects right away. So I'm going to say const cards equals to an array of objects. And the first one is going to be the path to the image. And this should be / images / card-1.webp. And then the title for this is going to say, let's just copy. So copy this and paste it here. And then this is going to have another description. And the description is going to say this. And then below this, now, when you see this right here, what you can do is you can substitute this with the what's it called? The single quotation mark on your keyboard. Or you can use what are called HTML entities, and you can say ampersand quote, which is going to introduce this. Now the problem with this is JavaScript is reading this as a string. So in order for this to actually show up in your HTML or to be rendered correctly, then you would have to render this using dangerously set inner HTML. And I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to remove this and place my single quotation mark there. And then we're going to go ahead and say we need this link. So the link for this is going to say see terms. And then below this, we're going to have a button. And the button says enter now. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing for the rest of the 3 cards remaining. So let me just copy this down 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. And then this is card 2. This is 3. And this is 4. So we're going to change this title. So let's copy this. Copy this. That's the wrong one. So copy this, paste it here, and then copy this text and paste it here. And then the link remains the same. And then this is order delivery. So order delivery. And then for number 3, we have this one. So join the team. So this one here. And then we have the text. paste it here. And then now this one doesn't have the link, right? So this is just going to be an empty string so that we don't get any errors. And then we need to substitute this with our single quote. And then this one says apply today. So apply today. And then this one says this as the title. And then this one as the text. Okay. And then see terms and then join now. So join now. Now, once we have that, then what I'm going to do is I need to get the use state hook from React. So use state from React. And then for my state values, I'm going to specify cards. And we don't need the function because we're not going to be using the function anyway. So this is going to be equal to use state. And by default, we're going to pass in this. Wait a minute. Well, this is going to be an issue. So let's change this to card. Let's change this to card so that this is going to be referencing our array of objects, our data. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to return a div with a class of max width, and then with a padding on the y of 20 and a padding on the x axis of 4. And then once we do that, then we are going to return another div inside. And then inside this div, we're going to be mapping over this card that we have. So I'm going to say card.map. And then for every card that we get back, I'm just going to call it C. I also want to get back the index. And then inside here, I want to return an article with the key of index. And then inside this article, I want to render the image first of all. So I'm going to be using the image component. So make sure you import it. And then the width for this image is going to be, let me say, what is this like? This is about 900 maybe. So let me say this is 500 for the width, and then the height is going to be, let me say, 300. And then the alt attribute for this is going to be c.title, meaning we want to go inside the object and get the title inside, and we do that using dot notation where we say c.title because we have not destructured it inside here. And then we actually need the source for this. So the source for this is going to be c.image. And hopefully this works. I don't know whether this is going to work, but if it doesn't work, then we are going to do a bit of refactoring. So we know that the image comes first, and then below the image, we have like this kind of div or article, which is white. So we're going to go below this image. We're going to return an article. And then inside here, we're going to return an h2 that says c.title. And then below this h2, we're going to return c.description, so desk. And then below this, we're going to return an anchor tag, which is basically a link, but we're not linking our pages together. So I don't want to return a link. I'm going to return a button instead. And then this is going to say c.button. And then below this, we're going to have another button. So another button. And then this is going to say c. Wait a minute. This one should say c.button. This one should say c.link. I mixed it up. Now I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go inside my page.js, and then I'm going to render the grid. So let's render grid from components grid. Let's save it. And then inside our application, once it reloads, then we should be able to see what is wrong. Use state only works in a client component, so we need to go to the top of this, and then right above this we need to say use client. And then this says yeah, this I suspected that it would not correctly match these images. So let me select this and say dot slash. Let me see, will that work, or does it have to come from the images folder? Let's see. Yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab these 4 images. So these 4, we're going to cut them out. And then inside my public folder, I'm going to create a new folder called images. And then inside these images, I'm just going to paste in the 4 images that we cut out. And then now when I reload this, then it should work. But it still doesn't work for some reason. dot slash images forward slash card1 dot webp card2. So this is not working, this is not working. Let me see. Let me try something. Let me import card1 from @images forward slash card dash 1 dot webp, and then inside here, inside the image here, let me render card1. Are you going to show up? Can't resolve images card1. What? Can't resolve. Is this not the correct one? Oh, I cut them out. Okay, copy and paste it here just for debugging purposes. Let's reload and let's see. So we should see 4 images of the same. Okay, so that means this is working correctly, but it won't work here. It doesn't work. Okay, so let's do a bit of cheekiness here. Let's do a bit of cheekiness. So I want to import the 4 cards that we're going to be using, the 4 images. So let me copy this 3 more times. So card2, card3, and card4. Change this to card2, card3, and card4. And then I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Change this to card2 and copy and paste it here. Change this to card3 and then paste it here. Change this to card4, and then we can change this into c.image. And then when I save it, it's going to break because we don't have these images here. So we need to go ahead and copy these 3. So copy and paste them back inside here. So paste them, and then I think we can actually delete this folder. So delete that one, and then now when it reloads, and there we go. So we have our 4 images looking nice. Now I'm realizing that the width of 500 was a bit too small, so let me change this to 600 just to make it a bit bigger. And then now let's go ahead and now display this as a grid. So we're going to go inside the parent, which is this div, and we're going to give it a class name of grid, and grid columns really 1 with a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, we're going to say grid, oh my god, grid dash columns dash 2. Let me sit up straight. So grid columns 2, and then when I save it, then now they appear side by side. That's looking okay. So let's go inside this article and give this article a class name of bg white, which will make it white, as you can see. And then we're going to go ahead and give it a rounded of large, which is going to make it rounded right around on the edges here. It's just a bit rounded. Now we just need to make the images rounded on the top. So inside the image right here, we're going to give it a class name of rounded dash top dash large, which will give it an even rounded border on the top. There we go, just as it is on the bottom. And then probably we can go inside the article and give it a slight box shadow because I'm having trouble seeing where the white is ending. So I think that's much better. And then let's go inside this other article and then display it as it should be. So here, give this a class name of padding all round of 4 to push everything inwards. And now let me place this to the right so that I don't have to keep on switching every time. So padding of 4 all round, and then inside this h2, we're going to give it a class name and say that for large screens, then the text should be 2XL to make it just a bit bigger. give it a margin on the bottom of 8 to push away from the paragraph. And then for this paragraph, we're going to give it a class name of text-small to make it smaller, and margin bottom of 4 to push away from this link. And then on this link, we're going to give it a class name, and we're going to say underline to give it a slight underline, and then give it a margin on the bottom of like 8 to push away from this button. And we're going to have that. And then for this one, I'm also going to say text-small. Text-small. Actually, no, not small, but base. Actually, what? How does that look? Oh my god, reload. I think that's actually okay. So, but you know, we because I chose a thinner font, so I think this should go back to base, which is 16 pixels. Okay, that's horrible. So let's just use small. And then let's go ahead on this button. And for this button, we're going to go ahead and say, give it a class name of block so that it goes on the next line. Come on, go on the next line. There we go. So that now this margin on the bottom of 8 actually works. And then I'm going to say, give it a margin on the left of auto, which should now bring it to the right around here. Come on, reload. There we go. And then it needs to have the same styles as like this button here, but it is only darker in color. So let me go inside the hero. Let me copy the classes for this button. So copy. And then here, let me paste in, what have I done? I should copy the class names. The class names are these ones. Copy and paste them here. But we don't need flex. We don't need item center. We don't need the gap of 2, but we do need the border. And then the border color should be the darker one on our body, which is this one. So copy this and paste it here and here. And then that should do it. So let's save this. Let's see what happens to the button. Okay, that's terrible. So border dash. Oh, you know what? It should be text small. So text dash small. And that should do it. There we go. So enter now. Wait. Did I just do that wrongly? I just did that wrongly, didn't I? Yes, this should be this color. It should be the other color. Really? What was this other color? Let's copy this, paste it here, save it. And now when it reloads, we're going to have that. There we go. Looking fantastic. Now this text is really unreadable. It's very unreadable. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue. And now let's build out this section. And then for this section, I'm going to create a component and I'm going to call it mobile.js. And then here I'm going to say RFC, change this to a capital M. And then I'm going to go ahead and let me close this and this and this one and this one. Inside the page.js, I'm going to render mobile, which is coming from components mobile, imported right here. And then when I save it and take a look, we should be able to see mobile somewhere like right around like, there we go. So there. Now we need to build this out. So let me go ahead and grab this color first of all. Come on. So copy this color. And then inside my mobile component, I want to render a fragment. And then I want to return a section. And the section is going to have a class name of bg dash, and then I'm going to paste in my color. And then I'm going to say give it around a padding on the y of 20. And then inside this section, I'm going to have a div with a class of max width to limit of this that it doesn't go to the end. And then inside here, I'm going to have 2 articles. So the first article is going to be the font image that we have here. And then the second article is going to be an h2 that says this. And then, come on. Okay, so this is on the next line. So let's grab this and place it inside a span. Like so. And then below this h2, we're going to have a UL with 2 list items. And then these list items are going to be this one and this one. Now, these are SVG images. We are going to grab them in a moment. This should be 2. And then below this UL, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So copy and paste it in. So we need what? We need this SVG. So let me go ahead and say, actually we also need this image. I downloaded this image and the image is called font.webp. So let's go ahead and say import font from art/images/font.webp, and then inside here we're going to give it a height, or rather the source is going to be font. The width for this is going to be like 200. The height is going to be 400, and then the alt attribute is going to say let me see what is the what is save da. Let me copy this, paste it here, format this well, and there we go. Did I put an alt attribute on the other ones on the grid? Okay, yes I did. Okay, so now that we have that, let's import this image component. There we go, push it upwards. It is a high level import, and then let's go ahead and grab these two SVGs. So let's inspect, and then when we inspect we should be able to grab, oh my god, will you stop? So we should be able to grab this, the SVG. I want the parent SVG. Okay, can just grab that, and then the SVG is right here. So just right click, copy, and copy element, and then paste it here. It is huge. And then for this second one, we're going to do the same thing. So grab this, copy the SVG. So copy this, where is it? Copy this SVG, copy element, and paste it here. Those are, oh my god, that's too much. And just like we did before, we can refactor this so that it doesn't look so ugly. Now, before we do that, we need to do a few things. We need to change what? There are some things we need to change, like these class names don't really do anything here. And we can actually remove them, by the way, so that they don't give us issues. So SVG view box, let me see. Path fill, I want the one that is called clip. So these ones now have to be clip rule. They have to be common case. This has to be clip path. This has to be clip rule. This one clip rule, and then do the same thing. So let me show you what you can do here. You can select this text and say Control D. So 1, 2, and it selects the corresponding text. So clip rule, so that now I can just say clip rule, and it changes it everywhere that that text appears. So that looks okay. And then let's go ahead and grab this entire UL, cut it out, and then I'm going to go ahead and say, let me create a new component here that says what, download.js, and then let's say RFC inside here, change this to a capital D, change this to a fragment, and then let's just paste this in, so that now I can save the download, and then I can just render the download component here. And make sure that you import it from the correct file, so it's coming from ./download. And then when I save this and Prettier formats it, then we should be able to see something on the screen once it reloads. And there we go. So this is our SVG image, SVG, and then this is our font, which is obviously too small. So we need to do what? We need to increase this to about 600 maybe. Yep, there we go. So 600, looking a bit better. I mean, 600 is too big. So we need it to be around maybe like 400 maybe. And then now we just need to style this out to look better on mobile as well as on desktop. So let's begin with the mobile version right here. Let's see. So for this one, I can go inside this image. I can give it a class name of, come on, block and MX auto, which should center it, I hope. And then for this H2, I can give this a class name, and I can say, what is it, text-3XL to make it bigger, and then margin bottom of 8, push it downwards. And that's looking nice, nice, nice. And then for this UL, now we're going to go inside the download component because we need to style this UL. We're going to say, give this a class name, oops, and we're going to say flex Let me see what happens. Should place them now side by side, but they don't appear because they need to have fixed widths. So give this a class name, and I can say width dash a half. Oh, width a half? Really? No, let me say flex one. Let me say flex one. That is a much better class. Flex dash one. My God. And then do the same thing for the second list item, which begins right around here. Paste it here. And then nothing happens. Okay, there we go. So it hadn't reloaded. Flex one, that's looking okay. So once we have that, then I want to go back. I guess we're actually done with this component. I hope we're done with it. So I can now go inside this paragraph, give it a class name, and say margin top of 8 to push away from this part, and then let me say text dash small to make it smaller, and it's going to shrink massively. And then let's go inside the parent section, and then inside this parent section I want to give it a padding on the X of 4 to push all this inward so that it's not so close to the edge. There we go. And I just realized that this needs to be in the next line, and this needs to have some space. So right inside the span, I'm going to give this a class name, and I'm going to say class name of block, which is going to take it into the next line. And then back inside the download component, I'm going to go here and I'm going to give it a gap of about 4 to separate out these two items. So right around here, there we go. That's looking nice. Now we just need to scale this up for larger screens. So right at about medium screens, obviously I don't want this to happen. So at about medium screens, what we're going to do is this needs to display on the left, and then this needs to come on the right. So we're going to go back inside our mobile component, and then inside, which one is it? Inside this div, because this div is the parent of the first article and the second article. So we're going to say display this as a grid with grid columns -1, grid columns -1 with a gap of 8 just to separate them out. And then on medium screens, we're going to say grid columns -2, which will now bring this here. Reload. There we go. So we have that, and then we need this to come down. So we are going to say, what? We're going to say medium screens items -center. So once we have that, then this needs to be bigger. How big do it? So just a bit bigger. So right here, we're going to say that for large screens, then the text should be 5XL. Make it a bit bigger. And then this font needs to move upwards. So I had a padding on the Y of 20, remember? So on the font here, what you can do is we're going to say that for medium screens, then we want a minus margin on the top of 40. So 20 to move it up to here, and then 20 more to move it just a bit upwards. And then what we can do is we can increase the margin on the top for this component. So right on this section, we can say margin top, for large screens. For medium screens, we say margin on the top of about 10, just to increase this a bit so that this font is not so close to this. And we're going to have that. Looking nice, nice, nice. And then the height for this is a bit too big. That's why there's a lot of space here. So if I reduce this to 200, what happens? Reduce. Nothing happens. Reload. So nothing happens there. If I reduce this to 100, still nothing happens. Well, that's okay. Oh, and by the way, these are actually links. If you take a look at this, these are actually links. You can link them. The links are on the bottom left if you want. So you can link them right here, but I don't want to do that. So now what we're going to do next is we're going to create this thingy here. And for that, I'm just going to go, let me see. Let me go below this article, below this section, sorry. Create a div. And this div is going to have a class name of this color. So let me say, give it a class name of bg dash, and then my brackets, and then paste this in, and then give it a padding all around of 4, and then a text of white and a text of center, and a text of small. And then inside here, let's just copy this and paste it inside. Save it, and we should see something on the screen. And voila, there we go. So this is the thing right here, and you can make this into a link. Remember that this is a link as well right here, which can link to this page. Now next, I don't want to do this choose a location, but I want to create this bottom navigation. So for that, I'm going to create a new component called bottom nav.js, and then I'm going to say RFC inside here, change this to a capital B, and then inside here we're going to render a nav element. So for the nav element, we're going to have a UL with how many? 5 list items, so UL times 5. And then you know what, inside each one of these they need to be linking to certain pages, so we need to render the link component. Remember to import it as well from next link. And then each of these is going to have an href, so just click on this, hold down the alt key, click on the second one and the third and fourth and fifth to add the multiple cursors. So the href for this is going to be going into certain links. So for the first one, we know that this is the home page, so it goes into /. The second one goes into /menu, which we're going to create, then my code, then offers, then rewards. So my-code, then offers, then rewards. And then we need icons for this. So let's go back into React icons. Let's search for home. So let's search for this icon. So this icon is this one. So let's go ahead and just render our component here. Let's say import this icon from React icons /go. And then the next one is menu. So let me say menu. What happens? No. What? Burger? No. Oh wait, what? There's a logo for so we had an option not to use the SVG as well, so you can just use this one. But let me say food. What happens here? What comes? Okay, there we go. So we need which icon? So this one, and then the cup. We can use this one. Let's go ahead and say import this one from React icons /io, and then render it here. So paste it in. I should probably add the text as also home and then menu. And then this one is my code. What is my code? My code is 1, 2, 3. So code. That's not going to work. We should probably search for something like number. Number, I think, would show better results. Number. 1, 2, 3. No. Let's see. Nothing. Okay. So this seems to be the closest one. But not really close, but we can use that one. So render our component here and say my code. And then this is imported from the same place as this one. So just place a comma and then paste it in. And then next is offers and then rewards. Offers or offer. Wait. What can we search for here? Token? No. Let me search for rewards first. So rewards or reward. What's this thing called? What is it called? What do we call this? And you know what? We can actually pick the SVGs from here. But the reason why I don't want to do that is because I don't know how to animate SVGs. Oh, actually, this is a PNG image. Now, the reason why I don't want to do this is because I don't know how to animate these images, like how to make this one red. So let me search for coin or coins. Okay. We have hope. So we can use this one if we don't happen to get a closer looking one, and actually there's none. So let's use this one, and let's say import this one from react icons /gi. And if you can't tell from my voice, I'm actually getting tired. So let me say offers. This one says offers, and then this one says rewards. Now, what is this thing called? I can't remember its name. If I could remember its name, it would be much easier. Oh, okay. Let's use this one. I think this one is much better because it is a bit longer. So let's paste it in, and then let's do the same here. So import this one from react icons /fa, and there we go. Now this one says what? Rewards. So let's go ahead and save this, and then let's go inside page.js. Let's render it below this, so bottom nav, and import it as well, so that now we should be able to see our bottom nav below this one, right? Come on, really? What? Are you serious? Bottom nav. Are you serious? What is this error? Unsupported server component type. Export default function bottom nav. Link. Go home. What? Let me search for this error. I don't know what this error means. From components, okay? So let's see. These are some of the things that I usually cut out of videos, but you know, sometimes it's good to have them exist, okay? So if you add use client directive, is it because of the use state that we did? Let me see. So they're saying use client is probably the best, I mean, according to what I'm reading. So I don't know whether that is going to work. So let's reload. Okay, so it says element spread. We likely forgot check render method of bottom nav. Export default function bottom nav. What is being rendered here? Components bottom nav. I mean, that is the name of the file that I have, right? Or no, don't tell me this is because this is camel case. Don't tell me. Bottom nav small, and then inside here bottom nav. Is that correct? Bottom nav. So we need it to be this component instead. So bottom, this should be bottom nav small, bottom nav small. But this doesn't still register. So import this from it's not registering, so let's restart this. Let's restart. Oh my god, will you quit? So restart, and then this should come and it should say import bottom nav from art/components bottom nav. So it's not register, it's not registering this bottom nav. Okay, so we are still getting the same error. That means that the issue is right here. So let me remove this, and then let me disable all this. Disable it, and then let's save it. Okay, so reload, come on. Okay, so bottom nav component has issues. Now the issues that it has are most likely from it's this one. Oh my god, I'm sure of it. I am sure of it. I am sure that this is the issue, because we're importing it from IO. I don't know why it does that, but when you import it from IO, it doesn't work, and when you import it from IO5, it works. So let's re-enable all this. Let's save, and let's save application. Come on, please. There we go. Oh my god, really? So annoying. Okay, now let's go ahead and begin building this out. We know that this is going to be a flexbox, and then item center, and then justify between, give it a padding all around of 4, give it a slide box shadow. Can I give it a shadow top? No. So a slide box shadow, and then it's going to appear here. There we go. And then let me see, how does it look? So it is centered, so this is not between, this is evenly. It is either evenly or around, so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. There we go. And then I want a flex wrap of flex wrap, so that in case it shrinks down to a very small screen size, then they automatically go into the next line. And then now what I want to do is, for each one of these list items, I want to give it a class name of text-small to make the text just a bit smaller, but it's going to affect the icon as well, I think. Yeah. And then if I go here and give this icon a class name of text-base, what happens? Does it override? Or it overrides. So let me say text-2xl to make it just a bit bigger for the text, and then this one is also just a bit smaller. Now let's go ahead and copy this and paste it here and here and here and here, and then copy this and paste it here. So just click on this first one and then hold down the Alt key and click here and here and here, and then paste it in. And then when you save it, then it's going to shrink down and it's going to increase the size of the fonts. And then for the fonts, let me see what happens if I say text-center here. Is it going to center, or do I need to make it a block element so it doesn't center it? But if I go and make it a block element and then say mx auto, it should now center it properly. Come on, there we go. So let's add in these two classes. So copy, paste it here and here and here and here, paste it in, so that now this is centered properly. Okay, and then on hover, I want the text color to change into this red one. So copy and paste it inside here, hashtag, and then just copy this and paste it here. And actually not, wait, I copied the wrong one, 0 0, and then close it out. I also want this to be on focus, so let me grab this, Control D, and then just add another line here, and then change, and then change this to focus. So on focus, then they will change And then what is this? Hover, on hover text and then on focus remove this, and then remove this, change this to focus. Okay, so that now when I hover over it, then this is now going to change to red if it does so sometime today. Wait, this one's not triggering. Focus, hover, text, on hover, text dash, hashtag D992200. Why are you not triggering? Why is it? Really? Why are these other ones triggering and this one is not triggering? I hate this, man. Let me copy these class names and paste them here. And then let's save it. And then now trigger. Will you? Okay, there we go. Now what was the issue? What was the issue? Oh, you know what? I know what the issue was. We did not have a space here. That's the issue. It was the space here that was missing. Oh my god. Now once we have that, then obviously we need to link our navigation, because as you can see, this one, when you click on this, it takes us to the home page, right? Obviously we're on the home page, and then when you click on this, this is also the home page, and then this does nothing, this does nothing. But we want to be able to go into the menu page, because when I click on this, it doesn't, it shows up as a bad link, as an error 44 if it's going to show up sometime today. Okay, there we go. So it shows up as a 404 page, but we want that when you click on this, it should go into this page, which shows this. So I don't know, do I really want to do this? Do I really want to do this? I mean, this doesn't really have any content. I would like a page that has some bit of content. This is just the home page. We want the offers. What does the offers have? So the offers has all this. We can do all this. We can do that. Hello everyone. So in the last video, we built out this home page and it is looking quite nice. And so in this video, I want us to begin building the other pages. Now the other pages are as follows. We have the menu page, which is basically this. It has a pickup location where you can find your location, your favorites, as well as your recents. And then it has a delivery section, which opens up a model. And then that is pretty much it for this page. It has quite a few components and functionalities that we are going to be implementing, because we need to be able to switch these tabs. And then we want that when you click on this button, then this model opens up. So we're going to be doing that. And then once we do that, then we know that the my code, this page is basically the home page, which you already have. And then the / offers is basically this part that has offers of meals that are available. So it is quite an easy page to do. And then finally, we have the rewards page, which is the easiest of all, because it's basically just UI. And this is an image, and then this is also an image, and then this is just text, and then a button. And so therefore, what I want to do is I want to start with the rewards page, because it is the easiest of them all. And then I'm going to go to the offers page and then go to the menu page. Now I want to mention that I took a look at this website in Mozilla Firefox, and Firefox did not have this part. It did not have this icon for the my code. And then on Firefox, the location here, this part is on top. And you know what, I can actually just open it up to show you. So this is what we have on Firefox. So Firefox, this part is on top. And then what was I saying? The menu here, sorry, the icons here are only 4 as opposed to the 5 that are here. So I guess it's just a pretty simple change. Just in case you're using Firefox, I thought it would be beneficial to mention this. So right away, let's go into VS Code, and we are going to begin with the rewards page. And what I'm going to do is inside my workspace and then inside my app folder. Now I'm going inside my app folder because we want to create a new page. So inside my app folder, I'm going to create a new page, a new folder, sorry, that is called rewards. And then inside rewards, I'm going to create a new file called page.js, because page.js is going to be the parent file for every other component inside here. Now we are not going to be placing components inside this part. I'm going to show you how we're going to divide it. So let's have RFC inside here first of all, just to generate this, and then change this into rewards, and then change this into rewards page, and then save it. And then now if I go ahead and navigate into /rewards, then what we should get is some text that says rewards page. So that is looking nice. And then what we're going to do is inside components, I'm going to create a new folder called rewards. And then every component for the rewards page, I'm going to place it inside here. And that is the file structure that we're going to use for every other page that we're going to be creating. Now that means that I need to restructure all of this. So I'm going to create a new folder here called home, and home is going to have all of this. So all these components, just select all of them and then just drag and drop them inside the home folder. And then as they go inside, then I hope that our application doesn't break. Now all we need to do is just check our page.js. So inside the app and then inside the page.js, we just need to update these imports here. So this is going to go into /home, and then let's just copy this part. Really copy this and paste it here, and paste it here, and there we go. So this is already updated. So let's save it, and then let's make sure that all of this is going to reset. There we go. So we have the rewards page, and then let's just go back to the home page to make sure that everything is working correctly. And there we go. So looking fantastic. Now let's click on our icon here, because now this should now navigate to rewards, because remember we already built it out inside home, inside header.js. So we already built out the functionality. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, sorry, it was in bottom nav. In bottom nav. So rewards goes into /rewards. So that's looking nice. And so what we're going to do is, let's see, we need our heading to appear on top. So inside rewards, inside our actual rewards page, we want to be able to show the heading, right? So this big heading. And so what we're going to do is we want to render the header. I think it's what it was called. And then just say control spacebar, and then this is going to give you this drop down, and then just select this, which is going to auto import it on top. And then remember to close it out, so that now when I save it, then we should be able to see our header on top right here if it reloads. And there we go. So we don't have to keep on redoing the same application every single time. And then something else that we need is we need this menu to appear on every page. So this menu appears on every page. Now what we're going to do is inside our layout.js, we are going to import the bottom nav. So I'm going to say import bottom nav from components bottom nav, and then we are going to render it inside here. So children comes first, but the bottom nav is going to be on the bottom. So bottom nav, so that now when I save this, then our entire component, or rather the other components, are going to show up, and then on the bottom nav is going to show if this reloads. And there we go. So this is our bottom nav, right? And then I've just realized something. If I go back to the home page, the bottom nav doesn't show until right here. Now see, this is the problem. Why we actually need to fix this. And then the other thing that we need to fix is we need our nav, our bottom nav, to scroll with us. So we need it to be able to scroll. And I think the heading also scrolls. Yeah, this also scrolls. So let's just go ahead and fix that before we begin, so that you don't have many issues. So we're going to go inside the page.js, so inside app and page.js, which is our home page, and then we're going to remove this one because we no longer need it to be rendering here, because we have set it to render on every page. That will remove this top one, or one of these two, so that we only have one. And then inside bottom nav, we're going to go inside the parent of bottom nav, which is the nav, and we're going to give this a class name of fixed. And fixed is going to allow it to scroll with us. Obviously it's going to break just a bit, but it's going to allow us to scroll with us. So it is somewhere. Let me just give it a z index of about 50, so that it always appears on top, and it should be somewhere. If it reloads today, where is it? I can't find it. Okay, I can't find it here, so let me give it a bg of red-500 and a width of full to see whether it's going to appear somewhere. Really? Okay, let me find it in my inspect tool just to see whether it's actually rendering on the page. I have issues in the console log. What is this? Oh, these are issues with the SVG. I need to fix these issues with the SVG. So let's see, where's my nav? Where's my nav? Let's check the elements. The nav should be here. Where does it appear? So it appears outside. It appears outside of the elements. So list item. How did I structure this? So position fix, Let me give it a padding. Let me give it a padding all around of 4. And then let's see. Is this going to show up sometime today? Really? The nav is still not showing. Okay. So let's go inside our header component, which is inside home, and it is called header.js. And then header.js we know is this top part. So let's go ahead and change this to a fixed position. And that should break it just a bit. If it reloads sometime today, please. Okay, there we go. So we have it now here, and you can see that it kind of overlaps with other elements. So what we want to do is we want to make this a full width, so width full, to make it span all the way to the end. Please, if you're going to reload today, there we go. And then now this obviously just what is it? It kind of takes it back to its original orientation, but we now need it to have a background color. See that, so that when we are scrolling, it actually has a background color. So here we're going to go inside our globals.css. We're going to grab, which color do we have it? This one. We're going to grab this color from the body, and then inside the header we're going to give it a bg dash and then our square brackets, and then pass in our color, so that now this is going to have the actual color, so that now we can see that it scrolls and it is on top of every other element. So that is looking okay. And just to be safe, I'm going to give it a z index of 50, so that it is always going to be on top of every other element. Now all you need to do is just increase the padding on the top of this element, which is the hero. So let's go inside the hero.js. Let's go on top, and we're going to say that give it a padding on the top of 20, and then a padding on the bottom of 10, which is just going to push this downwards a bit more, so that we have a bit more scrollable stuff here, just a bit more space. And then what we need to do is we need to do the same thing for this menu, so that now this menu is also going to scroll with us. Therefore, let's go ahead into our, it is called the bottom nav, and inside here we're going to give this a class name, just like on the header. We're going to make it fixed. We're going to give it a width of full. We're going to give it a bg of the same color that we had, and then we're going to say give it a z index of 50, so that it is also going to be on top of every other element. And then what else? We want it to be on the bottom of 0, meaning on the bottom of the screen, and then we want it to be on the left of 0, so that it starts on the left, so that when I save it, then let me see what happens here. There we go. So here is our nav bar, right? Our bottom nav, and we can scroll with it, and the head also scroll. So that's looking okay. Let's just give it a box shadow here, so that it can it can be a bit more visible. So let's give it a box shadow. Will this even work? Box shadow. Yeah, it just very slight, but I think it gives it the box shadow on the bottom. Now there is a problem with this, and the problem with this is that we can no longer see, let me show you, we can no longer see this element. So that is a problem. So let me see, perhaps we can do something like give it a margin on the top of 10. What happens there? What happens? Nothing happens. How do you fix it? There's a property. I know there's a property, but I can't remember it. Let me go inside this previous element, which should be, oh, these things went at the phone, the mobile. So this part, if I go inside here, so if I go inside here and I give this a margin bottom, wait a minute, the bottom nav has what? Where's the padding here? The padding of 4. It has a padding of 4, and then padding of 4 is what? 16 pixels, and 2xl on the icon is 24 pixels and a line height of 32. So if I go to this, so this is 24 plus 32, and then plus 16, that is 72, if I'm correct, and then plus this. Actually, that's a bit too much, maybe. 76 plus this is what? Is that 100 or 110, whatever it is? So 110, that means that if I go and give this a margin bottom of about, how much is 40? 160, let's say 32. How much is 32? 128, let's say 20 or 24. 96. Let's try with 24 first. And this should push this to the bottom a bit more. Almost there, almost there. So see, now there's just a little bit of space here. So what you can do is just reduce this perhaps to 20 to get rid of this space. Just right about there. That should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. Now let's go inside our rewards page and let's actually begin building. So rewards. Now what we need to do is we need to get, where is it? We need to get this image. So let me save this image as well as this image. These 4 images are actually one image in one. So let me save them. And so I have saved these images. And what I've done is inside my images folder, I've created a new folder called rewards. And rewards has the grid SVG. The grid SVG is this part. And then the royal packs, this one is this top part, this top image, this one. So that's how I'm structuring them. And for images for the other pages, I'm going to do the same thing. So let's go inside rewards. Let's close this and this one, as well as this one and this one. We can close all of them actually. What am I doing? So inside rewards, let's go ahead and just, let me call this hero. Let me call this hero.js because we can put everything inside here because this is only one big component. Let's say RFC to generate all this. Let's call this hero with a capital H, and then let's return a fragment. And then inside here, we're going to return a section. Oops, a section. And then this section is going to have an image component because this image component is this top one. And then for the image, the source for this is going to be royal, what do they call it? Royal packs SVG. Royal packs SVG. And then the width for this is going to be about 500. The height is going to be about 200. And then the alt attribute is just going to be royal packs. And then below this, we're going to have a div, which is going to be this text as well as this image, as well as maybe this text as well. So let's create a div. Inside here, let me just copy and paste it here. Change this into royal grid. The width can be this about what, maybe 250. Let's say 250. The height also is 250 because it is a square. And then this can be the same alt attribute. And then below this, above this, we're going to have an H1 that says royal packs. So royal. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says, actually not a paragraph, but this is the heading as well, because the font is the same as this one. So let me say an H2 that says this. So let me copy this text and paste it here. And then below this div, we're going to have another div. And then this other div is going to be, actually, you know what? This text is closer to this one. So let me place it below the H2. A paragraph that says this. Oops, copy it once. There you go. And then now inside this div, we are going to have some text. So a paragraph that says this. And I realize that this is a link that links towards the offers page. So we can actually do that. So it says click here. So here is the link. Click, come on, click here. So let's add in a link here. The href is going to go into /offers. There we go. And then the text says here, and then exclamation afterwards. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button that says earn now. So we're going to have that, and then we can begin to style up this page. So let's just save it. Actually, it's going to break because we don't have these images. So let's import these images, and we're going to say import royal parks svg from art/images/rewards/royal-parks-svg as what do I call it? I called it rewards royal parks. What am I doing? So rewards dash royal dash parks .svg, and then we're also going to put the second image called royal grid from art/images/rewards/grid.svg, and then let's import our image component. So import image from next/image, then bring it on top. And then what else do we need? Nothing. Oh, the link. We need the link. So control spacebar, import link from next link, and then save it. And then let's take a look once this reloads, and we should have some pretty ugly looking stuff here. Is this going to reload today? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I'm not rendering this. So let's go inside our rewards page. So rewards and then page.js. And then here, let's render the hero. And this hero should come from rewards hero. Now remember that we have a hero inside the home page. So we don't want this one, we want this one that is coming from the rewards page. So make sure that you're getting the correct inputs. Let's save it, and then now we should be able to see something on the screen. And there we go. So looking quite ugly. So let's begin to style it out, and let's go inside our hero component. Inside this section, let's give it a class name, and we're going to give it a class name of max width to limit it. Give it a padding on the top of 20, and then for large screens, we're going to say give it a padding on the top of 32, just to increase the padding on the top so that this image pushes downwards. And then here, I'm also going to say give it a padding on the X of 4, so that we have a bit of leeway, so that this doesn't touch the edges of the screen. And then let me also say what, actually that's it. Let's save it, so that now this should be centered and then pushed downwards somewhere. We also need padding on the bottom. We need padding on the bottom of 10, so that we can have some bit of padding just in case this part reaches on the bottom now. And then let me see if I can go ahead and just say text center here. Will that center everything? I think it should, right? Except the images, obviously. So let's go inside this first image, give it a class name of block and mx auto, which should now center it. And then let's copy this and paste it on the second image as well, which is, oh wait a minute, it should be this one. So now these images should now be centered like so, looking nice. And then let's see what we need to do. We need this to be red in color. There's no spacing here except maybe for this one. And then what we need this to push downwards, and then this to be red in color. So let's begin to style it out. Let's begin. So let's go inside our global CSS file. Let's grab this color orange. Oh wait, we have this class called text orange. I forgot about it. So inside this h1, let's give it a class name of text-orange. Let's give it a text of -4xl. And then inside this h2, let's give it a class name of margin on the bottom of 8 to push away from this part. And then let me see, we need inside this paragraph, we're going to give it a class name of margin bottom of 20 to push away from this part from, where is it? What am I doing? Okay, yes, that's correct. So to push away from this part. And then inside this paragraph, so this one, we're going to give it a class name, margin bottom of 8 to push away from this button. And then let's tell out this button to give it a class name and we're going to say bg orange. I remember that class. And then we need text white, we need padding y of 2, we need padding x of about 6, we need rounded dash full, and then what else? What else? Nothing. Let's save it. Let's see what we have. What can we do to correct it? Okay, so we have that. Now see what I was saying. So right here, so we need to increase either the margin bottom or the padding bottom. So I think the padding bottom is going to work better. So let's increase this to about 20 to increase the padding, the margin bottom here. There we go. So that's looking almost okay, but let me increase it to about 28 to just increase it a bit more. And then on the bottom, we're going to give it a width of 4 so that it spans the entire width of the device. I mean, up to until where our max width ends. And this is a bit too big. So let's say width dash a half. Though this is going to bring the button here, I think. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, that's looking okay. That's much better. That is much better. And would you look at that? That is our rewards page. Now we need this to be underlined so that someone can click on it and it's going to go into the offers page, which we don't have. So we're going to get a 404 page, but we're going to fix in a moment. So let's go inside here, inside the href. Oops, give it a class name, and we're going to say underline, which is just going to give it a very slight underline. And then once we can click on it, then we can go into the offers page, which is what we're going to do next. And so just like we did for the rewards page, what we're going to do is inside the source folder and then inside the app folder, we're going to create a new folder called offers. And then inside offers, we're going to create a new file called page.js. And then inside here, we're going to say rfc, and then change this to offers, and then change this to offers page. So offers page, save it. So that now once it saves, then this should now reload so that it actually shows the offers page. And then if it reloads sometime today, there we go. So we have offers page, and we know that the offers page should also show the heading on top. So also need to render the heading, but we're going to do that in a moment. And then inside components, we're going to create a new folder here called offers, and this is going to have the components for the offers page, which is basically this part. So that's looking okay. Now let's go ahead inside here and let's return a fragment, and then let's return the header component, and the header component is coming from this one. So components home header, save it, and then now we should be able to see our header on the offers page. So for the offers page, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to go inside here, inside my offers, so components offers. I'm going to create a new file that is called offers.js. Is that going to be a naming issue? I hope it's not. It might be because I want to render this component here. So let me call this foods.js. And then let's say rfc, render it something inside here, change this to capital F. And then inside my page, inside my offers page, I want to render the foods components, not footer. So foods, there we go. Make sure that you're getting it from the correct path. So components offers foods. And now when I save it, then we're not going to be able to see anything because it is technically behind the header. So now what I'm going to do is I want to go ahead and copy the class names from my rewards page from the hero. So I want to copy these class names. And then inside my foods, I'm going to paste them inside here, but I'm going to remove the text center. So that now we should be able to see foods appearing somewhere here or here. Okay, so now let's begin to build this part out. And so what I want to do is I want to create this first part, and then I want to create one of all of these, and then we're just going to do a bit of copying and pasting. So let's begin with this top part. So we're going to return, let me grab all of this because I want to return a fragment first of all. And then inside here, I'm going to create an article. And then this article is going to have a class name called bg white to make it white. It's going to have a padding all around of 4 and a rounded of large. And then inside this article, I'm going to have this icon. So let's go into React icons to get the icon. Oh my god, what is happening to my computer? React icons. So React icons, and then let's search for tag. That looks like a tag, right? So you want the one facing this other side, so this one, and then we're going to say render this part or this icon, and then let's import it. So import this icon from React icons, and it is a bootstrap tag. Oh, by the way, I just remember to mention, in case you're wondering where the imports are actually coming from, it's just basically the first two letters of the icon. So this is coming from bootstrap, and then usually if you get one that is an IO tag, HI, where is I? If you get something like this one, which is an IO tag, always import it from IO5. Remember that issue that we had in the beginning of this video? So if you get an IO tag, import it from IO5, and then the other ones are just basically the same. So once we have this part, then we want some text that says have a promo code. So I'm going to say this is going to be an H2, because this is like you know what, not even an H2, this is an H1, because it describes what this page is about. This page is about offers, so have a promo code, have a promo code. It's capitalized, so code with a capital P, and then I'm going to save this, and then something is going to render on the screen here, right there. There we go. And then I'm going to go inside this article, change this to a flexbox, and then I'm going to say item center, and then give it a gap of about 4, just to separate it out a bit from this tag right around there. And then we need this to be red in color, and then the tag to be white. So inside this tag, actually not, now I'm going to grab it, cut it out, place it inside the button, so that I can go inside this button and give this button a class name of BG orange, because we have that class somewhere. And then I'm going to give it a padding all round of about maybe 2, and then I'm going to give it a rounded of full, which is going to make it rounded. And then for this one, I'm going to give it a class name of text white to make it white in color, so that now when this reloads sometime today, then we're going to have the correct looking icon. There we go. So have a promo code looking nice, and then probably we should make this smaller, so give it a class name of text dash base, which is 16 pixels, and then we can reduce this padding on the top, I think. So we can reduce this. So this is looking nice. Now I want to build out one of these. So below this article, I'm going to create a div. Now I'm creating a div because I want the div to be the parent of all these other elements, so that we can add equal spacing without having to like go inside every single article, you know. So we're going to have that as the div. We're going to have the div as a parent, and then we're going to have an article, and this article is going to have similar classes to this. So copy and paste them here. I don't think we're going to be using flex on the parent article, so we can remove this. And then inside this article, what we want is we want 2 divs. So one div is going to be this image, and actually we can just place it as the image, and then the other div is going to be the h2, which is the name of this mail. So let's copy that, place it inside an h2. Oops. And then below this h2, we're going to have some text, so some paragraph text here. Copy this, paste it here, and then below this, we're going to have a button that says pick up only. So we're going to save that. Oops, we need the actual image. So the source for this image, I think we can just grab the source for this. So copy image address, paste it here, and then the width is going to be, this is about what, maybe 50, and then, or let me say 80, and then the height is also going to be 80, and then the alt attribute here is going to just be the title of this. So I can, let me just copy this, paste it here. Let's save it. Let's remember to import the image component, so import it right there. Let's save it, and then now let's take a look at this, and we should be able to see something. And we see image is not defined. I just defined it right now. Oh, or can I not do this? You know, Next.js still has issues. Not really, I'm the one who has issues with Next.js. Will you reload, please? So it says invalid source prop. So I guess we can't, or you know what, let me see image in Next.js. Let me see what we can and can't do, because I'm not too conversant with the image component either. So let me see. Source is that. Okay, so you know what? Let me just go ahead and download this image. So let me grab this image, save it, and then inside I'm going to create a new file here called offers. And then inside offers, I'm just going to call this what? Image-1. And then let's go ahead and remove this part. Let's render image1, and then let's also import it. Place this on the next line. Let's say import image1 from /images/offers/image-1.wp, and then we should be able to see it here once this reloads. And there we go. Now this image is a bit too small, so let's render this as about maybe 150, and then we can begin to style all of this out. So the first thing that we need to do is, that's looking nice. So let's go inside this div, give this a class name of margin top of 4 to just increase the margin between these two elements right there. And then inside this article, we're going to change this to a flex box so that this comes here. There we go. And then I'm going to say items-center so that it moves to the center bit. And then I'm going to give it a gap of 4 to separate it out from the image. Reload, please. Reload. Okay, there we go. So just to separate it out from the image just a bit. And then let's see. So we need this entire text to be just a bit smaller. So inside this h2, let's give it a class name. And we're going to say text-xl maybe. And then inside this paragraph, we're going to give it a class name. And we're going to say text-small. And then let me see, this button needs to have some custom styles. So let me go inside my global CSS. We want to grab this color. And then we're going to go back inside the button, give it a class name of bg dash, and then place in our custom color. Give it a padding y of 1, a padding x of 2, a rounded dash full, and a text of white. That should be enough. Let's see what we have on the screen. There we go. And then change this to text dash small and a margin top of about 4 as well, just to push it away from this text a bit. And then on this text, I want to give it a margin top of 2 to push it away just a bit from this heading. So that's looking okay. Maybe increase the padding on the X of this button. It looks a bit ugly, and that should do it. There we go. So now that we have this is the general structure that we're going to be using for all these other ones. Now what I'm going to do is I want to create an array of objects which is going to hold all this data, because I don't want to create like how many articles. Imagine creating this article for all these. That would be quite a bit of hassle. So what I'm going to do is right above this, I'm going to create an array of objects, and I'm going to say const, like what? Let me just say items, or let me say offers. Const offers is equal to an array of objects, and it's going to be structured as follows. We want the image, which we're going to be importing. So this one comes from image1, and then we want the title, which is going to be this. So copy this, paste it here, and then below this we want the description, which is going to be the paragraph text. So this one, and then it's going to be here, and then below this we're going to have the button, and in this case it says pick up only. And then what else do we need? I think it's only that. I think that's it. That is it. Now we can do a bit of toggling to check whether the button should say pickup only or delivery only. And so before I do that, what I want to do is I want to substitute this. I just want to paste this downwards one more time. And then I want to substitute this part. I want to map over this data so that we can substitute it here. Now, before we do that, what we need to do is we need to import use state from React so that we can set up our state values. So inside here, I'm going to say const, let me say cards is equal to use state. And by default, I want it to take in the offers data that I've just created here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div on top of this with the same classes here. So class name margin top of 4. And then I'm basically just substituting all this. Now I'm going to copy this article. Actually, I'm going to cut it out, then remove this. And then I'm going to say offers dot map. And then for every offer that I get back, I also want to get back the index of the item. So index. And then here I want to return this article. Okay, except that now the source should be dynamic. So I'm going to say offer dot image, meaning offer dot the property called image here. And then for the h2 here, I want to say offer dot title, meaning it's going to be dynamic according to the title of the current object. And then this should say offer dot description. And then this one says offer dot button. And then the alt attribute here should now say offer dot title as well, meaning the title of the current the current item. And then here, because we are mapping over a list of items, we return a list. So it needs to have a unique key, which in this case is going to be the index. So that now when I save this, we're going to have two articles here, but they're going to be the same data. And then we're going to change that so it says what really cannot. Oh, I keep on forgetting this. This is Next.js, not React. So we need to say use client on top. And then let's reloading. And there we go. So we have two items here. And then remember that I created a div to be the parent element. So now I'm going to go inside this div, give it a class of grid and grid columns -1 with a gap of about 4, just to separate them out just a bit. And there we go. So now all we're going to be doing here now is just substituting this for the correct images and then the correct titles. Now this is quite a big page, so I don't want to do all of them. So I'm going to do about like maybe these 4 or 5. So let's go ahead and do that. So let me copy this part, copy and then paste it for the title here. Oops, make sure it's on the same line. And then this one, copy and paste it for the description. And then the button says that. And then the image source here, let me copy image address. And then let me place it inside here as a string. I think that should work. Let me save it and then let it reload just to see whether it actually works. Or whether I'm going to be having, yeah, it doesn't work. So let me just download it. So download. And I'm going to call this image-2. And then let's substitute it here. And it's called image2. There we go. So that now, oops, I need to import it. So image2 and then image-2. So that now when I save it and it reloads, then we should be able to see the second image with the correct data. And there we go. So I want to do this for about 3 more items. So I'm going to just cut it out to where I've already done it because I don't want to show this boring stuff. So I have 4 images now. I have 4 of them. So when I save it and it reloads here, then we should have 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So that's looking quite nice if I do say so myself, which I do. And then if you want to add some more of these, all you need to do is just follow the same procedure here. Just follow the same procedure of adding this in and then just save it and it's going to reload. So that's looking okay. That is looking okay. Now, something that we can do here is we can add another property to check whether this should be pickup only or delivery only. So what you can do is right here we can add a property that says maybe delivery, and set it to a boolean, either true or false. And then I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Oops, paste it here and here. Are those four? Okay, delivery true. So this should say false, right? And then this should also say false. And then this one is delivery true, and then this should say false. And then now what you can do is we're going to cut out this button. We're going to cut out this button, and then we're going to add a check here that says if offer dot delivery is true, meaning if offer dot delivery, meaning if this evaluates to true, then we want to render a button that says delivery only, and then if it renders to false, then we want to render the pickup only button. And actually this is wrong, it should be a question mark. So if it is true, then we want to render the other button, not this one. And then if it is false, then we want to render this button. So we just need to change out these styles a bit, and then also change this out, because now this should be a string that says if delivery is true, then the button should say delivery only, and then this should now say pick up only. And then we need to change the text for this, so this bg should be transparent, and then it should have a border, and then the border color, border dash, should be hashtag 502215. And I think the text should also be text hashtag 502215. So delivery only and pickup only, so that when I save this, then it should evaluate. So see that right there, it should now evaluate to the correct items, and it says delivery only and pickup only. And then that means that this part here is now useless. This property called the button is now useless, so you can remove it. And then what remains is the same thing that you can see here. Let's remove these spaces. Let's remove these spaces. There you go. And now that we have that, then all we need to do is create our menu page, which we're going to navigate to and get a 404 page. But the menu page is the page that has the most bit of functionality, I think. And so let's go ahead and create that next. So the first thing I'm going to do is inside my source folder, and then inside my app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called menu. And then inside menu, I'm going to create a new file called page.js. And then I'm going to say RFC inside here to generate the component. And then change this into menu. And then I'm going to change this to say menu page. And then I'm going to go inside my components folder. And then I'm going to create a new folder here called menu. And then inside menu, I need the header for the menu. And then we need this other part, which I don't know what kind of components I'm going to call this yet. So inside the menu, let's create a new file called header.js. And then let's say RFC inside here, change this to a capital H. And then inside page.js, we can now remove this part. And then we can render the header component, which is now coming from menu. Now import the correct component, okay? And then once we can save that, we also want to go ahead and create a new file inside the menu components. And I'm just going to call it like hero.js for lack of a better name. And then I'm going to say RFC inside here as well, change this to a capital H. And then inside page here, I'm going to render the hero that is coming from menu. Where is it? This one that is coming from menu hero. And then let's close this out. Let's save it. And then let's see what we have on the screen, which should be this once it reloads. And we have the header here and have the hero. So let's begin to style this out. I'm going to go inside the header.js, this one right here. I'm going to return a header element with the bg of orange and a padding all around of 4. And then it's going to be fixed because I want to be able to scroll with it. I don't know whether this is scrollable, but we have been using scrollable headings, so I'm just going to make it scrollable once again, and then give it a width of full as well. And then inside here, I'm going to create a div with a class of max width so that it is limited and it doesn't go there to the end. And then inside this div with a class of max width, I'm going to create three divs. Now this first div is going to be empty so that it creates this space, and then this second div is going to have an h1 or an h2 rather that says locations, and then the third div is going to have a button, and then this button is going to be this map button. So let's create for, let's search for map, and we're going to use which one? It is the empty one, so I'm going to use this one and then just paste it in as a component, and then we're going to say import, not import, but import this from react icons / bootstrap. And then let's go ahead and save this, and let's see what have on the screen right here. And would you look at that, that looks ugly. So let's begin to style this out. Let's change, where is it? Let's change this to a flex box, and then items dash center, and then justify dash center, and then this should bring the locations here and the icon here. There we go. Or rather it doesn't. Oh sorry, justify between, not center, justify between, which should now bring the icon here, right here. There we go. And then let's change the text to white. So let's say text dash white to make everything whiter, and we're going to have that. Maybe make this text a bit bigger, give this a class name of text dash 2xl, make it just a bit bigger, looking nice. Now why is this one raised above this? It seems like it has a bit of margin on the bottom. Why? Because it's a div. So let's not place this inside the div. Let's just have it as a button, and it should move downwards a bit. There we go. That's much better. And then now let's see. So we need these to pick up delivery. So these two buttons, I'm going to place them inside my hero component. So inside here, let's begin to render out our buttons. And for our buttons, I'm going to render a UL with two list items, and they're going to be buttons. So let me just do this. And then the first button says pick up, and then the second button says delivery. Okay. And then once we have that, then we need a form below this. So we need a form that has no action, but it has an input with a type of text, and then the name is going to be search, because this is it's search because you can search for an address here, and then the ID is going to be search, and then the placeholder is going to be your address. Apologies if you can hear some kind of banging noise. So your address, and then we have that. Once we have that, then we want to render below this form. We're going to render three buttons once again. Okay, so UL with three list items, which are going to be buttons. The first button says nearby. The second button says favorites. The third button says recents. Okay, now this is the general crude structure that we have, but I might just play around with this. I might play around with it, not really play around, that's the wrong word. Refactor. I might refactor it depending on how the component changes. So let's go ahead and begin to style this out one by one. So let's save it actually, and let's render it. Let's render it inside location. So here, sorry, we should be able to see it because we're already rendering it. Now it is behind, the top part is behind this heading. So let's go inside offers and inside foods, and then let's copy these top styles. Let me copy this part, and then inside our hero we can just paste it. We can create a div here and then paste in these classes, and then cut out this entire div and return a fragment instead, because I like fragments. And then let's see what we have. So we have that looks okay. So pick up delivered. Now let me see. So pickup is the default one. Wait. Okay, so that means pickup, when you click on pickup, then these components, so everything inside here should show. And then when you click on delivery, then the model should show. So that means that we need to have a model component. So let's go inside the menu here. Let's create a new component called model. And actually, let's begin with that because it seems a bit easier. So let's say RFC. Let's change this to a capital M. And then inside model here, we're going to return a fragment. Then let me open it up to see what you have. So enter your address. So it has this icon here. So we have this icon, we have the model, and then we have this part. Okay, so obviously we need to begin with creating the model first. So let's create a div inside here. The div is going to have a class name of max width dash, maybe 2xl, and an mx of auto. And then below this, we're going to have an icon called gr close, which I'm getting from memory. And then let's import it. So import gr close from react icons /gr. And then below this, we're going to have an h2 that says enter your address. And then below this h2, we're going to have a form which is similar to this one. So let me just copy this form and paste it here. And then below this, and actually this ID is going to give us issues. So let me say ID search2. And then below this, we're going to have some paragraph text that says unit can be entered during checkout. So unit can be entered during checkout. And then below this, we're going to have another paragraph that says this. Let me just copy it rather than typing it all out. Can I not copy it? I can't copy it. Really? Okay. Delivery terms and fees apply. And fees apply. Click here for details. Okay, and then we have a button here that says deliver. I can't type. Deliver here. So that's looking okay. That is our model. So let me save it, and then let me give it a bg of, remember the color that we had in our globals.css. So globals.css, so this color, copy it, and then just paste it here. And then let's save it. And then inside hero, I'm going to render the model where should I render it? I think I can render it here. So model, let's import the correct image, so the correct component from /model because it is in the same folder, and then save it. And then it should break this a bit. It should break it a bit. There you go. So that is our model. Now what I want to do is this. I want to grab this entire div, cut it out, and place it inside another div, so that this div can have the classes where this it kind of gives like a slightly opaque feel to it. So we want to style that out right away. So I'm going to give this a class name of bg black, and then I'm going to say absolute and bring it to the top by 0, left 0, bottom 0, and right 0, which is going to break this, as you can see right there. So it breaks this up, right? Now I'm also going to give this a z index of 50. I think it should place it above this, I hope. Nope, it doesn't, because remember this also has a z index of 50. Now the problem with the tailwind is that it doesn't go above 50. So let me try and put a custom value here and say 99. I don't know whether this is going to work. I hope it does, so that it goes, there we go. Now obviously we don't want this to happen, right? We don't want this to happen. So here we can add an opacity on the background by saying bg opacity and then setting it to about like 25, and that should be enough so that it has some opacity here. And there we go. I can say about 40 maybe, so that it's just a bit more opaque. Yeah. And then now this is our model, right? So this is our model. And then now what we want to do is we want to go inside this div, sorry, not inside this, inside the model, I mean the wrong component. So inside the model, we want to begin to style out the model. Now we can increase this to about 4xl to make it a bit wider, right there. How wide is this? It's not so wide, maybe 3xl. And then what we need to do is inside this issue, we're going to give it a class name and we're going to say text dash to XL. I'm in the wrong place, so text to XL to increase this. And then let me check how this looks on mobile. So on mobile, right around, yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. That should be fine, because remember we have a padding on the X of 4, so it pushes it inwards. So that's looking okay. So let's continue to style this out. So inside this div, let's give it a padding all round of 8, make it rounded dash large. I don't know, let me start with the 4 for mobile, and then on large screens I can say padding all round of 8, padding all round of 8, so that it just pushes inwards just a bit, and then it has a rounded border. My application is not reloading. Okay, there we go. So that we're going to have that. Yeah, that looks okay. And then we need the entire text to be centered. So I can go inside here and say text dash center, but I don't know whether that is going to affect the icon. Let's find out. It doesn't. Nice. And then let's go inside this issue. Let's give it a margin on the Y of about 8 to push it away from this icon on the top and then from this form on the bottom. And then that should be fine. Maybe make it a bit larger. Let's say for large screens, text dash 4XL. How is 4XL? We can work with that. And then the next is what? Next is this one. Let me see. This should be a width of 4. Let's go inside here. Let's give it a class name and let's say BG white, rounded dash large, padding Y of 3, padding X of 6. Let's say placeholder. The placeholder text should be the same color as this one. Let's go inside our CSS. Let's grab this color and then let's just paste it inside here. And then the text should also be not white. The text should also be the same color. And then let's see what else we can say. I want a slight box shadow on the input, and then I want the width to be 9/12, which is width 9/12, which is 75%, right? Yes, 75% of the entire container. And then inside this paragraph, we can give it a class name, and we're going to say text orange to give it the kind of red or orange kind of text. And then let's give it a margin on the top of 8. And let me see, margin on top of 8, margin on the bottom is a bit bigger. So let's say margin on the bottom of 12. And then how is this styled? So this is just the same as the text, really. The same as it can even remain as it is, but we can add a margin on the bottom to push it from the button. So class name is equal to margin bottom of 8. And then for this one, we're going to say give it a class name of padding on the Y of 3, padding on the X of 6. We're going to give it a width of 9, width dash 9/12. And then we're going to say give it a border with a border color of the very same color that we have on top. And then the text color is going to be the same as that one. That should be okay. Let's save it. Let's see what we have for our model. Once it reloads, there we go. We need to make this rounded. So let me say rounded dash full. And we're going to have that. Would you look at that? That's looking nice. That is looking nice. This can be bold. So let's say font bold. Font bold. And that model is looking nice. We only need to implement the functionality for this. So the way we do that is we are going to go inside our hero. Now our hero, we are going to import use state, and then remember to add a use client here so that we don't have any issues. Now inside here, we're going to put a state value called isModel, or you can say isModel open, but that is a bit of a longer name for me. And set isModel. Oh, you know what? Let me not say that. Let me say show model. Show model is a bit more descriptive. So show model and set show model is equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false because we don't want to be able to see the model when we load in the application. And then on this button on delivery, we're going to have a click event. So on click, and we're going to say that when we click on this, we're going to pass in our inline function, and then we're going to call this function called set show model. So set show model, and we're going to set this to true, so that when you click on the delivery button, then the model shows up. And then now this needs to be dependent on the show model state value. So we're going to cut it out, and then we're going to place our curly brackets and say that only when show model is true, that's when we want our model to show up. And then inside the model, because we want to be able to close the model, right? So the model itself needs to have access to this state value as well as this function. So here we're going to say show model prop. The show model prop is going to be equal to the show model state value, and then the set show model prop is going to be equal to the set show model function. So that now I can save this, and our functionality technically works. If I were to reload this, then the model is going to disappear, right? But now notice that it disappears, and then we still have these issues. But now when I click on delivery here, then it shows our model. And then now I want that when I click on this, it also makes our model disappear. So inside the model right here, I'm going to say that on this button, I want an on click on the icon, not the button, where I'm going to call my set show model function, where I'm going to say set this to false, and then I can destructure it inside here and say set show model. And I think when I do that, it means that I don't need this first part. I don't need this one. So you can save it, and then notice that when I click on this, then it disappears, and when I click on the delivery button, it appears. So that's looking okay. That's looking nice. Now we have an issue here where I don't know why it's showing this. Okay, you know what? I know why it's showing it. I know why it is showing it. It's because I placed this on the wrong element. I should have placed it inside the model. So let me grab, I think, these entire classes. So all these classes, and then let's remove this div. I think we can remove it, and then remove the bottom one as well. And then inside the model, I'm going to create a div here and then paste in these class names, and then just cut it out because I want to return a fragment as the first element. And that should be okay. So let me save it, and then let me also save this. And then now this black background should disappear. And then when I click on this, it should appear on the model. Yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Oh, just notice this needs to have a cursor pointer so that we can show that it is actually clickable. So inside the model, we're going to go here, give it a class name, and we're going to say cursor pointer, so that it has a cursor pointer when I hover over it, so that you can see that it is actually clickable. And then probably we need this model to move downwards a bit. We need it to move downwards just a bit. So how do we do that? We can go here and give it a padding on the top of 20 to push it downwards. That is much better. If you reload sometime today, please. Or this doesn't work. So margin top, maybe. Does margin top work? Okay, there you go. So margin top of 20 just to push it downwards a bit. So that is looking okay. That is our model. Now we need this and the delivery to move to the center. So we can close this model because we are done with it. And then inside here, inside this UL, we're going to give it a class name. And I'm going to say give it a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash center. And then inside this list item, I'm going to give it a class name of flex dash 1. And then I'm just going to copy it and do the same thing on this second list item, so that they each take up 50% of the container in which they are placed, so that we're going to have that. So item center, justify center. Why are not centered? Can I say text center here? That should center you. There we go. And then on this button, I'm going to give it a class name, and I'm going to say I want this color once again, and I'm going to give it a class name of BG, plus in my square brackets, paste this in, text white and padding Y of 2, padding X of 6, though padding X doesn't really do anything because they are taking up, wait a minute, what? This should be full. So let me say width dash full. That should do it. Yeah, there we go. So width dash full, and then we're going to have this. Okay, okay, this add-on should have a border. So for this second button, we're going to go here, or let me go after the on click, give it a class name, and then I'm going to say give it a border of 2, and then save it, and that should do it. And that means that it's going to interfere with this a bit. Oh, the border is barely even visible. Let me give it a border dash, and then give it a border color of that, and then say width dash full, which should now make the border width full. Oh, and then give it a padding on the y. Padding on the y, what did I use? 2. So padding on the y of 2, padding on the x of 6. There we go. And then now the reason why this is like overflowing and it is not the same size as this is because border is applied on the outside. It is technically the edge at which the box, the CSS box model begins to count. So border is like the boundary between margin and padding. So what we do to fix this is we just basically go on this button, give it a similar border, so border 2, and then border dash, and then give it this color. That now the border is also applied on this button, and then now they're fixed width. They are not fixed width really, but they are what's it called? They are the same height. That's the one. That's the one. So we have that, and then we need to create this part. So let's go ahead and style out our form. So our form, the first thing I want to do is give it a margin on the y-axis of 8. So margin on the top and bottom of 8 to push it away from these two elements. And then inside the input, I'm going to give it a class name of what's it called? Width dash full. Give it a padding on the y of 3, padding on the x of 6. Give it a placeholder, or rather a rounded of large first of all. And then give it a placeholder text color, placeholder dash, and then paste in our color. And then give it a text color. White is always on my fingers, muscle memory. Give it a text color of that, and then give it a BG of white and the slide box shadow. Save it, and this should span all the way up to here, looking nice. So that is our address bar, not really our address bar, and it needs to have a border. So let me give it a border, and then I'm going to say border dash slate dash maybe like 400. That should be fine. What is this? Yeah, that should be fine. Now that we have the border of slate, then we need to remove the box shadow so that it doesn't do things like that. And then I realized that there's a search icon here. The way you do that to add it inside here is basically you add a label. You can add a label with the icon inside here, and then you position this label absolute within the input, and then just bring it here. That's how you do it. Now what we need to do next is these 3 components. So these 3 components. Now to do that, I'm going to create 3 components. So inside the menu still, I'm going to create a new file called nearby.js, and then just say RFC inside here, change this to a capital N. And then I'm going to create the second one called favorites. So favorites.js, RFC inside here, change this to a capital F. And then I'm going to do another one called recents. So recents.js, say RFC inside here, change this to a capital R. Now when I save this, then what I want to do is I'm going to go, where is it? Not hero. Okay, it's inside the hero. Now inside the hero, I'm going to create a new state value called value, not const value. And then I'm going to create the function called set value, and this is going to be equal to useState, and it's going to be equal to some piece of data that I want to create. Now the piece of data is going to be referencing the components. So inside here, I want to import the components. So I'm going to say import nearby from nearby, and then copy this down 2 more times, change this to favorites, and then change this to favorites as well, and then change this to recents, and then change this to recents. Now let's go ahead and create our piece of data. So I'm going to say, let me call this components is equal to an array of objects, and then I just want to reference the name of the component. So the name here is going to be nearby. It's going to be nearby, so it's a component, so nearby. and then just do this 2 more times. So select this and say Shift Alt and down 2 more times, change this to favorites, and then change this to recents. Now always remember that when you're creating a piece of state like this and you're referencing React components, then always import React on top. Let me say that because a child was screaming outside. When you're creating a piece of state like this and you're referencing React components, always make sure that React is imported on top. Otherwise, it's going to give you an error because JavaScript doesn't understand where this is coming from. And so once we have that, then we need to create another state value which is going to hold this component's data. So I'm going to say const, let me call this items is equal to use state, and by default I want it to have the components data, and then let me place it on top so that this comes second. And then now I can destructure the name from the components, and then I can set it equal to the components depending on the current value that I have. And the value here by default is going to be 0, and it is 0 because arrays are indexed from 0. So this is the 0 item, meaning the first item. This is the 1 item, meaning the second item, and then this is the 2 item, meaning the third item. Now once we have that, then I can go ahead and I can say this. I can say that below this UL, now below the UL, which is going to be somewhere here, I want to render the what's it called? The name, this name. I want to render it. So I'm going to render it inside a div, not a data grid, inside a div. And then I'm going to render the name. Now what we should see is we should see nearby here, because nearby is the first component that is being rendered. And here we are saying that we are getting the name of the component depending on the value that we have. Meaning if I change this to 1, then it should show favorites. And if I change this to 2, then it should show recents right there. So that is working correctly. And we're going to be using this to toggle between these 3 buttons that we have here. So let's begin to style out these components. Now I realize that the favorites and the recents components don't really have anything. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to grab this icon and then find a location nearby. We're just going to render this. So let me save this. Is this even savable? Let me see. Oh my god, my computer is dying. So this is an SVG. So let's copy this SVG. Let's right click and say copy element. And then inside our nearby component, so nearby, we're going to be returning a div, and then inside this div we're going to return the SVG, which is huge. It's so huge. And then below this we're going to render an h2 that says find a location nearby. And then now, just like we did for the other SVGs, remember where we refactored them? Where is it? Go back to the homepage. So for this SVG, remember we refactored it and then we called it logo. Inside the home, we called it logo. You can do the same thing for this SVG so that it doesn't like make your file too huge, as you can see right here, right? Now, if you want to do that, you can do that. I'm just going to leave it here because it is a pretty small component and it is only rendering the UI. So inside the nearby, I want to render this and then the text that says, please, let me just copy it. Not really. Copy, paste it here. And then below this, we're going to have a button. And for this button, I'm just going to copy the styles that we did for our, I think it was the offers or rewards page, because it had a similar looking button. It says share location. It is a capital L. So let's save this. And then what you're going to see on the screen is something like this. Look at that. Okay. Now we do have errors inside here, but we're going to fix them in a moment. What I want to do first is I want to go inside my rewards page. So inside my rewards, inside hero, and I want to copy the styles for this button. So copy these styles, and then back inside my nearby component, I'm going to go to the bottom and then paste the styles inside this button, and then style this h2, give it a class name, and I'm going to say give it a class name of about text-2xl, and then for large screens xl, then for large screens I'm going to say text-4xl. give it a margin bottom of 8, or margin on the y-axis on the top and bottom of 8. And then inside this button, I'm going to say give it a class name of margin bottom of 8 as well, just to push away from this button. And then I've just realized what we should do for this SVG is we should place it inside a parent element so that we can limit the width of this SVG. So place it inside like an article. So article, give it a width of about maybe like 40, and then a height of 40 as well, so that the SVG is going to be limited within this article so that it doesn't grow so huge. So let's save that, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And we're going to have that. So 40 is a bit too big, so let's say about 20. There we go. That's looking nice. And then let's go inside this div, give it a class name, and we're going to say text-center, which is going to center all the text inside here. And then this SVG also needs to be centered. So let me see if I can add a class name here, change it into a block element, and then let's say MX Auto to see whether it's going to center it. And it doesn't. It doesn't. But if I go, what if I do the same for here? Does that change anything? Okay, it does. Okay. So we should have just done that in the first place. Now let's fix any errors that we get inside here. So the fill is going to be this, and I don't think we have, do we have any issue inside here? Because usually the issue is just to change the properties into camel case, but we don't seem to have that inside here. Okay, that's okay. Then what we should do now is we want to be able to toggle this, but I don't want to do that yet because I want to go back to the top and add a padding on the y-axis of 10 so that this pushes downwards just a bit. And then what I want to do is for the favorites and for the recents, I also want to create their components. So let's go inside favorites. I mean, for now, actually, it can remain as it is, but let's go inside the home page, give this a class name of flex and item center, and then justify dash, let me say between, which will now bring this here. There we go. And not even between, let's say evenly, so that they're not so close to the edges. And then for these buttons, let me say give it a class name. Now the class names for these buttons need to be dynamic depending on the value, which means that when we are being nearby, then the nearby component should have this bottom border, and then so on and so forth, right? So what I'm going to do is this, we need these class names to be dynamic. Oops. So I'm going to place my curly brackets and then my backticks and then $, and then my other curly brackets. So any steps that I'm going to be writing inside here are going to apply by default, but the steps that I'm going to apply inside here are going to apply only when the value is going to be equal to the current component that we are viewing. So what I mean is this, I can remove this space and I can say that I want this to have a border on the bottom of 2, and then I want it to have a border of slate of, let me say 400. And what you're going to see is, obviously this is going to be an issue because we need to have some styles here. So let me just say text white, for example, so that we don't have any problems. And what you're going to see is the following. Now when this reloads, obviously. So this is going to be a white text, but notice that it has the bottom border. Now, if I go and simply place a condition here and say that only when the value is equal to the index. Now, I know we don't know where the index is coming from. We're going to get it in a moment. Only when the value is equal to the index, that's when I want the text of white to appear. Now, let's go ahead and get this index because it's going to, as you can see, it gives us an issue, right? So actually, let me remove where starting from here up to here. Let me remove that. And actually, let me remove this as well. Let me just save it. And then what we're going to do is this. We're going to go back to the top. We're going to add another property here called button. And the button here is going to say nearby. Just basically substituting what we have hard coded here. And then let me just copy this here and here. Change this to favorites. And then change this to recents. And then now what we can do is we can go and grab this UL, cut it out, and then we can map over our data. Now remember that our data is somewhere inside here because we placed it inside components, right? Inside this state value called items. So I'm going to say items.map, and then because we want to get the button, so I'm going to call the object that we get back, I'm going to call it buttons. So for every button that we get back, I also want to get back the index of the button, and then I'm going to return a button. Actually this is actually wrong. Let me just paste this in, and then the UL needs to come on top of this, and then this needs to come on the bottom, and then this needs to be a React fragment. So let me say react.fragment, and then render the list items, and then inside here let's render our unique key called index. And then now what you can do is this: we can say, place in our $sign curly brackets, and say that only when the value is equal to the index of the button, that is when we want the following style to apply. So like a style like text white. Now we don't want to render this. We don't want to render list item button, list item, list item. So we don't want this one, obviously, because we are mapping over this. So this is going to be dynamic, which means we're just going to say button dot button, which is going to get the text of the button. Remember the property is called button. Now why do we have this error? So we have a class name here, button. We have list item, which is closing the list item. We have the React fragment. So the issue is here. The issue is here. Let me remove this. And actually not, I just realized where the issue is. The issue is because this is the condition, we have not specified whether we want it to evaluate when it is true or when it is false. So here I'm just going to place my double ampersand, which basically means that only when value is equal to index, when this evaluates to true, that's when you want these styles to apply. So now I'm going to save this and watch our application. Now it breaks. I did not expect it to break. So value is equal to index text white. I did not expect it to break. Why do you break now? Why do you break? Button dot button. Recents, favorites. Let me try something. Let me disable this part, and then let me render some dummy text to see where. Okay. Oh, so that means that this is not showing. That means that this is the part that is not showing. So let me see. Remove this. Let me write button and button. What? But button dot button. Oh, you know what? I think it's because we called it button. We called it a similar name. I think it's because we called it a similar name. Oh, wait, what? So it hadn't reloaded. It hadn't reloaded. Okay, so there we go. So now look at these styles. These styles apply by default, but these styles of text white, let me not use text white because it is barely visible. Let me say bg rows 500, and they're going to say that this is going to have a rows background, right? And if I go and change this to a value of 1, meaning the second item, then this now applies, and you can see that even the component changes. And then if I go and change this into 2, which is our final component, then this now applies, and then this changes. So that's basically what you want to do, and you want to be able to click on these buttons to switch the components. Now the way we do that is by going inside the list item on the button, and in this case I want to go inside the list item because the list item spans this entire thing. It spans this entire part, or I would like it to span the entire part. And then I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that on click, when I click on the list item, then I want to pass in my inline function here and say set value, meaning this function right here, set the value into the index of the button that we click on. And remember that when we change this, we are also changing this, we are toggling that, and then we're also changing this part, the component that is being shown, because that is dependent on the value here as well. So let me go ahead and save that, and then now when I click on this, it should change, and I click on this, and I click on this, and it changes. So that's looking okay. That is looking nice, nice, nice. Now let's go ahead and make these buttons bigger. So I want them to be bigger. So let me go ahead and say this is flex. So if I go on this list item right here, give it a class name, and I say flex 1, it should apply for all of them, or it doesn't. If I say width dash full, it should apply now, or it still doesn't. We might have to play around with our styles just a bit more. So let me do this instead. Let me copy this part. Let me cut it out from the button, and then let me place it on the list item. And then let's see. Still the same thing. Still the same thing. If I say width dash full here for all of them, okay, there we go. And then text center. Okay, and then give it a padding on the Y of about 2. Looking nice, looking nice. And then obviously I don't want the BG rows here. What I want is I want the border to be a certain color, which should be orange. So let me grab the orange color here, and then let me paste it inside here, and we're going to have that. So the one that is active should have a red border, as you can see, and then when I click on this, it gets the red border, and so on and so forth. Now what I want is I want the entire list item to have a cursor of pointer, so that you can click it shows that you can click on it. So on the list item right here, because I want it to apply for all items, I'm going to say cursor dash pointer. Once again, remember that only the classes that apply inside here apply on the active class, and then these ones apply to everything else. So would you look at that? That's looking nice. Now let's just maybe change this text a bit. So inside the favorites component, so favorites, let's return a div with a class of padding y of 10, and then let's say text dash center, and then let's return an h2 with a class name of text dash 3xl, and then for large screens text dash 4xl, and then let's say your favorites, let's say your favorites, and then let's just copy this div, save it, and then let's go inside the recents component, and then inside here let's return a fragment, and then let's paste in our div, change this to your recents or your recent orders, and then we're going to have that. So your favorites and then your recent orders, and that is a much better looking component. And then remember that our model is also working, and yeah, that looks nice. Now on the original page, when you click on this, it shows a map. I don't want to do that, but I do have a video where we use leaflet.js to do something similar, where we built the IP address tracker. You can check out that video as well. And I think that is going to be the end of the video, because we have created all the pages that are needed inside here. We have created all of them. Obviously the my code page does not exist. Let me fix that. So it should be inside homepage, inside bottom nav, and my code here does not exist. It goes into the /, which is the homepage. So this should now reload, go back to the homepage, and we are going to have that. That is much better looking. That is much better looking. And now all you need to do is just deploy this, maybe to like Netlify and also to GitHub, not or to GitHub. And we're going to have that nice looking page. Now looking at this on the mobile page, it looks a bit crowded for my taste. It looks just a bit crowded, and even this page doesn't look all that nice. So let's just fix a few things. Let's fix a few things. And what I'm going to fix is the following. I am going to go inside the mobile page, and I want this to display as justify between inside the bottom nav, because remember it is justified evenly by default. So this, I'm just going to set this to for medium screens, and then by default I want it to say justify between, which is going to take all of this to the end, right around. Come on, please reload. There we go. So just add a bit more space, and then we can remove this because we don't really need this on mobile. So the one that says my code, this one. So for this list item, what you can say is display it as hidden by default, but on medium screens, display it as a block element. And then that is going to make it disappear from here. But on medium screens and above, it's going to appear. If this is going to reload some time today, please. There we go. And then something else that we can do is, I noticed it, but where is it? Where are you? Is it in the menu? No. This one looks okay. It is in the offers. Yes, on the offers page. So on the offers page, inside the foods, what I want to do is I want this to display as flex column by default, so that the images come on top and then the text on the bottom. This is much better. Just look at that. Just changing one style instantly makes it better. And then probably we can make it text centered. So we can say text center, which is going to center all the text. And then what we can do is we can say that for medium screens, then the flex should go back to row. And then right after this, we can say that for medium screens, then the text should go back to left. That instantly makes it much better. And then for the rewards page, we don't really need to do anything. And that is that. And I've just remembered that we did not create our toggle for the menu here. I can leave that to you, I think, because it is just basically creating a use state and then toggling the values as to whether this shows or not. And yeah, that is basically it. So let me deploy this to GitHub. And then let's go into Netlify as well. And Netlify is probably going to give us a bit of issues, and you're going to see why in a moment. I hope it gives us issues. I hope it does. My computer just hung. It's frozen. Okay, there we go. It's still frozen. It's still frozen. Really? Let's create a new repository. I need a new computer. I'm using the laptop that I used to use in university. So it is quite old. It is about, I guess, 7 years, 5, 6, 7 years. Yeah, thereabout. So let's create a new repository. And then the repository name is going to say iRecreate-Burger King. So BK, and then create repository. And then let me go here. Let me check that I'm still recording. And then let's close all these pages down. And then let me create a new terminal. And then inside here, let me see. So creating repository, there we go. So just copy this link. And then let's say add a new site from an existing project from GitHub. Let's just leave it at that page because we're going to come back to it in a moment. So authorized. Okay, right there. Now let's begin to add all of this. So I'm going to say git remote add origin and then pasting that link that I've just copied. And then I'm going to say git add package star. And then inside the package JSON, all we did is install React icons. So I'm going to say git commit-m and I'm going to say install react-icons. And then inside the source folder, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say git add let me say cd into the source folder, and then cd into the app folder. And then inside the app folder, I'm going to say git add menu, not men, and then git commit. I'm going to say menu page, and then git add offers, and git commit, and I'm going to say offers page, and then git add rewards, and git commit, and I'm going to say rewards page, and then git add globals.css, and I'm going to say git commit global css styles. Oops, commit has an I, so commit. And then git add layout.js, and then git commit, and I'm going to say layout, and then git add page.js, and git commit, and I'm going to say homepage. And then I'm going to cd out of this, and then I'm going to cd into the components folder. So cd components, and then git add home git commit, and we're going to say home page components, and then git add menu and git commit -m menu page components, git add offers, git commit offers page components, git add rewards, git commit rewards page components, and then cd out of this, and then cd into the images. And then for the images, we're going to say git add offers and git commit and say offers page images, and then git add rewards and git commit, and I'm going to say rewards page images, and then git commit, oh sorry, git add all, meaning the remaining, and then git commit, and I'm going to say home page images. Oh, that was quite a bit of typing. So once you do that, then you can push it to GitHub by saying git push -u origin main, which is going to push it to GitHub. All you need to do is just wait a moment. And I've just realized that probably what I could have done better is I could have grabbed these images and placed them inside a folder called home, so that these images reference the home page. And there we go. So once it pushes to GitHub, once I reload this, then we should be able to see our application right there on the screen. Would you look at that? I started this project yesterday, but because of the power of editing and taking breaks, it's going to be one video. So let's call this, let's search for iRecreate -bk, and then let's select this. Let's go ahead, because this is a Next.js site, so let's just say deploy site, and then let's wait for errors to show up in our code, and then you can fix them. I hope none show up, because fixing Next.js errors is quite annoying. Let's change this to TsbSankara / iRecreate-bk. And there we go. So it has already failed. So let's see, the reason why it fails is, oh my god, I mentioned this. I said this. So it is hero.js line 28. So hero.js, I think it is the homepage, hero.js line 28. No, it's not this one. Which file is it? Oh, rewards hero.js. So rewards hero.js line 28. 28 or 25? 28. This one? No. Really? This is really annoying. It is really annoying. So basically what it's saying is we need to use an entity here, so an apostrophe entity, like so, and then that should fix it. I hope we don't get any other errors, but you know, we just need to redeploy this. So let me say git add all and git commit, let me say -m, let me say add escape character, and then git what did I not git add all, git commit add escape character. Are you for real? Are you for real? Oh, sorry, we're in the wrong folder. Oh my god. Okay, so let's cd into the components folder, then inside the rewards folder, git add all, git commit, and say add escape character, and then git push. And then when that pushes, then Netlify is automatically going to re-trigger another deploy. So let's go back to our home page. Let's go ahead, and it should be this one. So let's check it out. And let's just wait a few more moments. Okay, so there it goes. It finished deploying. So let's just go ahead and really, oh, here it is. Let's select this and then let's visit our website. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Someone would think this is the Burger King website. That's looking nice. That's looking nice. Oh no. I realized something. I just realized something. Wait, the classes are not applying here. My classes are not applying. I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with this. Body, div, it should be this one, the list item. So this one, the border bottom. Oh no. The reason why it's not applying is because of specificity. So we need to define the classes. Let me show you. So we need to define, where is it? Which page is this? The menu. And it should be the hero. So we need to define these classes inside our CSS in order for them to apply. This is something with the Tailwind. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. So that's why the classes are not applying in our production. But that's okay. That's easy enough to fix. Just simply create a class for this and then just add that class in your CSS and then add it here. And then there's something I wanted to check. What did I want to check? Is it the model? No, the model is okay. What did I want to check? I've forgotten what I wanted to check. Anyways, that's okay. That is okay. That's looking nice, nice, nice. So that is going to be the end of the video. And if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I will see you in the next video. These videos do take quite a lot of time and preparation to create. So if you enjoyed it, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It helps greatly. Bye-bye.